his arm. "This is our planet!" Cabot called for order, but very little of the commotion subsided. Ezra Caroon got to his feet trying to help. Finally, making a megaphone of his hands, he bellowed his message. "Hold it down now, friends. I have to remind you all... Listen to me! It'd be over 10 years before we got a reply, of any kind." "Well, I, for one, don't want old Terra," Jim Tillich said over the loud reaction to that, "or even first poking their noses in our business. That is, if they'd bother to respond. For sure, if they condescended to help, they'd mortgage all of us to the hilt for aid, and end up owning all the mineral rights and most of the arable land. Or have you all forgotten SETI 3? I also don't see why a central administration during this emergency is such a big deal. Makes sense to me. Share and share alike." A low murmur of agreement could be clearly heard, although many faces wore discouraged or sullen expressions. "He's right, Sorka," Sean said in a voice loud enough for others around him to hear. "Dad and Mother think so too," Sorka added, pointing to her parents, who were sitting several rows ahead. "We've got to send a message," Ted Tuberman shouted, shaking off the attempts of his immediate neighbors to make him sit down. "We've got to tell them we're in trouble. We've a right to help. What's wrong in sending a message?" "What's wrong?" Wade Lorenzo shouted from the back of the audience. "We need help right now, Tuberman, not 10 to 30 years from now. Why, by then we'd probably have the thing licked. A fall's not all that bad," he added with the confidence of experience. He sat down amid hoots and shouts of dissent, mainly from those who had been at Landing during the tragedy. "And don't forget that it took half a century before Earth went to SETI 3's assistance," Betty Musgrove Blake said, jumping to her feet. Other comments were voiced. "Yeah, Captain Tillich's right. We've got to solve our own problems. We can't wait for Earth." "Forget it, Tuberman." "Sit down and shut up, Tuberman." "Cabot, call him to order. Let's get on with this meeting." Similar sentiments rose from all sides. His neighbors forced the botanist down, and, dismayed by the lack of support, Ted shook off the compelling hands and crossed his arms defiantly on his chest. Tarvi Andayar and Fulmer Stone moved to stand nearby. Salah watched apprehensively, although she knew full well the strength belied by Tarvi's lean frame. Sean nudged Sorka. "They'll shut him up, and then we can get to the meat of all this talking," he said. "I hate meetings like this. People sounding off just to make a noise and act big when they don't know what they're talking about." Raising a hand to be recognized, Rudy Schwartz again got to his feet. "If, as you've suggested, Cabot, Selagia stakes could remain self-governing, how would the central government be organized? Would the large stakes be at all responsible to it?" "It's more a matter of the fair allocation of food, materials, and shelter, Rudy," Joel Lillienkamp said, rising, "rather than—" "You mean we don't have enough food?" an anxious voice broke in. "For now we do, but if this thread stuff is planet-wide—" "We all see what it did to Landing's fields," Joel went on, motioning to the dark, ravaged area. "And if it keeps coming back, well—" A woman made a protest of dismay that was clearly audible. "Well," he went on, hitching up his trousers, "everyone deserves a fair share of what we've got. I see nothing wrong with going back to hydroponics for a while. We did just fine for 15 years on shipboard, didn't we? I'll take any odds we can do it again." His jovial challenge met with mixed reactions, some cheering, others clearly apprehensive. "Remember, too, folks, that thread doesn't affect the sea," Jim Tillich said, his cheerfulness unforced. "We can live, and live well, from the sea alone." "Most early civilizations lived almost entirely from the sea," Myri Hanrahan cried in a ringing, challenging tone. "Joel's right. We can use alternate methods of growing, and as long as we can harvest the sea for fresh protein, we'll be just fine. I think we all ought to buck up instead of collapsing under the first little snag." She stared significantly at Ted Tuberman. "Little snag?" he roared. He would have shoved through the crowd to get to Myri if he had not been restrained. Tarvi and Fulmar moved in closer to him. "Hardly a little snag," Marduk said quickly, raising his voice over the ripple of mixed remonstrance and support. "And certainly tragic for many of us. But let's not fight among ourselves. It's equally useless for us to bitch that the EEC team did not do a thorough inspection of this planet and grossly misled us. But this world has already proved that it can survive such an incursion and regenerate. Are we humans any less resilient with the resources we have at hand? He tapped his forehead significantly. I don't want just to survive hand to mouth, Ted Tuberman shouted, his chin jerking out belligerently. Cooped up in a building, wondering if those things are going to eat their way through to me? Ted, that's the biggest bunch of bilge wash I've ever heard from a grown man, Jim Tillich said. We got a bit of a problem with our new world that I sure as hell am going to help solve, so quit your bitching and let's figure out just how to cope. We're here, man, and we're going to survive. I want us to send home for help, someone else said, calm but firm. I feel that we're going to need the defenses a sophisticated society can supply, especially as we brought so little technology with us, and most especially if this stuff returns so often. Once we've sent for help, we have to take what is sent, Cabot said quickly. Lily, what odds are you taking that Earth would send us help? Jim Tillich asked. Ted Tuberman jumped to his feet again. Don't bet on it. Vote on it. If this meeting's really democratic, that is, let's vote to send a mayday to Federated Sentient Planets. I second the motion, one of the medics said, along with several others. Rudy, Cabot said, appoint 2 other stewards and let's take a hand vote. Not everyone's here tonight, Wade Lorenzo pointed out. If they don't wish to attend the scheduled meeting, they will have to abide by the decision of those who did, Cabot replied sternly. He was met with shouts of agreement. Let the vote be taken on the motion before us. Those in favor of sending a homing capsule to the Federated Sentient Planets for assistance, raise their hands. Hands were duly raised and counted by the stewards, Rudy Schwartz taking note of the count. When Cabot called for those opposed to sending for help, the majority was marked. As soon as Cabot announced the results, Ted Tuberman was vituperative. You're damned fools! We can't lick this stuff by ourselves. There's no place safe from it on this planet. Don't you remember the EEC reports? The entire planet was eaten up. It took more than 200 years to recover. What chance have we? That is enough, Tuberman, Cabot roared at him. You asked for a vote. It was taken in sight of all, and the majority has decided against sending for help. Even if the decision had been in favor, our situation is serious enough so that certain measures must be initiated immediately. One priority is the manufacture of metal sheeting to protect existing buildings no matter where they are. The second is to manufacture HNO3 cylinders and flamethrower components. A third is to conserve all materials and supplies. Another problem is keeping a good eastern watch at every stake until a pattern can be established for threadfall. I'm asking that we temporarily reinstate Emily Bohl and Paul Bendon as leaders. Governor Bohl kept her planet fed and free, despite a 5-year-long Nathi space embargo, and Admiral Bendon is by far the best man to organize an effective defense strategy. I'm calling for a show of hands now, and we'll make it a proper referendum when we know exactly how long the state of emergency will last. A ripple of assent greeted his crisp, decisive statements. Rudy, prepare for another count. He waited a moment as the crowd shifted restlessly. Let's have a show of hands on implementing those priorities tonight, with Admiral Bendon and Governor Bohl in charge. Many hands were immediately thrust in the air, while others came up more slowly as the undecided took heart from their neighbor's resolution. Even before Rudy gave him the count, Cabot could see that the vote was heavily in favor of the emergency measures. Governor Bohl, Admiral Bendon, will you accept this mandate? He asked formally. It was rigged, Ted Tuberman shouted. I tell you, rigged! They just want to get back into power again. His accusations broke off suddenly as Harvey and Fulmer pushed him firmly back down on the bench. Governor, Admiral, Cabot ignored the interruption. You two still have the best qualifications for the jobs to be done. But if you decline, I will accept nominations from the floor. He waited expectantly, giving no hint of his personal preference in the matter and paying no attention to the restless audience and the rising murmur of anxious whispers. Slowly, Emily Bohl rose to her feet. I accept. As I do, Paul Bendon said, standing beside the governor. but only for the duration of this emergency. You believe that? Ted Tuberman roared, breaking loose from his restrainers. That is quite enough, Tuberman, Cabot shouted, appearing to lose his professional detachment. The majority supports this temporary measure, even if you won't. Slowly, the audience quieted. Cabot waited until there was complete silence. Now, I've saved the worst news until I was certain we were all resolved to work together. Thanks to Kenjo and his survey teams, Boris and Dieter believe that there is a pattern emerging. If they're right, we have to expect this thread to fall again tomorrow afternoon at Malay River and proceed across Cathay Province to Mexico on Maori Lake. On Malay? Chuck Kimmage jumped to his feet, his wife clutching his arm, both of them horrified. Faas had managed to find and warn all the other stakers at Malay and Mexico, but Chuck and Kyla had arrived just before the meeting, too late to be privately informed. And all of us will help preserve your stakes, Emily Bowles said in a loud, firm voice. Paul jumped up on the platform, raising his hands and glancing at Cabot for permission to speak. I'm asking for volunteers to man sleds and flamethrowers. Kenjo and Fulmar have worked out a way of mounting them. Some are already in place on what sleds they could commandeer. Those of you with medium and large sleds, just volunteer them. The best way to get the thread is while it's still airborne, before it has a chance to land. We'll also need people on the ground, mopping up what does slip through. What about the fire lizards, or whatever you call them? Won't they help? Someone asked. They helped us that day at landing, a woman added, a note of fearful apprehension making her voice break. They helped at Sadrid's stake 2 days ago, Wade said. The rain helped a lot, too, Kenjo added, not at all convinced of assistance from a non-mechanical quarter. Any of you with dragonettes would be very welcome in ground crews, Paul went on, willing to entertain any possible reinforcements. But he, too, was skeptical. He had been too busy to attach a dragonette, though his wife and older son had 2 each. I particularly need those of you who've had any combat or flight experience. Our enemy isn't the Nathi this time, but it's our world that is being invaded. Let's stop it tomorrow and whenever it's necessary. A spontaneous cheer went up in response to his rousing words and was repeated, growing in volume as people got to their feet, waving clenched fists. Those on the platform watched the demonstration, relieved and reassured. Perhaps only Angola took note of those who remained seated or silent. If Dieter and Boris were correct, the oncoming fall would give the Karain Peninsula a near miss, beginning at approximately 1630 hours, roughly 120 clicks northwest of the mouth of the Paradise River, 25 degrees south. Dieter and Boris were not sure if the fall would extend as far southwestward as Mexico on Lake Maori, but precautions were being taken there as well. Acting Commander Kenjo Fusayuki assembled his squadron at the required point. Though thread drowned in the sea, his teams would at least have some practice throwing flame at the real thing. Practice was not the appropriate term for the chaos that resulted. Kenjo was reduced to snarling peremptory orders over the comm unit as the inept but eager sled pilots plummeted through the skies after thread, frequently favoring one another with a glancing touch of thrown HNO3. Fighting thread required entirely different techniques from hunting wary or scoring a hit on a large flying machine driven by a reasonably intelligent enemy. Thread was mindless. It just fell in a slanting southwesterly direction, occasionally buffeted into tangles by gusting winds. It was the inexorability of that insensate fall that infuriated, defeated, depressed, and frustrated. No matter how much was seared to ash in the sky, more followed relentlessly. Nervous pilots swooped, veered, and dove. Unskilled gunners fired at anything that moved into range, which more often than not was another sled chasing down a tangle of thread. 9 domesticated dragonettes fell victim to such inexpertise, and there was suddenly a marked decrease in the number of wild ones who had joined the fray. In the first half hour of the fall, 7 sleds were involved in mid-air collisions, 3 badly damaged, and 2 with cracked siliplex canopies which made them unairworthy. Even Kenjo's sled bore scorch marks. 4 broken arms, 6 broken or sprained hands, 3 cracked collarbones, and a broken leg put 14 gunners out of action. Many others struggled on with lacerations and bruises. No one had thought about rigging any safety harnesses for the flame gunners. A hasty conference between the squadron leaders was called on a secured channel at the beginning of the second hour while the fall was still over water. The squadron leaders, Kenjo, Sabra Stein-Angola, Theo Force, and Drake Bonneau, and Paul Bendon as leader of the ground support crews, decided to assign each squadron their own altitude level at 100-meter intervals. The squadron would fly in a stacked wedge formation back and forth across the 50-click width of the thread corridor. The important factor was for each wedge of 7 sleds to stick to its designated altitude. Once the sleds began to maintain their distances, mid-air collisions and scorchings were immediately reduced. Kenjo led the most capable flyers at ground level to catch as much missed thread as possible and to inform the surface crews where tangles got through. Paul Bendon coordinated the movements of the fast ground skimmers, which carried teams with small portable flamers. Channels were kept open to air, ground, and landing. Joel Lilienkamp organized replacement of empty HNO3 cylinders and power packs. A medical team remained on standby. By mid-fall, Paul knew that his ground support teams were too thinly spread to be truly effective, even though there were, fortunately, substantial stretches where thread landed on stony or poor soil and shriveled and died quickly. Toward the end, when weary pilots were running low on energy and the sled power packs were nearly depleted, more thread got through. It seemed to be part of the growing bad luck that it fell over thick vegetation and the home farm of the Mexico stake. The abrupt end of the fall, on the verge of Maori Lake and the main buildings of Mexico, came as a distinct shock to those who had been concentrating so hard on destroying thread. Squadron leaders ordered their fighters to land on the lakeside while they had a chance to confer with the ground crew marshals. Those at Mexico who had not been in ground defense provided hot soup and claw, fresh bread and fruit, and had prepared an infirmary in one of the houses. Tarvi and the Karachi team had managed to complete metal roofing just before the fall reached the area. Then Joel Lilienkamp's supply barge arrived with fresh power packs and HNO3 cylinders. The day was not over yet. Pilots cruised slowly back over the fall corridor, checking for any live thread. Paul drove himself and his sweat-smeared, soot-covered, weary teams back toward Malay Stake and the coast to try to spot signs of a secondary infestation where no shell or dissolving matter was visible. Only 2 such points were discovered, and, on Paul's order, the ground was saturated with sustained blasts of HNO3. One of the ground crew on that detail told the Admiral that he thought that was a waste of fuel. "The Dragonettes weren't at all concerned, Admiral. They are when there's thread." "We take no chances at this stage," Paul replied, a slight smile removing any hint of rebuke. He did not look upon the fiery bath as an overkill. The Dragonettes were palpably alerted by thread, but were obviously unaware of the presence of the second, and possibly more fearful, stage of its life cycle. However, Paul Bendon's respect for the Dragonettes was increased by their diligent searching out of newly fallen thread. Several times during the fall, he spotted the pair of Dragonettes fighting alongside Sean Connell and the red-headed Hanrahan girl. The creatures seemed to be obeying orders. Their movements had a discipline, while other groups flitted about in a kind of chaotic frenzy. On almost too many occasions, Paul saw the little creatures suddenly disappearing just when one seemed certain to be seared by the fiery breath of another. He found himself wishing that sleds had that sort of ability, or even more agility. Sleds were not the most efficient fighter craft. He recalled his admiration of the Dragonettes during the Wherry attack. From accounts of their now legendary umbrella defense of landing from the first fall, he knew that hundreds of wild ones had assisted their domesticated kin. They could be splendid reinforcements. Paul wondered what the chances were to mobilize all the Dragonettes to be trained by Connell and Hanrahan. The present fall had left denuded patches on the surface, but despite all initial bungling and the inexperience of sled and ground crews, the devastation was not as widespread as in the first horrific fall. Most of the exhausted fighters chose to remain the night at Melee Steak. Pierre de Courcy took it upon himself to act as chef, and his team had prepared baked fish and tubers in great pits on the beach. Weary men, women, and youngsters sat around the reassuring bonfires, too spent to talk, glad enough just to have survived the rigors of the day. Sean and Sorka opened an emergency clinic on the Melee beach to tend the wounded fire dragonettes, slathering numbweed on thread-scored wings and seared hide. "Do you think that once Sira stops crying, my bronze and brown will come back?" Tari Chernoff asked. She was dirty with black grease and vegetation-green stains, her ware-hide jerkin showing numerous char spots, new and old, but like all devoted fire dragonet owners, she was caring for her creature before seeing to her own relief. Sean shrugged noncommittally, but Sorka laid a reassuring hand on Terry's arm. "They usually do. They get pretty upset when one of their own fair's hurt, especially a queen. You get a good night's sleep and see what the morning brings." "Why'd you give her false comfort like that, Sorka?" Sean asked in a low voice when Terry had trudged back to the bonfires, her comforted queen cradled in the crook of her arm. "You know bloody well by now that if it's hurt badly enough, a fire lizard doesn't come back." Sean was grim. He and Sorka had been lucky with their fare so far, but then he had seen to it that their dragonets had the discipline to survive. "She needs a good night's sleep without worrying herself sick, and a lot do come back." Sorka gave a weary sigh as she closed the medicine case. She arched her back against tired back muscles. "Give me a rub, would you, Sean? My right shoulder." She turned her back to him and sighed in relief as his strong fingers kneaded the strain away. Sean's hands felt marvelous on her back. He knew just how to ease away the tension. Then his hands moved caressingly up the nape of her neck and lovingly into her hair. Tired as she was, she responded to the silent question. She stepped away from him, smiling as she looked quickly about to see where their fare had taken themselves. "They've all found quiet nests to curl up in." Sean's low voice was suggestive. "Then let's find us one of our own." She caught his hand and led him off the beach and into a thick grove of arrowleaf plants that they had helped save from thread score. Revived by the hot meal and a generous beaker of a very smooth quick-ale fermented by Hyla Xavier Kimmich from local fruits, Paul and Emily quietly organized a discreet council, which they held in one of the unscathed Melee outbuildings. Besides the Admiral and the Governor, Angola, Drake, Kenjo, Jim Tillich, Ezra Caroon, and Joel Lillienkamp attended. "We'll do better next time, Admiral," Drake Bonneau assured Paul with a cocky salute. Kenjo, entering behind him, regarded the tall war ace with amused condescension. "Today taught us that this thread requires entirely different flight and strike techniques. We'll refine that wedge maneuver so nothing gets through. Sled pilots must drill to maintain altitude patterns. Gunners must learn to control their blasts. It's more than just holding the button down. We had some mighty close encounters. We lost some of the little dragonettes, too. We can't risk so many lives, much less the sleds." "We can repair the sleds, Drake," Joel Lillienkamp remarked dryly before Paul spoke. "But power packs won't last forever. We can't afford to expend them uselessly on drills. Despite our resupply system, which I bet I can improve, 9 pilots had to glide land at Maori. That's clumsy management. That wedge formation, by the way, Drake, is economical on the packs, but it still takes days to recharge exhausted ones. How long will this stuff keep falling, Paul?" Joel looked up from his calculating pad. "We haven't established that yet," Paul said, his left thumb rubbing his knuckles. "Boris and Dieter are collating information from the pilot debriefing." "Hellfire, that's not going to tell us what we need to know, Paul," Drake said, his weary tone a complaint. "Where does this stuff come from?" "Probe's gone off," Ezra Caroon said. "It'll be a couple of more days before any reports come back." Drake continued almost as if he had not heard. "I want to find out if the stuff mightn't be more vulnerable in the stratosphere. Even if we only have 10 pressurized sleds, would a high-altitude strike be more effective? Does this junk hit the atmosphere in clumps and then disperse? Can we develop a defense less clumsy than flamethrowers? We need to know more about this enemy. It doesn't fight back, Angola remarked, rubbing his temples to ease the pounding sort of headache that battle had always given him. True, Paul replied with a grim smile as he turned to Kenjo. I wonder if we would gain any useful data from an orbital reconnaissance flight. How much fuel in the Mariposa's tanks? If I pilot it, enough for 3, maybe 4 flights, Kenjo replied, deliberately avoiding Drake's eyes, depending on how much maneuvering is required and how many orbits. You're the man for it, Kenjo, Drake said, with a flourish of his hand and a rueful expression. You can land on a breath of fuel. Kenjo, smiling slightly, gave a short, quick bow from the waist. Do we know when or where the stuff hits us again? We do, Paul assured them in a flat tone. If the data is correct, and it was today, stakeholders are lucky. It strikes in 2 places. 1930 hours across Araby to the Sea of Azov. His expression reflected his continued regret at the loss of Araby's original stake owners. And 0330 from the sea across the tip of Delta. Both those areas are unoccupied. We can't let that stuff go unchecked anywhere, Paul, Ezra said in alarm. I know, but if we're going to have to mount crews every 3 days, we'll all soon be exhausted. Not everything needs to be protected, Drake said, unfolding his flight map. Lots of marsh, scrubland. The fall will still be attended, Paul said in an inarguable tone of voice. Look on it as a chance to refine maneuvers and train teams, Drake. It is undeniably best to get the stuff while it's airborne. Thread didn't eat through as much land today, but we can't afford to lose wide corridors every time it hits us. Draft some more of those dragonettes, Joel suggested facetiously. They're as good on the ground as in the air. Emily regarded him sadly as the others grinned. Unfortunately, they just aren't big enough. Paul turned around in his chair to give the governor a searching look. That's the best idea today, Emily. Drake and Kenjo looked at each other, puzzled, but Angola, Joel, and Ezra Karoon sat up, their expressions expectant. Jim Tillich grinned. There were 5 main islands off the southern coast of Big Island, and several small prominences, the remains of volcanoes poking above the brilliant green-blue sea. The one Avril and Stev were eagerly approaching was no more than the crater of a sunken volcano. Its sides sloped into the sea, providing a narrow shore, except to the south, where the lip of the crater was lowest. Avril was bouncing with impatience as Stev nosed the prow of the little boat up onto the north shore. That Nielsen twit couldn't possibly be right, she muttered, hopping onto the pebbly beach before he had shut off the power. How could we have missed a whole beach full of diamonds? We had more promising sites, remember, Avril? Stev watched her scoop up a handful of the black stones and sift them through her fingers. She kept only the largest, which she thrust at him. Here, scan it. As he inserted the palm-sized stone into the portable scanner, she looked about in angry agitation. It makes no sense. They can't all be black diamonds, can they? This one is. She took back the stone and held it up to the sun for a moment. And this one? She grabbed up a fist-sized rock and pushed it at him, but he was quick enough to see her slip the first stone into her pouch. It's lucky that Nielsen kid's only our apprentice. All this is ours, too. We'll, Stev had not missed Avril's quick alteration, have to be careful not to glut the market. He put the big stone into the scanner with eager and not quite steady fingers. It is indeed black diamond, around 400 carats and relatively unflawed. Congratulations, my dear. You struck it rich. She grimaced at his mocking tone and snatched the diamond from him, clasping it against her almost protectively. It can't all be black diamonds, she muttered. Can it? Why not? There's nothing to keep diamonds from being hatched from a volcano if you have the right ingredients and sufficient pressure at some point in time. I grant you, this might be the only beach composed of black diamond, or any diamond in the universe, but that's what, Stev's grin was pure malice, you have here. She glanced at him, her eyes weary, and managed an easy smile. What we have, Stev." She leaned into him, her skin warm against his. "This is the most exciting moment of my life." She wound her free hand about his neck and kissed him passionately, her body pressing against him until he felt the diamond gouging his ribs. "Not even diamonds must come between us, my love," he murmured, taking it from her resisting fingers and dropping it behind him into the open sled. Stev was not unduly surprised the next morning when he found that both Avril and the fastest sled were gone from their Big Island mining camp. He made a second check in the rock hollow where he knew Avril secreted the more spectacular gemstones that had been found. It was empty. Stev grinned maliciously. She might have ignored the Mayday from landing, but he had not. He had followed what was happening on the southern continent and kept an eye to the east whenever a cloud appeared. He had made contingency plans. He doubted that Avril had. He would have liked to see her expression when she found out that landing was swarming with industrious people, the takeoff grid crammed with sleds and technicians. So he roared with amusement when one of their apprentices anxiously reported that she could not find Avril anywhere. Nabi Nabol was not at all pleased. Kenjo achieved orbit with a minimum of fuel expenditure. He kept his mind on the task at hand, feeling the upward thrust of the versatile craft and the glorious elation of release from gravity. He could wish that all his cares would fall away as easily. But he had not lost his touch with spacecraft. He slid appreciative fingers down the edge of the console. The last 3 days had been frantic, servicing the Mariposa's dormant systems, checking any possible fatigue or perishing of essential parts. He had even allowed Theo Force to command his squadron when Thread fell over the mountains southeast of Karachi and brushed Longwood on Iron Island. It was more important for him to recommission the Mariposa. Angola had spared some time to tune the comm unit circuits and help with the terminal checks. The little ship had been designed for inactivity in the vacuum of space, and although the more important circuits had been stored in vacuum containers, there was always the fear that some minor but critical connection had not been properly scrutinized. But finally, all systems had proven go green, and a trial blast of her engines had been reassuringly loud and steady, and Kenjo had objected when forced to rest the last 12 hours before takeoff. "You may be a bloody good jockey, Kenjo, but there are better mechanics on Pern than you," Paul Bendon had told him in no uncertain terms. "You need rest now to keep you alert in space where we can't help you." A flight plan had been calculated to allow Kenjo to be in the position where Boris and Dieter had predicted the next batch of Thread would enter Pern's atmosphere. Their program indicated that Thread fell in approximately 72-hour bursts, give or take an hour or two. Kenjo's mission was to measure the accuracy of their program, to determine the composition of Thread prior to entry, and, if possible, to trace its trajectory backward. Also, last but scarcely least, he was to destroy it before it entered the atmosphere. The next fall was due to hit Kaurain province, just above the deserted Oslo landing, continue on to fall over Paradise River Stake, and end in the Arabi Plains. Kenjo was 100 miles below the empty spaceships, but that was too far away for them to register on his scope. Nevertheless, he strained to see them, magnifying the viewscope to its limit. Then he shrugged. The ships were past history. He was going to make a new contribution, an unparalleled one. Kenjo Fusayuko would discover the source of Thread, eradicate it once and for all, and be a planetary hero. Then no one would condemn him for conserving so much fuel for his private use. He could relieve his sense of honor and his scouring bouts of conscience. Building his extra-light aircraft had been most rewarding. He had found the design on tape in the Yokohama's library in the History of Airflight section. It was not the most fuel-efficient, even when he had redesigned the engine, but what he had saved from each shuttle drop had made that saucy plane possible. Flying it over his isolated Honshu stake in the Western Barrier Range had given him satisfaction far beyond his imagining, even if it had given rise to rumors of a large and hitherto unknown flying creature. His wife, patient and calm, had ventured no opinion on his avocation, aiding him in its construction. A mechanical engineer, she managed the small hydroelectric plant that served their plateau home and 3 small stakes in the next valley. She had given him 4 children, 3 of them sons, was a good mother, and even managed to help him cultivate the fruit trees that he raised as a credit crop. She was safe from threat, for they had cut their home right into the mountain, using wood only on the interior. She had been quite willing to help him carve a hangar for his aircraft with the stonecutters he had borrowed from Drake Bonneau, but she did not know that he had a second, well-concealed cave in which to store his hoard of liquid fuel. He had not yet managed to transfer all of it to Honshu from the cave at landing. Yes, no one would object to what Kenjo had done when he brought them the information they sought, and he would see to it that it took 3 or 4 missions to do so. He had missed the tranquility and the challenge of deep space. How pitiful his little atmospheric craft was in comparison to the beautiful, powerful Mariposa. How clumsy the sled he had flown as a squadron leader. He had finally returned to his true medium, space. The ship's alarms went off, and moments later the pinging began. He was in the midst of a shower of small ovoids. With a cry once uttered by long-dead Japanese warriors, Kenjo fired his starboard repulsors and grinned when the screen blossomed with tiny stars of destruction. Avril Bitra was livid. She could not believe the change in landing, especially as she had counted on it being nearly deserted. When Stev had talked her into taking apprentices so that no one would question exactly what it was they were doing on Big Island, landing's population had been down to a mere 200. But the landing she found was crawling with people. There were lights everywhere, and people bustling about despite the late hour. Worst of all, the landing strip was crowded with sleds, large, small, and medium, and technicians swarmed about. And the Mariposa was not there. What under the suns had happened? She had settled her sled to one edge of the strip, near where she had last seen the little space gig. She fumed impotently again over that disappointment. She had a fortune with which to depart this wretched mudball. She had even managed to shake off any companions. She had no qualms about leaving Stev Kimmer. He had been useful as well as amusing, until just lately, until he had assessed those black diamonds. Yes, she had been right to leave immediately, before he thought to dismantle the sleds or do something drastic so that she would be forced to take him with her. Where in all the hells of 17 worlds was the Mariposa? Who was using up the fuel she needed to get her to the colony ships? She struggled to control her rage. She had to think. Belatedly, she remembered the Mayday. She wished now that she had listened in. Well, it could not have been that serious, not with landing a hive of industry. Still, that could work in her favor. With so many people around, no one would notice another worker poking about. She shivered, suddenly aware of the chill in the night air of the plateau. She was accustomed to the tropical climate of Big Island. Cursing inventively under her breath, she rooted through the sled storage compartments and found a reasonably clean coverall. She also girded on the mechanic's belt she found beneath the coverall. It was probably Stev's. He was always well equipped. She smirked. Not always prepared, however. Before she left to hunt for the Mariposa, she would have to hide the sled. In the darkness, she tried to locate at least one of the dense shrubs that grew at the edge of the strip, but she could not find any. Instead, she stumbled into a small hole that proved large enough to conceal her sacks of treasure. She retrieved them from the sled, dropped them into the hole, piled loose stone and dirt over them, and then shone her handbeam over the spot to see if they were well hidden. After a few minor adjustments, she was satisfied. With brazen strides, she walked down the grid to the lights and activity. Glancing out of the ground floor window of the Met Tower, where Drake Bonneau was conducting a training session, Salah Telgar Andayar thought she had to be mistaken. The woman only looked like Avril Bitra. She was wearing a tool belt and strode purposefully toward a stripped-down sled. Yet no one else Salah knew had that same arrogant walk, that provocative swing of the hip. Then the woman stopped and began to work on the sled. Salah shook her head. Avril was at Big Island. She had not even responded to the Mayday or to the more recent recall to landing for pilot duty. No one had seen her, or really cared to, but Steve Kimmer's genius with circuits would have been invaluable. Angola was trying to get Paul Bendon to order the return of Big Island miners. "Don't keep your fingers on the release button." Drake's voice penetrated her moment of inattention. Poor fellow, Salah thought. He was trying to teach all the eager youngsters how to fight thread. If half of what Harvey had told her about the deadly menace was true, it was devilish to combat. "Always sweep from bow to stern. Thread falls in a southwesterly direction, so if you come in under the leading edge, you char a larger portion." Drake was running out of space on the operational board, which he had covered with his diagrams and flight patterns. Salah had yet to fight the stuff, so she had paid attention, until the moment when she had thought she recognized Avril. The day had had the quality of a reunion for the shuttle pilots. All the old crowd, with the exception of Nabi Nabol and Kenjo, had answered the summons. Salah knew where Kenjo was. She was a trifle envious of him, and was glad of Nabol's absence. He would certainly have sneered to be in the company of all the young ones who had earned their flying tickets since landing. Why, she had known some of them as adolescents. Settling in at Karachi had eaten more time than she realized, and it had brought so many changes, such as the dragonettes perched on young shoulders or curled up on hide-trousered legs. Her own 3, a gold and 2 bronzes, had, just like her older children, picked up some basic manners. They were perched on the top shelves of the big ready room. 2 were mentas, and she wondered if they understood what was going on before their watchful rainbow eyes. Drake's imperative warning interrupted her musing. "Don't deviate from your assigned altitude. We're trying to rig cruising devices that will warn you hair-trigger pilots when you're out of line. We've got to maintain flight levels to avoid collisions. We've got more people to fly than sleds to fly in. You," he said, jabbing his finger at his audience, "can be replaced. The sled cannot, and we're going to need every one we can keep in the air. Now, a sweep from bow to stern in a 1-second blast chars as much thread for the range of these throwers. Catch the end of the stuff, and fire runs back up, most of it. Don't waste the HNO3. His rapid-fire use of the chemical designation made it sound more like AGNO3, Salah thought, losing concentration once again. Damn, she must pay attention, but she was so used to listening for sounds, not words. And silences. The silence all children made when they were being naughty or trying out forbidden things. And hers were inventive. She felt her lips widen in a proudly maternal smile, then disciplined her expression as Drake's eyes fastened on her face. She already missed her 3 older children dreadfully. Ramda, Salah's sturdy, reliable 7-year-old son, had promised to look out for Dina and Ben. Salah had brought 3-month-old Kara with her. The baby was safely installed with Myri Hanrahan's lot, so she was not totally deprived. But Tarvi was back at Karachi, extruding metal sheets on a round-the-clock basis, slaving as hard as the people he drove to their limits. "And make each cylinder last as long as possible," Drake was saying. "Conserve HNO3 and power, and you'll last longer in the flight line, which is where you're needed. Now, most of you have had experience with turbulence. Don't chuck your safety harness until you're on the ground. The lighter sleds can be flipped on landing if the wind suddenly gusts because they're nose-heavy with the flamethrower mounts." With Tarvi on such a schedule, it was just as well that she had work of her own to do, Salah thought. He had little enough time for her, and she would not even have the comfort of sleeping beside him, or be able to rouse him to a dawn lusting when he was too drowsy to resist her caresses. What was wrong with her, she wondered for the millionth time. She had not trapped Tarvi. The mutual need and passion that day in the cave could not have been faked. When the chance union had resulted in pregnancy, he had immediately offered to make a formal arrangement. She had not insisted, but she had been much relieved that the initiative had been his. He had been considerate, tender, and solicitous throughout the gestation, and sincerely overjoyed when his firstborn was a strong, healthy boy. He adored all his children, rejoicing at their birth and in their development. It was his wife he avoided, dismissed, ignored. Salah sighed, and her old friend Bar shot her a quizzical glance. Salah smiled and gave a shrug, intimating that Drake had caused her reaction. What would her life have been like with Drake Bonneau happily ensconced on his lake? Svenda looked complacent, boasting about limiting her childbearing to 2. Drake might act the confident flyboy in public, but the previous night he had been noticeably dancing attendance on his imperious wife. Salah had always thought that Drake was more show than do. Yet for all Tarvi's eccentricities, Salah preferred the geologist and treasured those ever more rare occasions when she could rouse him to passion. Perhaps that was the problem. Tarvi should be allowed the initiative. No, she had tried that tack and had gone through a miserable year before she thought of her dawn attacks. She had learned some push-to phrases from Jivan, and artlessly she had inquired about feminine names. Whomever Tarvi called for at the height of passion, it was not another woman, or another man from all she could discover. "So," Drake said, "here is the roster for the next fall. Remember, it's a double hit at Jordan and at Dorado. We're going to send you Dorado squadrons on ahead so you can be well rested by the time you have to fight." Again, Drake's eagle gaze swept his adoring students. "Now, back to your sleds to lend the technicians what assistance you can. House lights will go out at midnight. We all need our rest," he concluded cheerfully as he waved their dismissal. Svenda quickly moved to his side, her scowl a deterrent to those who approached Drake with private questions. "When did you get in, Salah?" Bar asked, turning with her usual friendly grin. "I only arrived in from our stake around noon. No one of the old group knew when you'd make it. I didn't realize this thing was so serious until I saw what it had done on my way up." Salah laughed. Bar's bubbling personality had not changed a micro, though her figure had rounded. "How many kids do you have now, Bar?" Salah asked. "We've sort of lost track of each other with you on the other side of the continent." "5?" Bar managed a girlish giggle, glancing slyly at Salah. "The last was a set of twins, which I'd never have expected. Then Jess told me that he was a twin, and twin births were common in his family. I could have strangled him." "You didn't, though." "Nah. He's a good man, a loving father, and a hard worker." Bar gave a sharp nod of her head at each virtue, grinning at Salah again. Then her mobile face changed to one of concern. "Are you all right, Salah?" "Me? Certainly. I've 4 kids. Brought Kara with me. She's only 3 months old." "Is she at Myri's or Chris McCardle Cooney's?" "At Myri's. We'd better check that roster and see when we're on duty." "Where's Sorka these days?" Salah had also lost track of the red-headed Hanrahan girl. "I saw all the others." "Oh, she's living with another vet, over on Irish Square." "How appropriate." Suddenly, Salah felt a surge of resentment, something to do with the freedom young people had, and her frustration with Tarvi's diffidence, along with a sudden realization that she had relatively few responsibilities at that moment, and that her professional skills were once again in demand. "Come on, let's go find a drink and catch up on our lives." Sorka and Sean arrived at the quarters from different directions, Sean from an unexpected meeting with Admiral Bendon, Sorka from the barn. She knew by his jarring stride that Sean was barely containing a fine fit of rage. He held it back until they were inside the house. "Damn fool! Helen damned fool!" he said, slamming the door behind him. "That pompous, pig-headed, butt-stupid git!" "Admiral Bendon?" she inquired, surprised. Sean had never had reason to criticize the Admiral, and he had been proud to be called to a special interview. "That stupid Admiral was a cavalry unit." "Cavalry?" Sorka paused as she picked their evening meal out of the freezer compartment. "To charge about the countryside with flamethrowers, no less." "Doesn't he realize horses hate fire?" "He does now." Sean went past her to the small cabinet, hauled out a bottle of Quick Ale, and held it up suggestively. "Yes, please. If I don't unwind too, my food won't do me any good at all." She curtailed her anxiety. The need for a drink indicated how tense he was, for Sean was not a drinking man. "We don't have to eat up above, do we?" he asked, jerking his head over his shoulder in the direction of the re-established community kitchen. "No, I raided Mother's freezer." She set the container in the warming unit and dialed the appropriate time. Sean handed over her glass and raised his in a toast. To idiot admirals who are very good in space and real dumb, wash-out stupid about animals. As if we had enough horses to waste in such an asinine caper. He also envisions me training squadrons of fire lizards, Sean had persisted in using his own name for them, swooping down on thread at command. He even feels that he should have one, too. He doesn't effing know they won't be hatching till summer. That is, if those flyboys don't flame 'em all down. Sorka had never seen Sean so infuriated. He paced about, his face flushed, throwing his left arm out in extravagant gestures, sipping at his drink between phrases as he vented his anger. He flicked his head to flip the sun-lightened hair out of his eyes. A grimace made him appear inscrutable, almost frightening in his anger. On one level, she listened to his words, agreeing with his anxieties and opinions. On another, she reveled in the fact that beneath the contained, almost coldly detached impression he gave most people, there was such a passionate, intelligent, critical, rational, and dedicated personality. Sorka did not quite know when she had realized that she loved him. It seemed that she always had, but she remembered the day she realized that he loved her, the first time he had exploded in her presence over a minor incident. Sean would never have permitted himself that luxury if he had not felt totally secure in her presence, if he had not unconsciously needed her soothing affection and reassurance. Watching him work off his aggravation, Sorka permitted herself a small smile, which she tactfully hid behind her glass. "Now, Sean, the Admiral paid you a compliment, too," she remarked. She caught his surprised glance and smiled. "By consulting you. I noticed, even if you didn't, that he watched us out there on the Malay corridor, saw how well our fare behaved, and I'm sure that he knows that you're more likely than anyone else to discover where the queens are hiding their eggs." "Yes, I guess that's true enough." Somewhat mollified, Sean continued to pace, but with less agitation. Sorka loved Sean in every mood, but his infrequent explosions fascinated her. His anger had never been directed at her. He rarely criticized, and then only in a crisp, impersonal tone. Some of her girlfriends had wondered how she could stand his taciturn, almost sullen moodiness, but Sorka had never found him sullen in her company. Generally, he was thoughtful, unwilling to offend even in a complete disagreement, and certainly a man who kept his own counsel, unless horses were at risk. His lithe figure was graceful even as he thudded back and forth, his heels pounding and leaving dents in the thick wool carpet she had woven for their home. She let his tirade continue, amused by the language in which he described the probable antecedents of the Admiral, whom he usually respected, and the idiocy of the entire biological team who tampered with creatures whose natures they had not the wit to understand. "Well, did you offer to find the Admiral a dragonet egg when the time's right?" she asked, when he paused for breath after another elaboration of the stupidity of brass asses. "Ha! I will if I can." He spun on his heel and sprawled beside her on the couch, his face suddenly still, rage and frustration dissipated, his eyes on the amber liquid in his glass. From his expression, she knew that something else was worrying him deeply. She waited for him to continue. "You know as well as I do that we haven't caught a glimmer of any of the wild ones around here. They've made themselves scarce since the Sadrid fall. Jeez, if there were anywhere safe on this planet, they'd find it." "There were a lot helping us at the Malay corridor." "Up until some idiot started flaming them too." Sean finished the last of his drink to drown his disgust. "We won't get the wild ones to help at all if that gets about." He poured himself another drink. "Say, where are yours?" he asked, suddenly noticing that the usual perches were vacant. "Same place yours are, out and about," she answered in a mild tone. Then Sean began to laugh, as much at himself as at the fact that he had only just realized that his fire lizards had made themselves scarce the moment he left the admin building. "Not surprising, is it?" she teased, grinning back at him. He shoved one arm behind her shoulders and pulled her, unresisting, closer to him. "When Emmett told me Blazer was in a tizzy over your righteous wrath, I told mine they'd have to find their own food tonight. They don't like cheesy things anyway. It's not often we get a night alone, Sean said softly, his voice a seductive whisper in her ear. Finish your drink, red-headed gal. He ruffled her fringe, then his hand traveled in a caress down her cheek to her chin. And turn off the cooker, he added, just before he kissed her. Sorka did as she was told, well pleased. It was awkward having to invent excuses to send the dragonettes off on specious errands. But even when they were not in season, the creatures delighted in strong emotions, and with 13 in a chorus of encouragement, the entire neighborhood would know what was happening in the Hanrahan Connell quarters. Later that night, when the sounds of Landing's industry were muted, Sorka wondered if she had conceived. Sean slept neatly and quietly beside her, his fingers lightly encircling her upper arm. She had never mentioned the formal arrangement to Sean, or even pointed out the common assumption of Landing's population that they were a tempered team. She and Sean were of one mind in nearly everything they did, utilizing their veterinary apprenticeship to breed strong horses, finding the very best among the genetic stock available from either the banks or the live stallions. They were soon to sit their final exams in veterinary medicine, and they had located the perfect spot for a home, a valley halfway down the eastern barrier range. Sean had taken Red to see the proposed Killarney stake, and her father had approved emphatically of their choice. Sorka took that as a tacit approval of their still informal union. Although Sorka's parents had acquiesced, Porrig Connell still treated her formally as a guest he wished to see less often. His wife had never ceased in her efforts to bring her son back to his proper hearth. She had chosen another daughter-in-law for Sean, and sometimes embarrassed all concerned by pushing the girl at Sean on every opportunity. "I won't breed so close, ma'am," Sean had informed her when she had nagged him once too often. "It's bad for the blood. Lally Morehouse's father was your first cousin. We need to spread the gene pool, not enclose it." Sorka had overheard, but she knew Sean well enough by then not to be hurt that he had said no more about choosing. Perhaps he had not known then that he loved 15-year-old Sorka Hanrahan, who was already certain where her heart had been given. She had been 17 before he had touched her with any kind of passion, and that had been a night to remember. Their roles had become reversed, she the wanton, he the hesitant, tender lover. Her ardent response to his gentle overtures had surprised and pleased them both, but they had not moved to separate quarters until she had passed her 18th birthday. It had become a custom in their generation to have a trial period prior to a formal declaration before the magistrate. Sorka wanted Sean's child badly. Ever since that hideous half-hour, treading water under a stone ledge, she had been aware of their mortality. She wanted something of Sean, just in case. Not that he was wild or incautious, but the Lillienkamp boys had not been reckless, and certainly poor Lucy Tuberman had not. So many people had been wiped out in that first fall. Sorka did not want to be left with nothing of Sean. She had not tried before to conceive, because pregnancy would have interfered with their plans for Killarney stake. They needed the work credits for every acre they could purchase. She worried that there was something wrong with her, that she had not gotten pregnant before, with all the incautious fooling around that she and Sean had enjoyed. But she was no longer fooling. That night, she had meant business. Wind Blossom opened the door to Paul Bendon, Emily Bowl, Angola, and Paul and Bay Harkonnen Nietro. Gracefully inclining her head in welcome, she held the door wide for them to enter. Kitty Ping was seated on a padded chair that, Paul decided, must be raised off the ground under its cover, giving it the semblance of an archaic throne. She looked imposing, a feat for someone half his height. A beautiful, soft woven rug had been tucked about a frail body, and a long-sleeved tunic with elaborate embroideries also increased her general look of substance and authority. She raised one delicate hand, no larger than his oldest daughter's, and indicated that they were to be seated on the stool set in an irregular circle in front of her. As Paul doubled his long legs to sit, he realized that she had achieved a subtle advantage over her visitors. Amused by the tactic, he smiled up at her and thought he could detect the merest hint of an acknowledgment. Only a few strong ethnic traditions had survived the age of religions, but the Chinese, Japanese, Maori, and Amazon Kapayan were four that had retained some of their ancient ways. In Kitty's Pernese house, which was exquisitely furnished with heirlooms from her family, Paul knew better than to disrupt a hospitality ritual. Wind Blossom served the visitors fragrant tea in delicate porcelain cups. The little plantation of tea bushes, grown to sustain the lovely ceremony, had been a casualty in the first fall. Paul was poignantly aware that the cup of tea he sipped might be the last he would ever taste. "Has Marduk had a chance to inform you, Kitty Ping, that he had several tea bushes in reserve in the conservatory?" Paul asked when everyone had had time to savor the beverage. Kitty Ping inclined her head in a deep bow of gratitude and smiled. "It is a great reassurance." Such a bland reply gave him no opening wedge. Paul moved restlessly, trying to find a comfortable position on the stool, and he knew that Paul and Bay were bursting to discuss the reason for the interview. "All of us would be more reassured, Kit Ping Yong." Abruptly he modulated his voice, which sounded so much louder after her delicate response. "If we had some form of reliable assistance in combating this menace." "Ah?" Her pencil-thin eyebrows rose, and then her tiny hands made a vague gesture about the armrests. "Yes." Paul cleared his throat, annoyed at himself for being so gauche, and more annoyed that he could be so disconcerted by a trivial seating arrangement. She must know why he had arranged the private conference. "The truth is, we are very badly positioned to defend ourselves against threat. Bluntly, we will run out of resources in 5 years. We do not have the equipment to manufacture either sleds or power packs when what we brought are worn out. Kenjo's attempt to destroy threat in space was only partially successful, and there isn't much fuel left for the Mariposa. As you know, none of the colony ships carried any defensive or destructive weaponry. Even if we could construct laser sweep beams, there isn't fuel enough to move even one ship into an effective position to annihilate the pods. Nevertheless, the best way to protect the surface is to destroy this menace in the air. Boris and Dieter have confirmed our worst fears. Thread will sweep across Pern in a pattern that will denude the planet unless we can stop it. We cannot entertain much hope that Ezra Karoon's probe will bring us any useful information." Paul spread his hands with the hopelessness that threatened to overwhelm him. Kitty raised her delicate eyebrows in unfeigned surprise. "The morning star is the source?" Paul sighed heavily. "That is the current theory. We'll know more when the probe returns its survey." Kitty Ping nodded thoughtfully, her willow-slender fingers tightening on the armrests. "We are, Kit Ping Yong," Emily said, sitting even more erect on her stool, "in a desperate situation." Paul Bendon was heartened in an obscure way to see the governor as much like a nervous schoolchild as himself. Paul and Bay nodded encouragement. Kitty Ping and Wind Blossom, who stood slightly behind her grandmother's left side, waited patiently. "If the dragonets were only larger, Kitty," Bay broke in, her manner unusually brusque, "intelligent enough to obey commands, they'd be an immense help to us. I was able to use mentasynth to enhance their own latent empathies, but that's a relatively simple matter. To breed large enough dragons, we need them big." Bay stretched her arms full length and flicked her fingers to indicate room size. "Intelligent, obedient, strong enough to do the job needed. Flame thread out of the sky." She ran out of words then, knowing very well how Kitty Ping Yong felt about bioengineering beyond simple adjustments to adapt creatures to new ecological parameters. Kitty Ping nodded again while her granddaughter regarded her with surprise. "Yes. Size, strength, and considerable intelligence would be required," she said in her softly audible voice. Hiding her hands in the cuffs of her long sleeves and folding them across her stomach, she bent her head and was silent for so long that her audience wondered if she had nodded off in the easy sleep of the aged. Then she spoke again. "And dedication. which is easy to instill in some creatures, impossible in others. The dragonets already possess the traits you wish to enhance and magnify. She smiled, a gentle, faintly apologetic smile of great sadness and compassion. I was the merest student, though a very willing and eager one, in the great Beltray halls of Eridani. I was taught what would happen if I did this or that, enlarged or reduced, severed that synapse or modified this gene pattern. Most of the time what I was taught to do worked, but, alas, she added, raising one hand warningly, I never knew why sometimes the modification failed and the organism died. Or should have. The Beltray would teach us the how, but never the why. Paul sighed deeply, despair threatening to overwhelm him. But I can try, she said, and I will. For though my years are nearly accomplished, there are others to be considered. She turned to smile gently upon Wind Blossom, who ducked her head with humility. Paul shook his head, not quite believing what she had just said. "You will?" Bay exclaimed, jumping to her feet. She stopped just short of rushing to Kitty's raised chair. "Of course I will try." Kitty raised one tiny hand in warning. "But I must caution you that success cannot be assumed. What we undertake is dangerous to the species, could be dangerous for us, and cannot be guaranteed. It is good fortune of the highest degree that the little dragonets already possess so many of the qualities required in the genetically altered animal that suits the urgent need. Even so, we may not be able to achieve the exact creature, or even be sure of a genetic progression. We have no sophisticated laboratory equipment or methods of analysis which could lighten our burden. We must let repetition, the work of many hands and eyes, replace precision and delicacy. The task is appropriate, but the means are barbaric." "But we have to try," Paul Bendon said, rising to his feet with clenched fists. All medical staff not on duty in the infirmary or on ground crew duty, the veterinarians and the apprentices, Sean and Sorka included, worked shifts as Kitty Ping's project was given top priority. Anyone with training in biology, chemistry, or laboratory procedures of any kind, sometimes even those with nimble fingers who could be put to work preparing slides, or those convalescing from threadfall injuries who could watch monitors, were drafted into service. Kitty, Wind Blossom, Bay, and Paul extracted a genetic code from the chromosomes of the fire dragonets. Although the creatures were not of Earth, their biology proved not too dissimilar to work with. "We succeeded with the chiropteroids on Centauri," Paul said, "and they had chains of silicone as their genetic material." A great deal of schedule juggling was required in order to muster enough people to fight fall over populated areas. The detailed sequence of threadfall, established by the exhausted team of Boris Pahlavi and Dieter Kliesmann, gave a structure to which even Kitty's project had to bow. The resultant four-shift roster attempted to provide everyone with some time for themselves, both to relax and to care for their own stakes, though some of the specialists ignored such considerations and had to be ordered to sleep. Everyone over the age of 12 was brought in when thread fell. The hope that Kenjo in the Mariposa could deflect thread pods in the upper reaches of the atmosphere turned out to be ineffective. The predicted double fall over Cardiff in mid-Jordan and Bordeaux in Bahrain and over Seminole and Iron Island was patchy, but the gaps perversely did not include occupied sites. More double falls could be anticipated. On the 31st day after first fall, thread would sweep across Karachi Camp and the tip of the Bahrain Peninsula. 3 days later, a single land corridor would range from Bahrain across Paradise River Stake, while a second fall would pass harmlessly at sea, well above the tip of Cibola Province. After another 3 days, a dangerous double would hit Boca Stake and the thick forests of Lower Bahrain and Arabi, stocks of the one real wood vitally needed to shore up mine pits at busy Karachi Camp and Drake's Lake. Ezra spent hours in the booth that housed the link with the Yokohama's mainframe, scanning the naval and military histories to find some means of combating the menace. He also sought, with much less optimism, obscure equations or devices that might be able to alter the orbit of the planet. Then the next fall could, perhaps, be avoided. Meanwhile, however, the present pass had seeded Pern's orbit with spirals of the encapsulated thread, a danger that the colonists would have to face no matter what. He also did comparisons with data from Kitty's program, delving into science files, using his security ID to access secret or need-to-know information. He was waiting, too, for the probe's findings to be relayed back to him. And because everyone knew where to find Ezra, he often intercepted complaints and minor problems that would have added unnecessary burdens to the Admiral and the Governor. Kenjo was sent on 3 more missions, each time trying to find a more efficient way of destroying enough thread in space to justify the expenditure of precious fuel. The gauges on the Mariposa dropped only slightly with each trip, and Kenjo was commended on his economy. Drake was openly envious of the space pilot's skill. "Jeez, man," Drake would say, "you're driving it on fumes." Kenjo would nod modestly and say nothing. He was, however, rather relieved that he had not managed to transfer all the fuel sacks to their hiding place at Honshu. All too soon he would have to broach that supply to ensure continued trips into space. Only there did he feel totally aware and alive in every sense and nerve of his body. But each time he brought back useful information. Thread, it turned out, traveled in a pod that burned away when it hit the atmosphere of Pern, leaving an inner capsule. About 15,000 feet above the surface, the inner capsule opened into ribbons, some of which were not thick enough to survive in the upper reaches. But, as everyone at landing well knew, plenty fell to the surface. Most of the sleds were unpressurized, so they had an effective ceiling of 10,000 feet. There was still only one way to clear the thread from the skies, by flamethrowers. With thread due to fall on the Big Island stake on day 40, Paul Bendon ordered Avril Bitra and Stev Kimmer to return to landing. When Stev asked what landing needed in the way of the ores mined at Big Island, Joe Lillienkamp was more than happy to supply a list. So when they arrived at landing with 4 sleds crammed canopy high with metal ingots, no one mentioned their long delinquency. "I don't see Avril," Angola commented as the sleds were being unloaded at the metal supply sheds. Stev looked at him, slightly surprised. "She flew back weeks ago." He peered back at the landing grid and saw the sun glint off the Mariposa's hull. "Hasn't she reported in?" Angola shook his head slowly. "Well now, fancy that." Stev's gaze lingered thoughtfully on the Mariposa, just long enough for Angola to notice. "Maybe Thread got her." "Maybe her, but not the sled," Angola replied, knowing that Avril Bitra was too adept at preserving her skin to be scored. "We'll keep an eye out for her." Threadfall charts were displayed everywhere and constantly updated. Previous falls were deleted and future ones limited to the next 3, so that people could plan a week ahead. Avril could not have stopped 10 minutes in landing without learning of the dangers of thread. Angola reminded himself that he must remove that guidance chip from the Mariposa as soon as Kenjo landed. He knew exactly how the space pilot had extended the fuel. He did not want anyone else, especially Avril Bitra, to discover how. Admiral Bendon had been right about Kenjo. Angola did not want to be right about Bitra. "Where do you want me to work now I'm back, Angola?" Stev asked with a wry grin. "Find out where Fulmer Stone needs you most, Kimmer. Glad to see you in one piece." Avril had stayed around landing that night just long enough to know that she did not wish to be conscripted into any of the several teams who could use her special skills. The only skill she preferred to employ, space navigation, was thwarted. So, before dawn broke on landing, and before anyone noticed the existence of a spare sled, she lifted it again, loaded with useful supplies, both food and materiel. She touched down on the rocky height above the ravaged Milan stake, where she had a clear view of landing, and more importantly, a good view of the busy, illuminated grid where the Mariposa would touch down. She spent the early morning hours using the metal sheet she had filched to arrange an umbrella over the sled's Siliplex canopy. She preferred to take every precaution against the deadly airborne stuff. By mid-morning, she had camouflaged her eyrie and tuned the sled scope on her objective. She was rewarded by a provocative view of Kenjo's return. By listening carefully to all the channels available on the sled's comm unit, she managed to discover the facts of his mission and its limited success. Over the next several days, she began to feel secure in her hideout. Because of the old volcanoes, most air traffic took corridors well to either side of her. During the morning, the shadow of the biggest peak lurked over the retreat, like a broad digit pointing directly at her. It was enough to make her flesh creep. She had no real appreciation of views, although the fact that she could look up the Jordan to the bay or down toward Bordeaux meant that she was unlikely to be surprised. She began to relax and wait. Considering the reward, she had trouble practicing patience. "Have you any progress to report, Kitty?" Paul Bendon asked the tiny geneticist. He had never found that close surveillance improved performance, but he needed some morsel of encouragement to lighten the depression of his people. The psychologists reported a lowering of morale as the second month of Threadfall ground on. The initial enthusiasm and resolution was being eroded by fierce work schedules and few distractions. Landing's facilities, once generous, were crowded with technicians drafted into the laboratories, and stakeholders' families returned to the dubious safety of the first settlement. No one was idle. Myri Hanrahan had made a game for the 5- and 6-year-olds with good motor control to assemble control panels by the colors of the chips. Even the most awkward ones could help gather fruits and vegetables from the undamaged lands, or compete with one another in collecting the unusual colored seaweeds from the beaches after high tides or storms. The 7- and 8-year-olds were permitted to help fish with hand lines under the watchful eyes of experienced fishermen. But even the youngest toddlers were beginning to react to mounting tensions. There was considerable talk about allowing more holders to return to their stakes and fly out from their homes to meet Thread. But that would mean splitting up the supply depots and disarranging the work schedules of the more valuable technicians. Paul and Emily finally had to remain adamant on the centralization. That night, Kitty regarded Paul and Emily with a wise and compassionate smile. As she sat erect on the stool by the massive microbiological unit, its minute laser units pushed back from the manipulation chamber, she did not appear fatigued. Only her bloodshot eyes showed the strain of her labors. A program was running with whispering clicks, flashing incomprehensible displays on its several monitors. Kitty paused briefly to regard a graph on one screen and a set of equations on another before she returned her gaze to the anxious men. "There is no way, Admiral, to accelerate gestation, not if you wish a healthy, viable specimen. Not even the Beltray managed to hasten that process. As I mentioned in my last reports, we pinpointed the cause of our original failures and made the necessary corrections. Time-consuming, I realize, but well worth the effort. The 22 bioengineered prototypes we now have are proceeding well into the first semester. We all..." Her delicate hand made a graceful, sweeping gesture that included all the technicians working in the huge laboratory block. "Are immensely cheered by such a high rate of success." She turned her head slightly to watch the flicker of a reading. "We constantly monitor the specimens. They show the same responses as the little tunnel snakes whose development we understand well. Let us earnestly hope that all proceeds without incident. We have been infinitely fortunate so far. Patience is required of you now." "Patience," Paul echoed ruefully. "Patience is in very short supply." Kitty raised her hands in a gesture of impotence. "Day by day the embryos grow. Windblossom and Bay continue to refine the program. In 2 days we shall start a second group. We shall continue to refine the manipulations, always seeking to improve. We do not stand still. We move forward. Our task is great and full of responsibility. One does not irresponsibly change the nature and purpose of any creature. As it was said, the person of intellect is careful in the differentiation of things so that each finds its place. Before completion, deliberation and caution are the prerequisites of success." Kitty then smiled a courtly dismissal of the two leaders and turned her complete attention to the rapidly shifting monitors. Paul and Emily executed equally courteous bows to her slender back and left the room. "Well," Paul began, shrugging off his frustration, "that's that." "What city wasn't built in a day, Paul?" Emily asked whimsically. "Rome." Paul grinned at Emily's astonishment at his prompt reply. "Old Earth, 1st century, I think. Good land fighters and road builders." "Militarists." "Yes," Paul said. They also had a way of keeping people content. They called it circus. I wonder..." On the 42nd day after first fall, with thread crossing uninhabited parts of Araby and Cathay and falling harmlessly in the northern sea above Delta, missing Dorado's western prong, Admiral Bendon and Governor Bowl decreed a day of rest and leisure for all. Governor Bowl asked department heads to schedule workloads to allow everyone to participate in the afternoon feast and evening dancing. Even the most distant stakeholders were invited to come for whatever time they could spare. Admiral Bendon asked for 2 squadrons of volunteers to fly thread at 0930 over the eastern corridor and another 2 to be ready in the early evening to check the western one. The platform on Bonfire Square was gay with multicolored bunting, and a new planetary flag was hoisted on the pole to flap in the breeze. Tables, benches, and chairs were placed around the square, leaving its center clear for dancers. Vats of quickile were to be broached, and Hegelman would produce ale. No one wished to think that it might be the last made for a long while. Joel Lillienkamp released generous supplies without grudge. "Thank the kids that gathered them. Child labor can be efficient," he said with a grin. The Monaco Bay fishermen brought in shining loads of fish and the more succulent seaweeds to be baked in the big, long-unused pits. 20 farm steaks donated as many steers to turn on spits. Pierre de Courcy had worked all the previous night, baking cakes and making extravagant sweets. "Better to fatten humans than shred." He was always happiest when overseeing a large effort. "It's good to hear music and singing and laughter," Paul murmured to Angola as they wandered from one group to another. "I think it would be a good custom to establish," Angola replied. "Something to look forward to. Reunites old friends, improves bonds, gives everyone a chance to air and compare." He nodded to the group that included his wife, Sabra, Sala Telgar Andayar, and Bar Hamel Jessup, chatting and laughing together, each with a sleepy child on her lap. "We need to gather more often." Paul nodded, then glanced at his wrist chrono and, swearing softly under his breath, went off to lead the volunteers against the western fall. Angola was not feeling exactly top of the mark the next morning when he arrived for his watch at the Met Tower. In fact, he had called in first at the infirmary, where the pharmacist had given him a hangover tablet and assured him that he was one of many. But her comment about disturbing casualties during that threadfall had only made his headache worse. The report that awaited him at the Met Tower was a shock and a surprise. One sled had been totaled and its crew of 3 killed. A second sled had been badly crumpled, the starboard gunner killed, and pilot and port gunner badly injured in the mid-air head-on collision. Someone had not been obeying the altitude restrictions. Angola groaned involuntarily as he read the casualty list. Becky Nielsen, a mining apprentice just back from Big Island. She had been safer after all with Avril. Bart Nilwan, a very promising young mechanic, and Ben Jepson. Angola rubbed his eyes to clear the blur. Bob Jepson was the other dead pilot. 2 in the same family. Those twins, farting around in break-ass fashion instead of following orders. Stinkin' air. What could he say to their parents? A minor fall with a party to come back to, and they died. Angola put his hand on a comm unit, about to dial administration. Then he heard someone tapping hesitantly at the door. "Come," he called. Catherine Redland Doyle stood there, her eyes round, her face pale. "Yes, Kathy?" "Sir, Mr. Angola." Either will do. He mustered an encouraging smile. Considering the amount of trouble Kathy could get into, from stumbling into caves at an early age to marrying the most feckless jote on the planet, he wondered at her shy demeanor. She was, poor child, just one of those people to whom events tended to occur with no connivance from themselves at all. "Sir, I've found a cave." "Yes?" he encouraged when she hesitated. She was constantly finding caves. "It wasn't empty." Angola sat up straight. "It had a lot of fuel sacks in it?" he asked. If Catherine had found it, would Avril? No, Avril did not have the same sort of luck Catherine had. "However did you know, Mr. Angola?" She looked faint with relief. "Possibly because I know they're there." "You do? They are? I mean, they weren't put there by them?" "No, by us." He wanted to make as little fuss about Kenjo's horde as possible. He had been counting the dwindling numbers and wondering why Kenjo seemed so complacent after each trip. Angola flicked a glance at the corner of the shadowed shelving where the guidance chips were hidden in their dark foam case. Catherine suddenly sank to the nearest chair. "Oh, sir, you don't know what a fright it gave me, thinking that someone else was here because everyone knows there's so little fuel left. And then to see—" "But you saw nothing, Catherine," Angola told her crisply. "Nothing whatever. There's no cave worth noticing down that particular crevasse, and you won't say a thing about it to anyone else. I will personally tell the Admiral, but you will tell no one." "Oh, no, sir." "This information cannot, I repeat, cannot be divulged to any other person." "That's right, Mr. Angola." She nodded solemnly several times. Then she smiled winsomely. "Shall I keep on looking?" "Yes, I think you'd better. And find something." "Oh, but I have, Mr. Angola, and Joel Lillienkamp says they're going to be excellent storage space." Her face clouded briefly. "But he didn't say for what." "Go, Kathy, and find something else." She left, and Angola had barely returned to brooding over the first serious losses to their defense when Tarvi came storming up the stairs. "It's been staring us in the face, Z," he said, swinging his arms in one of his expansive gestures. His face was alight with enthusiasm, although his skin looked a bit gray from the excesses of the night before. "What?" Angola was in no mood for puzzles. "Them! There!" Tarvi gestured extravagantly out the northern windows. "All the time!" It was probably the headache, Angola thought, but he had no idea what Tarvi was talking about. "What do you mean?" "All this time we've been slavering away at mining ore, refining it, molding it, adding weeks to our labors, when all the time we've had what we need in front of us." "No puzzles, Tarvi." Tarvi's expressive eyes widened in surprise and consternation. "I give you no puzzles, Z, my friend, but the source of much valuable metals and materials. The shuttles, Z, the shuttles can be dismantled and the components used for our specific purposes here and now. Theirs is done. Why let them slowly decay on the meadow?" Tarvi emphasized each new sentence with a flick of long fingers out the window, and then, exasperated with Angola's incomprehension, he hauled the man to his feet and pointed a very long, slightly dirty forefinger directly at the tail fins of the old shuttles. "There. We'll use them. Hundreds of relays, miles of the proper flex and tubing, 6 small mountains of recyclable material. Have you any idea of how much is in them?" In an instant, all the exuberance drained from the volatile geologist. He put both hands on Angola's shoulders. "We can replace the sled we lost today, even if we cannot replace those marvelous young lives or comfort their stricken families. The parts make a new whole." Work dulled the edge of the sorrow that hung over Landing at the loss of 4 young people. The 2 survivors reluctantly admitted that the Jepson twins, toward the end of that fall, had indulged in some fatal foolery. Ben's sled had been scheduled for servicing after the fall because its previous pilot had reported a sluggish reaction on port side turns. The sled had been considered safe enough for what should have been a monitoring flight. Rather than prevent other such collisions, the next few falls saw a rash of them, even as Tarvy's crew began to strip the first shuttle and Fulmer's teams began to service and replace from the bonanza of salvage. The longest hours were still put in at Kitty Ping's laboratory, monitoring the development of the specimens for any signs of aberration from the program. "Patience," was Kitty's response to all queries. "All proceeds vigorously." 3 days after the mid-air collision, Wind Blossom discovered her grandmother still at the electronic microscope, apparently peering at yet another slide. But when Wind Blossom touched Kitty's arm, the movement produced an unexpected result. The dainty fingers slipped from their relaxed position on the keyboard, and the body slumped forward, only kept upright by the brace that held her to the stool for her long sessions at the microscope. Wind Blossom let out a moan and dropped to her knees, holding one tiny cold hand to her forehead. Bay heard her disconsolate weeping and came to see what had happened. Instantly she called to Paul and Quan, then phoned for a doctor. Once Wind Blossom had followed the gurney carrying her grandmother's body out of the room, Bay straightened her plump shoulders and stood at the console. She asked the computer if it had finished its program. "Program completed," flashed on the screen. Almost indignantly, Bay thought in the portion of her mind that was not sorrowing. She tapped out an information query. The screen displayed a dazzling series of computations and ended with, "Remove unit. Danger if unit is not immediately removed." Astonished, Bay recognized the paraphernalia on the workspace beside the electronic microscope. Kitty Ping had been manipulating gene patterns again, a complicated process that Bay found as daunting as Wind Blossom did, despite Kitty Ping's encouragements. So Kitty had made those infinitesimal alterations in the chromosomes. Bay felt the chill of a terrible apprehension sweep through her plump body. She pressed her lips together. That moment was not the time to panic. They must not lose what Kitty Ping had been making of the raw material of Pern. With hands that were not quite steady, she unlocked the microcylinder, removed the tiny gel-encapsulated unit, and placed it in the culture dish that Kitty had readied. An agony as severe as a knife stab almost doubled Bay up, but she fought the grief and the knowledge that Kit Ping Yong had died to produce that altered egg cell. The label was even prepared. Trial 2684/16/M. Nucleus number 22A. Metasynth generation B2. Boron silicon system 4. Size 2H. 16.204.8. Walking as fast as her shaky legs would permit and gradually recovering her composure, Bay took the final legacy of the brilliant technician to the gestation chamber and put it carefully beside the 41 similar units that held the hopes of Pern. That was the second probe to malfunction, Ezra told Paul and Emily, his quiet voice ragged with disappointment. "When the first one blew up, or whatever, I thought it a mischance. Even vacuum isn't perfect insulation against decay. Probe motors could misfire, their recording device clogged somehow or other. So I refined the program for the second one. It got exactly as far as the first one, and then every light went red. Either that atmosphere is so corrosive even our probe enamels melt, or the garage on the Yokohama has somehow been damaged, and the probes too. I don't know, guys." Ezra was not much given to agitated gestures, but he paced up and down Paul's office, strutting and waving his arms about him like a scarecrow in a high wind. The last few days had wearied and aged him. Paul and Emily exchanged concerned glances. Kitty Ping's death had been such a shock, following so closely on the sled collision disaster. The geneticist had seemed so indestructible, despite the fact that everyone knew of her physical frailty. She had exuded a quality of immortality, however false that had proved. "Whose theory was it that we were being bombarded from outer space to reduce us to submission?" Ezra asked, stopping suddenly in his tracks and staring at the two leaders. "Oh, come on now, Ezra." Paul was bluntly derisive. "Think a minute, man. We're all under a strain, but not one that makes us lose our wits. We all know that there are atmospheres that can and have melted probes. Furthermore..." He halted, not certain what would suffice to reassure Ezra and himself. Furthermore, the organism attacking us, Emily went on with superb composure, is hydrocarbon-based, and if it comes from that planet, its atmosphere is not corrosive. I favor malfunction. My opinion, too, Paul said, nodding his head vigorously. Fardels, Ezra, let's not talk ourselves into more problems than we've got. We've got, Ezra brought both fists down on the desk, to probe that planet, or we won't know enough to combat the stuff. Half the settlers want to know the source and destroy it so we can get back to our lives. Rake up the debris and forget all this. What aren't you telling us, Ezra? Emily asked, cocking her head slightly and regarding the captain with an unflinching gaze. Ezra stared back at her for a very long moment, then straightened from his half-crouch over the desk and began to smile wryly. You've been sitting in the interface booth long hours, Ezra, and you weren't playing tiddlywinks while the programs were running, Emily went on. My calculations are frightening, he said in a low voice, glancing over each shoulder. If the program is in any way accurate, and I've run it 5 times now from start to finish, we have to put up with Thread for long after that red planet crosses out of the inner system. How long will that be? Paul felt his fingers gripping the armrests and made a conscious effort to relax them while he tried to recall some reassuring facet of planetary orbits. I get between 40 and 50 years. Emily grimaced, her mouth forming an O of surprise before she slowly exhaled. 40 or 50 years, you say? If, Ezra added grimly, the menace originated from that planet. Paul caught his eyes and saw the ineffably weary and discouraged look in them. If? There is another alternative? I have discerned a haze about the planet, irrespective of its atmospheric envelope, a haze that spreads backward in this system and swirls along the eccentric's path. I cannot refine that telescope enough to tell more. It could be space debris, a nebulosity, the remnants of a cometary tail, a whole bunch of things that are harmless. But if it should be harmful? Emily asked. That tail would take nearly 50 years to diffuse out of Pern's orbit, some into Rookbot, the rest... who knows? There was a long moment of silence. Any suggestions? Paul asked finally. Yes, Ezra said, straightening his shoulders with a wrench. He held up 2 fingers. Take a trip to the Yokohama, find out what's bugging the probes, and send 2 of them down to the planet to gather as much information as we can. Send the other 2 along the line of that cometary dust and use the Yoko's more powerful space scope with no planetary interference to see if we can identify its source and components. Ezra then locked his fingers together and cracked his knuckles, a habit that always made Emily shudder. Sorry, Em. At least you can recommend some positive action, Paul went on. The big question is, Paul, is there enough fuel to get someone to the Yoko and back? Kenjo's already made more trips than I thought possible. Good pilot, Paul said discreetly. There's enough for what we need now. Kenjo will pilot, and did you wish to go with him? Ezra shook his head slowly. Avril Bitra has the training for the job. Avril? Paul gave a harsh bark and then shook his head, grinning sourly. Avril's the last person I'd put on the Mariposa for any reason, even if we knew where she is. Really? Ezra looked at Emily for an explanation, but she shrugged. Well, then, Kenjo can double. No, he corrected himself. If something's wrong with the probes, we'd need a good technician. Stev Kimmer, he's back, isn't he? Who else? Paul jotted down names rather than worry Ezra with more suspicions. Kenjo is a very capable technician, Emily insisted. There should be 2 on the mission for safety's sake, Ezra said, furrowing his brow. This mission has got to give us the results we need. The Angola, Paul suggested. Yes, the very one, Ezra agreed. If he runs into any trouble, I can have Stev at the interface for expert advice. 40 years, huh? Emily said, watching Paul underline the 2 final choices on the pad. Rather longer than we'd bargained for, my friend. Let's start training replacements. Inevitably, their thoughts went to Wind Blossom, so obviously a frail vessel to continue the work her grandmother had begun. Avril's suspicious nature was aroused not by anything she heard, although what she did not hear was as significant, but by what she saw in the weary hours she manned the sled's scope. It was usually trained on the Mariposa, sitting at the far end of the landing grid. The night before every one of Kenjo's jaunts, he had done exterior and internal checks of the craft. Fussy-foosy. Her use of the nickname was not quite derisive, because she simply could not figure out how he had managed to stretch the small reserve of fuel on the Mariposa as far as he already had. She had seen some activity about it last night, but no sign of Kenjo. In fact, with neither moon out, she had just barely seen the shifting of shadow that indicated activity about the craft. She had been quite agitated. The only thing that reassured her was that several figures were involved. But no one entered the gig. That perplexed her. At first light, so early that no one was yet working the donks at the skeleton of the shuttle that had been the center of considerable activity all week, she was surprised to see Fulmar Stone and Z. Angola approaching the vessel. Her apprehension, honed by weeks of waiting, spurred her to remove the protective cover from her sled in preparation for a quick departure. At full speed, she could reach the landing grid in less than 15 minutes. Early morning traffic into landing would be sufficient to give her cover. She had a moment's anxiety, thinking that perhaps the Mariposa had developed a problem and they were scavenging replacement parts from the shuttle. Kenjo had flown a mission 3 days before with his usual economical takeoff and landing. She had to hand it to him. He was gliding in smoothly, with no power at all. Only where was he getting the fuel to lift? The 3 men, moving with almost stealthy speed, slipped inside the little spaceship and closed the airlock. Well, the access to the engines was through exterior panels, so she began to relax. They remained inside the ship for 3 hours, long enough for a full interior systems check. But that did not presage a usual flight. Maybe the Mariposa was bollocks. Scorch Kenjo for ineptitude. The Mariposa had to be spaceworthy. Avril swore. Or had something happened to Kenjo so that Angola was taking the ship up? But how? There could not be much fuel left, so why were they checking internal systems? Why were they making yet another jaunt? Displeased, Avril finished her preparations to fly. Salah Telger Andiyar was feeding her daughter her breakfast in the shady, covered porch of Myri Hanrahan's Asian Square house when she caught sight of a familiar figure striding down the path. It was covered by loose overalls, and a peaked cap was pulled well down over the face, but the walk was undeniably Avril's, especially from the rear. Never mind the greasy hands, the exhaust pipe carried so ostentatiously in one hand, the clipboard in the other. That was Avril, who only sullied her hands for a good cause. No one had seen her since she had left Big Island. Salah continued to watch until Avril mingled in with the crowd at the main depot, where technicians jostled one another for parts and material. Ever since Salah had overheard Avril's conversation with Kimmer, she had known the woman would attempt to leave Pern. Did Avril know of Kenjo's fuel dump? Irritably, Salah shook her head. Kara blinked her huge brown eyes and stared apprehensively at her mother. Sorry, love, your mother's mind is clicks away. Salah gathered more puree on the spoon and deposited it into Kara's obediently open mouth. No, Salah told herself fiercely, because she wanted to believe it so badly, Avril could not have discovered that fuel. She had been too busy mining gemstones on Big Island, at least up until 3 weeks before. And where has Avril been since then, Salah asked herself. Watching while Kenjo flew the Mariposa? That would certainly send Avril Bitra to thinking hard. Well, Salah was due on her shift soon anyway, and as luck would have it, the sled she was servicing was on the grid. She would have a clear view of the Mariposa and those who approached it. If Avril came anywhere near, Salah would set up an alarm. There had been no talk of Kenjo making another attempt to clear threat in the atmosphere. Then, too, Kenjo's flights were usually plotted for the dawn window, and Salah's shift began well past that time. It all happened rather quickly. Salah was walking toward the sled she was servicing as Angola and Kenjo, suited for space travel, left the tower with Ezra Karoun, Dieter Kliesmann, and 2 other overalled figures whom Salah was astonished to recognize by their postures as Paul and Emily. Angola and Kenjo had the appearance of men listening to last-minute instructions. Then they continued on, almost at a stroll, toward the Mariposa, while the others turned back into the Met Tower. Suddenly, another suited figure began to walk across the grid on a path that would intercept Angola and Kenjo. Even in the baggy space gear, the figure walked as only Avril did. Salah grabbed the nearest big spanner and started at a jog-trot across the grid. Angola and Kenjo disappeared behind the pile of discarded sled parts at the edge of the field. Avril had begun to run, and Salah increased her own pace. She lost sight of Angola and Kenjo. Then she saw Avril pick up a short strut from the pile and disappear out of sight. Rounding the pile, Salah saw both Kenjo and Angola flat on the ground. Blood covered the back of Kenjo's head and Angola's shoulder and neck. Salah ran flat out, ducking down to keep scrap heaps between her and the Mariposa. As it was, she just made it as the airlock was closing. She threw herself inside and felt something scrape her left foot. There was an immense hissing, and then she blacked out. Myri Hanrahan thought it odd that Salah had not rung at lunchtime to tell her she was delayed. With so many small ones to feed, every mother tried to be there at meal times. Myri got one of her older children to feed Kara instead, thinking that something very important must have demanded Salah's attention. None of the people at the Met Tower or admin building expected any contact from Angola or Kenjo while the shuttle was moving through the ionized atmosphere. Ezra, seated at the desk of the voice-activated interface, could follow its course via the activated monitor screens on board the Yokohama. The Mariposa was closing fast and soon reached the docking port. "Safely there," Ezra announced when he rang through to both tower and administration. Half an hour later, children playing at the edge of the grid came screaming back to their teacher about the dead men. Actually, Angola was still barely alive. Paul met the medic team at the infirmary. "He'll live, but he's lost more blood than I like," the doctor told the Admiral. "What in hell happened to him and Kenjo?" "How was Kenjo killed?" Paul asked. "The old blunt instrument. The paras found a bloodied strut nearby, probably that. Kenjo never knew what hit him." Paul was not sure he did either, for his legs suddenly would not support him. The doctor beckoned fiercely for one of the paras to help the Admiral to a seat and poured a glass of Quick-Al. Paul tried to dismiss the eager hands. The implications of the 2 deaths greatly disturbed him. There was no antidote for Kenjo's loss, though the wretched Quick-Al eased the intense shock that had rocked him. In the back of his mind, as he knocked back the drink, he wondered where Kenjo had cached the rest of the fuel. Why, Paul seethed at himself, had he not asked the man before? He could have done so any time before or after the last few flights Kenjo had taken in the Mariposa. As Admiral, he knew exactly how much fuel had been left in the gig on its last drop. Now it was too late. Unless Angola knew. He had mentioned to Paul that there was not much left at the original site, but that Kenjo had been supplying the Mariposa. The figures Salah had initially reported to Angola indicated a lot more fuel than Paul had seen in that cave the other night. Well, the misappropriation, yes, that was the right term, had had a final appropriate usage. Maybe Kenjo's wife knew where he had stored the remainder. Paul consoled himself with that thought. Kenjo's wife would certainly know if there were more fuel sacks at the Honshu stake. He forced himself to deal with present issues. A man had been murdered, and another lay close to death on a planet that had, until that moment, witnessed no capital crime. "Angola will survive," the doctor was saying, pouring Paul a second shot. "He's got a splendid constitution, and we'll work any miracle required. We could probably have saved Kenjo if we'd got there earlier. Brain dead. Drink this. Your color's lousy." Paul finished the Quick-Al and put the glass down with a decisive movement. He took a deep breath and rose to his feet. "I'm fine, thanks. Get on with saving Angola. We'll need to know what happened when he recovers consciousness. Keep the rumors down, people," he added, addressing the others in the room. He strode out of the emergency facility and turned immediately for the building that housed the interface chamber and Ezra. As he walked, he reviewed the puzzle that rattled his orderly mind. He had seen the Mariposa take off. Who had flown her? He stopped off to collect Emily from her office, briefing her on the calamity. Ezra was surprised by the arrival of both Admiral and Governor. The Mariposa's current flight was being treated as routine. "Kenjo's dead, and Angola seriously injured, Ezra," Paul said as soon as he had closed and locked the door behind them. "So who's flying the Mariposa?" "Gods in the heavens!" Ezra leapt to his feet and pointed to the monitor, which clearly showed the safely docked Mariposa. The flight was pre-calculated to hit the right window, but the docking process was left to the pilot. It was very smoothly done. Not everyone can do that. "I'll run a check on the whereabouts of pilots, Paul," Emily said, picking up a handset. Paul glared at the monitor. "I don't think we need to do that. Call..." Paul had started to say Angola and rubbed his hand across his face. "Who's at the Met Tower?" "Jake Chernoff and Dieter Kliesman," Emily reported. "Then ask Jake if there's any unmodified sleds on the grid. Find out exactly where Stev Kimmer, Nabol Nabi, and Bart Limos are, and..." Paul held up a warning hand. "If anyone's seen Avril Bitra anywhere." "Avril?" Ezra echoed, and then clamped his mouth firmly shut. Suddenly, Paul swore in a torrent of abusive language that made even Ezra regard him with amazement, and slammed out of the room. Emily concentrated on finding the pilots and had completed her check before Paul returned. He leaned back against the closed door, catching his breath. "Stev, Nabi, and Limos are accounted for. Where did you go?" Emily asked. "To check Angola's spacesuit. Doc says he'll recover from his injuries. The strut just missed severing the shoulder muscle and leaving him a cripple, but..." Paul held up a crystal packet between forefinger and thumb. "No one is going to get very far in the Mariposa." He nodded grimly as Ezra realized what the Admiral was holding. One of the more essential parts of the guidance system. Angola had not yet put it in place. "Then how did..." "Avril?" Emily asked, pausing for confirmation. Paul nodded slowly. "Yes, it has to be Avril, doesn't it? But why would she want to get to the Yoko?" "First step to leaving the system, Emily. We've been stupidly lax." "Yes, I know we have this," he acknowledged when Emily pointed to the chip panel. "But we shouldn't have allowed her to get that far in the first place. And we all knew what she was like. Salah warned us. And the years and recent unusual events," Ezra put in, mildly hinting that Paul need not excoriate himself. "We should have guarded the Mariposa as long as she'd an ounce of fuel in her." "We also ought to have had the sense to ask Kenjo where he was getting all the fuel," Ezra added. "We knew that," Emily said with a wry grin. "You did?" Ezra was amazed. "At least Angola took no chances," Paul went on, wincing as he remembered the sight of the man's battered shoulder and neck. "This," he put the guidance chip very carefully down on the shelf above the worktop, "was Angola's special precaution, done with Kenjo's complete concurrence." Emily sat down heavily in the nearest chair. "So, where does that leave us now?" "The next move would appear to be Avril's." Ezra shook his head sadly. "She's got more than enough fuel to get back down." "That is not her intention," Paul said. "Unfortunately," Emily said, "she has a hostage whether she knows it or not. Salah Telgar Andayar is also missing." Salah returned to consciousness, aware of severe discomfort and a throbbing pain in her left foot. She was bound tightly and efficiently in an uncomfortable position, her hands behind her back and secured to her tied feet. She was floating with her side just brushing the floor of the spacecraft. The lack of gravity told her that she was no longer on Pern. There was a rhythmic but unpleasant background noise, along with the sounds of things clattering and slipping about. Then she recognized the monotonous and vicious sounds to be the curses of Avril Bitra. "What in hell did you do to the guidance systems, Telgar?" she asked, kicking at the bound woman's ribs. The kick lifted Salah off the floor, and she found herself floating within inches of the face of an enraged Avril Bitra. Probably the only reason Salah was still breathing was because the cabin of the Mariposa had its own oxygen supply. Kenjo would have charged the tanks up to full, wouldn't he? Salah asked herself in a moment of panic as she continued to float beyond Avril. The other woman was suited. The helmet sat on a rack above the pilot's seat, ready for use. Avril reached up and grabbed Salah's arm. "What do you know about this? Tell me and be quick about it, or I'll evacuate you and save the air for me to breathe." Salah had no doubt that the woman was capable of doing just that. "I know nothing about anything, Avril. I saw you stalking Angola and Kenjo and knew you were up to something, so I followed you and got in the airlock just as you took off." "You followed me?" Avril lashed out with a fist. The impact caused both women to bounce apart. Avril steadied herself on a handhold. "How dare you?" "Well, as I hadn't seen you in months and longed to know how you were faring, it seemed a good idea at the time." Hang for the fleece, hang for the sheep, Salah thought. She could not shrug her shoulders. What had she done to her foot? It was an aching mess. "Bloody hell! You've flown this frigging crate. How do I override the pre-flight instructions? You must know that." "I might, if you'd let me see the console." She saw hope, and then manic doubt in Avril's eyes. Salah was not lying. "How could I possibly tell from over here? I don't know where we are. I've been just another thread slitter." Even to a woman slightly paranoid, the truth would be obvious. Salah warned herself to be very careful. "Just let me look." She did not ask to be untied, although that was what she desperately wanted, needed. Her right shoulder must have been bruised by her fall into the cabin, and all the muscles were spasming. "Don't think I'll untie you," Avril warned, and contemptuously she pushed Salah across the cabin. Grabbing a handhold, she corrected Salah's spin to a painful halt against the command console. "Look." Salah did, though hanging slightly upside down was not the best position for the job. She had to think carefully, for Avril had piloted shuttles and knew something of their systems. But the Mariposa, though small, was designed to traverse interplanetary distances, dock with a variety of stations or other craft, and had the sophisticated controls to perform a considerable variety of maneuvers in space and on a planetary surface. Salah dared to hope that much of its instrumentation would be unfamiliar to Avril. "To find out what the ship just did," she instructed, "hit the return button on the bottom tier of the greens." "No, the port side." Avril jerked at Salah, tweaking strained arm and back muscles and jamming Salah's head against the viewscope. Salah's long hair was freed completely from its pins and flowed over her face. "Don't get cute," Avril snapped, her finger hovering on the appropriate button. "This one?" Salah nodded, floating away again. Avril punched the button with one hand and hauled her back into position with the other. Then she caught the handhold to keep herself in place. Every action has a reaction, Salah thought, trying to clear her head of pain and confusion. The monitor came up with a pre-flight instruction plan. The Mariposa was programmed to dock here on the Yoko. It was nice to know where she was, Salah reflected. Once you hit the power, you couldn't alter its course. "Well," Avril said, her tone altering considerably, "I wanted to come here first anyhow. I just wanted to come on my own." Salah, hair falling over her face, felt a lessening of the tension that emanated from the woman. Some of the beauty returned to a face no longer contorted with frustration. "I don't need you hanging about then." Avril reached up and gave Salah's body a calculated shove that sent her to the opposite end of the cabin, to bump harmlessly against the other wall and then hover there. "Well, I'll just get to work." How long Salah was suspended in that fashion she did not know. She managed to tilt her head and get her hair to float away from her eyes, but she did not dare to move much. Action produced reaction, and she did not wish to draw attention to herself. She ached all over, but the pain in her foot was almost unbearable. A tirade of malevolent and resentful oaths spun from Avril's lips. "None of the programs run. Of all the frigging luck, nothing runs." Salah had just enough time to duck her head to avoid Avril's projectile arrival against her. As it was, she went head over heels in a spin that Avril, laughing gleefully, assisted until the rotation made Salah retch. "You bitch, woman!" Avril stopped Salah before she could expel more vomit into the air. "Okay, if that's the way of it, you know what I need to know, and you're going to tell me or I'll kill you by inches." A spaceman's knife, with its many handle-packed implements, sliced across the top of Salah's nose. Then she felt the blade none too gently cutting the bindings on her hands and feet. Blood rushed through starved arteries, and her strained muscles reacted painfully. If she had not been in free fall, she would have collapsed. As it was, the agony of release made her sob and shake. "Clean up your spew first," Avril said, shoving a slop jar at her. Salah did as she was told, grateful for the lack of gravity, grateful for the release, and wondering what she could do to gain an upper hand. But she had little opportunity to enjoy her freedom, for Avril had other ways of securing her prisoner's cooperation. Before Salah realized what was happening, Avril had secured a tether to the injured foot and tweaked the line. Pain, piercing like a shard of glass, shot through Salah's leg and up to her groin. There was too little left in her stomach to throw up. Avril jerked Salah over to the console, pushed her into the pilot's chair, and tied her down, twitching her improvised lead line to remind Salah of her helplessness. "Now, check the fuel on board, check the quantity in the Yoko's tanks. I've done that. I know the answer, so don't try anything clever." A jerk against Salah's injured foot reinforced the threat. "Then enter a program that gets me out of this wretched asshole of a midden system." Salah did as she was told, though her head ached and her eyes blurred repeatedly. She could not suppress her surprise at the amount of fuel in the Mariposa's tanks. "Yes, someone was holding back on it. You?" There was a jerk on the line. "Kenjo, I suspect," Salah replied coolly, managing to suppress a cry. She was determined not to give Avril any satisfaction. "Fussy-foosy? Yes, that computes. I thought he'd given up all too tamely. Where did he hide it?" The line tightened. Salah had to bite hard on her lip against the sob. "Probably at his stake. It's back of beyond. No one goes there. He could hide anything there." Avril snorted and remained silent. Salah made herself breathe deeply, forcing more adrenaline into her system to combat pain, fatigue, and fear. "All right. Compute me a course to..." Avril consulted a notebook. "Here." Only because Salah already knew the coordinates did she recognize the numbers. Avril wished to go to the system nearest them, a system that, though uninhabited, was closer to the populated sectors of space. The course would stretch the Mariposa to the end of available fuel, even if Avril also drained the Yoko's tanks. It gave Salah no consolation to think that the little ship might drift for centuries with Avril safe and composed in deep sleep. Unless, just maybe, Angola had tampered with the sleep tanks, too. She liked that idea, but she knew Angola too well to presume that kind of foresight. Unfortunately, the Avrils of the galaxy could make themselves at home in any time and culture. So if Avril went into deep sleep, eventually someone or something would rescue her and the Mariposa. Salah did not need to see them to know that Avril had several fortunes worth of gemstones and precious metals aboard the Mariposa. There had never been any doubt in anyone's mind why Avril had chosen Big Island as her stake, but no one had cared. But then, no one would have imagined that she would be mad enough to attempt to leave Pern, even with Threadfall threatening the planet. Wondering why Avril, who was an astrogator after all, had not been able to complete laying in such a simple course, Salah did as she was ordered. She had more experience than Avril did with the Mariposa's drive board, but the program was not accepted. Error 259 at line 57, 46, 55, 34, 51-1 was the message. Avril jerked hard on the line, and Salah hissed against the burning, crippling pain in her foot. "Try again. There's more than one way of entering a course." Salah obeyed. "I'll have to go around the existing parameters." "Reset the entire effing thing, but plot that course," Avril told her. As Salah began the more laborious deviation into the command center of the gig's course computer, she was aware that Avril had picked up a long, narrow cylinder from the rack by her helmet. She fiddled with it, humming tunelessly under her breath, seemingly thoroughly delighted with herself. When Salah finally tapped the Return tab, she became aware of Avril's intense interest in the flickering console. She chanced to look at what the woman had been fondling. It was a homemade capsule. Not a Homer, they were thicker and longer, but something more like the standard beacon. Suddenly, she clearly saw Avril's plan. Avril would take the Mariposa as far away from the Rookbot system as possible, and then direct the distress beacon toward shipping lanes. Every planetary system involved with the Federated Sentient Planets, and some life forms who were not, traced distress beacons to origin. The devices, automatically released when a ship was destroyed, were often traced by those who wished to turn whatever profit they could on the flotsam. Avril's plan was not as insane as it seemed. Salah felt certain that Stev Kimmer had intended to take the trip with her, to be rescued by the distress beacon he had made for her. Words flashed on the screen. No access without standard FCP/120 GM. Fuck it. That's all I could get out of it. Try again, Telgar. Avril pressed Salah's foot against the base of the console module, increasing the pain to the point where Salah felt herself losing consciousness. Avril viciously pinched her left breast. You don't pass out on me, Telgar. Look, Salah said, her voice rather more shaken than she liked. I've tried twice. You've tried. I've tried the failsafe I was taught. Someone anticipated you, Bitra. Open up this panel, and I'll tell you if we've been wasting effort. She was trembling, not only with pain, but with the effort not to relieve her bladder. But she did not dare to ask even that favor. Swearing, her face livid with frustration and rage, Avril deftly removed the panel, kicking the console in her frenzy. Salah leaned as far away as her bonds permitted, hoping to escape any stray blows. How did they do it? What did they take, Telgar, or I'll start carving you up? Avril flattened Salah's left hand over the exposed chips, and her knife blade cut through the little finger to the bone. Pain and shock lanced through Salah's body. You don't need this one at all. Blood hangs in the air just like vomit and urine, Bitra, and if you don't stop, you'll have both in free fall. They locked eyes in a contest of wills. What did they remove? With each word, Avril sawed against the little finger. Salah screamed. It felt good to scream, and she knew that it would complete the picture of her in Avril's mind. Soft. Salah had never felt harder in her life. Guidance. They removed the guidance chip. You can't go anywhere. The blade left her finger, and Salah stared in fascination at the drops of blood that formed and floated. The contemplation took her mind off Avril's ranting until the woman snagged her shoulder. Are all the spare parts on the planet? Did they strip everything from the Yoko? Salah forced her attention away from the blood and the pain, clamping down on all but the important consideration, how to thwart Avril without seeming to. I'd say that there would be guidance chips left in the main board that could be substituted. There'd better be. Avril slipped the knife through the cord that bound Salah to the pilot's seat. Okay, we suit up and head for the bridge. Not before I go to the head, Avril, Salah replied. She nodded at her hand. And attend to this. You don't want blood on the chips, you know. She let herself scream with the pain of the jerk to her foot. She felt she had handled her submission well. Avril would have suspected a more immediate capitulation. And another boot. Finally, Salah could spare a dispassionate look at her foot. Half her heel was missing, and a puddle of blood rocked slowly back and forth, moved by the agitation of Avril's kicks. Wait! Avril had also noticed the blood. She spun away to the lockers by the hatch and came back with a spacesuit and a dirty cloth. There. Strip! Salah tied up her finger with the least soiled strip of cloth and used the rest to bind her foot. It hurt badly, and she could feel that fragments of her work boot had been jammed into the flesh. She was allowed the use of the head, while Avril watched and made snide cracks about maternal changes in a woman's body. Salah pretended to be more humiliated than she actually felt. It made Avril feel so superior. The higher the summit, the harder the fall, Salah thought grimly. She struggled into the spacesuit. She's left the gig, Admiral, Ezra said suddenly into the tense silence in the crowded interface chamber. Tarvi had been called in. Silent tears streamed down his face. She's past the sensors at the docking area. No, he corrected himself. 2 bodies have passed the sensors. Tarvi let out a ragged sob, but said nothing. Bit by bit, the pieces had been put together to solve the puzzle of Salah's disappearance and Avril Bitra's reappearance. A technician working on a remount job on the sled nearest Salah's remembered seeing her leave her task and wander toward the scrap pile at the edge of the grid. He had also noticed Kenjo and Angola walking to the Mariposa. He had not seen anyone else in that vicinity. Shortly afterward, he had seen the Mariposa lift off. Once someone thought to look for it, the sled Avril had used was easily spotted. It carried none of the modifications that all other Pernese sleds bore. It had been left at the edge of the grid, among others that had been called in for servicing. Stev Kimmer was called in to identify it. She had removed every trace of her occupancy, although Stev pointed to scrape marks that were new to him. He also kept his personal comments about his erstwhile partner to himself, though his expression had been sufficiently grim for Paul and Emily to suspect that he had been double-crossed. For one moment he had hesitated. Then, with a shrug, he had answered every question they asked him. "She won't get anywhere," Emily said firmly, striving for optimism. "No, she won't." Paul looked at a guidance cartridge, not daring to glance in Tarvi's direction. "Couldn't she replace it from similar chips on the bridge?" Tarvi asked, his face an odd shade, his lips dry, and his liquid eyes tormented. "Not the right size," Ezra said, his expression infinitely sad. "The Mariposa was more modern, used smaller, more sophisticated crystals. Besides," Paul added heavily, "the chip she really needs is the one Angola replaced with a blank. Oh, she can probably set a course, and it will appear to be accepted. The ship will reverse out of the dock, but the moment she touches the firing pin, it'll just go straight ahead." "But, Salah," Tarvi demanded in an anguished voice, "what will happen to my wife?" Salah waited until Avril had reversed the Mariposa from the dock, let it drift away from the Yokohama's bulk, and ignited the Mariposa's tail flame before she operated the comm unit. Avril had done as much damage to the circuitry in the bridge console as she could, but she had forgotten the override at the Admiral's position. As soon as she left the bridge, Salah accessed it. "Yokohama to landing. Come in, Ezra. You must be there."
"Karun here, Telgar. What's your position?"
"Sitting," Salah said.
"God damn it, Telgar, don't be facetious at a time like this,"
Ezra cried. "Sorry, sir," Salah said. "I don't have visuals." That was a lie, but she did not wish anyone to see her condition. "I'm accessing the probe garage. There is no damage report for that area. You've 3 probes left. How shall I program them?"
"Hellfire, girl, don't talk about probes now. How are we going to get you down?"
"I don't think you are, sir," she said cheerfully. "Tarvi?"
"Salah."
The 2 syllables were said in a tone that brought her heart to her mouth and tears to her eyes. Why had he never spoken her name that way before? Did it mean the long-awaited avowal of his love? The anguish in his voice evoked a spirit tortured and distressed. "Tarvi, my love." She kept her voice level, though her throat kept closing. "Tarvi, who's with you there?"
"Paul, Emily, Ezra,"
he replied in broken tones.
"Salah, you must return."
"On the wings of a prayer?" "No." "Go to Kara. Get out of the room. I've got some business to do. Pern business." "Paul, make him leave. I can't think if I know he's listening."
"Salah!"
Her name echoed and re-echoed in her ears. "Okay, Ezra. Tell me where you want them." There was a choking, throat-clearing noise.
I want one to go to the body of this cometary, the second to circumnavigate.
Ezra cleared his throat again.
I want the other to follow the spiral curve of that nebulosity. If the big scope is operable, I'd like bridge readings all along that damn thing. We can't track it with the telescope we have here. Not powerful enough for the definition we need. Never thought we'd need the big one, so we didn't dismantle it.
He was maundering, Salah thought affectionately, to get himself under control. Did she hear someone crying through that conversation? Surely Governor Bowl or the Admiral would have been kind enough to get Tarvi out of the room. Then she needed to concentrate on the information Ezra was giving her to encode the duties and destinations of the individual probes. "Probes away, sir," she said, remembering the last time she had given that response. She saw Pern on the big screen. She had never thought that she would again see from space the world she had come to know as her home. "Now, I'm sending some data for Dieter to decipher. Avril said she killed both Angola and Kenjo. Has she?"
Kenjo, yes. Angola will pull through.
Old soldiers don't die easy. Look, Ezra, what I'm sending for Dieter are some notations I made on available fuel. Angola will know what I mean. And I've sent down Avril's course. She went off in the right direction, but I saw a very odd-looking crystal in that guidance system, one I never saw on the Mariposa when I was driving her. Am I right? She won't go anywhere?
Once Betra hits the engine button, she goes in a straight line.
Very good, Salah said with a feeling of immense satisfaction. The straight and narrow for our dear departed friend. Oh, now I'm activating the big scope. I'll program it to report through the interface to you. All right?
Give me the readings yourself, Mr. Telgar,
Ezra ordered gruffly. I don't think so, Captain, she said, glad to rely on the impersonal address. She visualized Ezra Karoon's thin frame hunched over the interface. I don't have that much time. Only the oxygen in my tanks. They were full when Avril let me put them on, but she told me she was switching off the bridge's independent system. I have no reason to doubt her. That's another reason why I'm switching the scope's readings to you. Space gloves are good, but they don't allow for fine-tunings. I just about managed some repairs to the mess Avril made of the console. Jury rig, at least, so when someone gets a chance to get up here, most everything will work.
How much time do you have, Salah?
I don't know. She could feel the blood reaching to her calf in the big boot, and her left glove was full. How much blood did a person have? She felt weak, too, and she was aware that it was getting harder to breathe. It was all of a piece. She would miss knowing Kara better.
Salah?
Ezra's voice was very kind.
Salah, talk to Tarvi. We can't keep him out of here. He's like a madman. He just wants to talk to you.
Oh, sure. Fine. I want to talk to him, she said, her voice sounding funny even to herself.
Salah.
Tarvi had managed to get his voice under control.
Get out of here, all of you. She's mine now. Salah, jewel in my night. My golden girl, my emerald-eyed Rani. Why did I never tell you before how much you mean to me? I was too proud. I was too vain. But you taught me to love. Taught me by your sacrifice when I was too engrossed in my other love, my work love, to see the inestimable gift of your affection and kindness. How could I have been so stupid? How could I have failed to see that you were more than just a body to receive my seed, more than an ear to hear my ambitions, more than hands to... Salah? Salah! Answer me, Salah! You loved me. I do love you, Salah. I do. Salah? Salah? Salah!
What do you think, Dieter? Paul asked the programmer as he consulted the figures Ezra had given them. Well, this first lot of figures gives us over 2,000 liters of fuel. The second is a guesstimate of how much Kenjo used on the 4 missions he flew and what was used by the Mariposa today. There's a substantial quantity unused somewhere down here on the surface. The third set is evidently what was left in the Yoko's tanks and is now in the Mariposas. But I do point out, as Salah does, that there's enough in the Yoko sump tank for centuries of minor orbital corrections. Paul nodded brusquely. Go on. Now, this section is the course Betra tried to set. The first course correction should have been initiated about now. Dieter frowned at the equations on his monitor. In fact, she should be plunging straight toward our eccentric planet. Maybe we'll find out sooner than we think what the surface is like. Not that Avril is likely to stand by and give us any useful information as Salah did. Dieter looked up at the savage tone of the Admiral's voice. Sorry. Come on. You've the right. And if something goes wrong... Paul left the sentence dangling as he led Dieter down the corridor to the interface room. Emily had gone with Tarvey to give him what comfort she could, so Ezra was manning the room alone. He looked as old as Paul felt after the ringing emotions of the day. Any word? None of it for polite company, Ezra said with a snort. She's just discovered that the first course correction hasn't occurred. He turned the dial so that the low snarl of vindictive curses was plainly audible. Paul grinned maliciously at Dieter. So you said. He turned on the speakers. Avril, can you hear me?
Bendon, what the hell did that bitch of yours do? How did she do it? The override is locked. I can't even maneuver. I knew I should have sawn her foot off.
Ezra blanched and Dieter looked ill, but Paul's smile was vindictive. So Avril had underestimated Salah. He took a deep breath of pride in the valiant woman. You're going to explore the plutonic planet, Avril, darling. Why don't you be a decent thing and give us a running account?
Shove it, Bendon. You know where. You'll get nothing out of me. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. It's not the... Oh, shit.
The sound of her final expletive was drowned by a sizzling roar that made Ezra grab for the volume dial. Shit, Paul echoed very softly. It's not the... The what? Damn you, Avril, to eternity. It's not the what? Emily and Pierre, along with Chocho Yoritomo, who had been Kenjo's wife's cabinmate on the Buenos Aires and her housemate on Irish Square, took the fast sled to Kenjo's Honshu stake. While most of Landing knew about Kenjo's death and Angola's serious illness, there had been no public announcement. Rumor had been busy discussing the unknown assailant. When Emily returned that night, she brought a sealed message to the Admiral. She told us, Emily said dryly, that she would prefer to stay on at Honshu to work the stake herself for her 4 children. She has few needs and would not trouble us. She is very traditional, Chocho told the Admiral breathlessly. She would not show grief, for that belittles the dead. She shrugged, eyes down, her hands clenching and unclenching. Then she looked up, almost defiant in her anger. She was right that Kenjo married her because she would not question what he did. He asked me first, but I had more sense, even if he was a war race. Oh! She brought her arm up to hide her face. But to die like that, struck from behind, an ignominious death for one who had cheated it so often. Then she turned and fled from the room, her sobbing audible as she ran out into the night. Emily gestured for Paul to open the small note, which was well sealed by wax and stamped with some kind of marking. He broke it open and unfolded the thick, beautiful handmade paper. Then, mystified, he handed it to Emily and Pierre. There were 2 caves cut, to judge by the amount of fuel used and rubble spilled. One cave housed the plane. I do not know where the other was, Emily read. So he did manage to remove some of the fuel. How much? We'll see if Ezra can figure it out, or Angola when he recovers. Pierre? Paul asked the chef for a pledge of silence. Of course. Discretion was bred in my family for generations, Admiral. Paul, the Admiral corrected him. For something like this, old friend, you are the Admiral. Pierre clicked his heels together and inclined his body slightly from the waist, smiling with a brief reassurance. Emily, you are tired. You should rest now. Paul, tell her. Paul laid one hand on Pierre de Courcy's shoulder and took Emily's arm with the other. There is one more duty for the day, Pierre, and you'd best be with us. The bonfire. Emily pulled back against Paul's arm. I'm not sure Who can? Paul broke in when she faltered. Tarvey has asked it. All three walked with reluctant steps, joining the trickle of others going in the same direction, down to the dark bonfire square. Each house had left one light burning. The thinly scattered stars were brilliant, and the first moon, Timor, was barely a crescent on the eastern skyline. By the pyramid of thicket and fern, Tarvi stood, his head down, a man as gaunt as some of the branches that had been cast into the pile. Suddenly, as if he knew that all were there who would come, he lit the brand. It flared up to light a face haggard with grief, with hair that straggled across tear-wet cheeks. Tarvi raised the brand high, turning slowly as if to place firmly in his memory the faces of all those in attendance.
"From now on," he shouted hoarsely, "I am not Tarvi, nor Andiyar. I am Telgar, so that her name is spoken every day, so that her name is remembered by everyone for giving us her life today. Our children will now bear that name too. Ram Telgar, Ben Telgar, Dina Telgar, and Kara Telgar, who will never know her mother."
He took a deep breath, filling his chest.
"What is my name?" "Telgar," Paul replied as loud as he could.
"Telgar," cried Emily beside him, Pierre's baritone repeating it a breath behind her.
"Telgar! Telgar! 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 Telgar!"
Nearly 3,000 voices took up the shout in a chant, pumping their arms until Telgar thrust the burning torch into the bonfire. As the flame roared up through the dry wood and fern, the name crescendoed.
"Telgar! Telgar! Telgar!"
The shock of Salah Telgar's death reverberated across the continent. She had been well known, both as shuttle pilot during debarkation and as an able manager of the Karachi camp. Her courage, however, gave an unexpected boost to morale, almost as if, because Salah had been willing to devote the last moments of her life to benefit the colony, everyone had to strive harder to vindicate her sacrifice. Or so it seemed for the next 8 days, until some disturbing rumors began to circulate. "Look, Paul," Joel Lillienkamp began, even before he had closed the door behind him. "Everyone's got a right to access stores, but that Ted Tuberman's been taking out some unusual stuff for a botanist." "Not Tuberman again," Paul said, leaning back in his chair with a deep sigh of disgust. Telgar, Paul corrected himself, had phoned the previous day, asking if Tuberman had been authorized to scrounge in the shuttle they were dismantling. "Yes," Joel said. "If you ask me, he's only accessing half his chips. You've got enough on your plate, Paul, but you got to know what that fool's doing. I'll bet my last bottle of brandy he's up to something." At Wind Blossom's request, Paul has denied him further access to the biology labs, Paul said wearily. Seems he was acting as if he was in charge of bioengineering. Bay doesn't like him much either. "She's not alone," Joel replied, lowering himself to a chair and scrubbing at his face. "I want your permission to shut the shop door in his face, too. I caught him in Building G, which houses the technically sensitive stuff. I don't want anyone in there without my authorization. And there he was, bald-faced and swaggering like he had every right. He and Bart Lemos." "Bart Lemos?" Paul sat up again. "Yeah. He, Bart, and Stev Kimmer are doing a good old buddy bit these days. And I don't like the rumors my sources tell me they're spreading." "Stev Kimmer's in on it?" Paul was surprised. Joel shrugged. "He's mighty thick with them." Paul rubbed his knuckles thoughtfully. Bart Lemos was a gullible non-entity, but Stev Kimmer was a highly skilled technician. Paul had put a discreet monitor on the man's activities after Avril's departure. Stev had gone on a 3-day bender and been found asleep in the dismantled shuttle. Once he had recovered from the effects of Quickow, he had gone back to work. Fulmer said that other mechanics did not like pairing with him because he was taciturn, if not downright surly. The thought of Tuberman having access to Kimmer's expertise made Paul uneasy. "What exactly have you heard, Lily?" he asked. "A load of crap," the little swordsman said, folding his fingers across his chest. I don't think anyone with any sense buys the notion that Avril and Kenjo were in league, or that Angola killed Kenjo to keep them from taking the Mariposa to go for help. But I'll warn you, Paul, if Kitty's bioengineering program doesn't show positive results, we could be down the tubes. I'll lay odds you and Emily are going to be asked to reconsider sending off that homing capsule. The previous evening, Paul had discussed that expedient with Emily, Ezra, and Jim. Karoon had been the fiercest opponent of a homing capsule mayday, which he termed an exercise in futility. As Paul remarked, such technological help was, at the earliest, 10 years away, and the chance that the FSP would move with any speed to assist them was depressingly slim. To send for help seemed not only a rejection of Salah's sacrifice, but a cowardly admission of failure when they had not exhausted the ingenuity and resourcefulness of their community. "What sort of material has Ted been requisitioning, Lily?" Paul asked. Joel extracted a wad of paper from his thigh pocket and made a show of unfolding and reading from it. "Grab bag, from hydroponics to insulation materials, steel mesh and posts, and some computer chips that Dieter says he couldn't possibly need, use, or understand." "Did you happen to ask Tuberman what he needed them for?" "I happened to do just that very thing. A bit arrogant he was, too. Said they were needed for his experiments." Joel was clearly dubious about their value. "To develop a more effective defense against the threat until help comes." Paul grimaced. He had heard the botanist's wild claims that he, not the biologists and their jumped-up mutated lizards, would protect Pern. "I don't like that till help comes bit," Paul murmured, gritting his teeth. "So tell me to lock him out, Paul. He may be a charterer, but he's overspent his credit and then some." He waved the sheet. "I got records to prove that." Paul nodded. "Yes, but next time he presents a list, get him to tell you what he wants, then shut the door. I want to know what he's up to." "Restrict him to his steak," Joel said, rising to his feet, an expression of genuine concern on his round face, "and you'll save all of us a lot of aggro. He's a wild card, and you can't be sure where he'll bounce up next." Paul grinned at the storesman. "I'd be glad to, Lily, but the mandate doesn't permit that kind of action." Joel snorted derisively, hesitated a moment longer, and then, shrugging in his inimitable fashion, left the office. Paul did not forget the conversation, but the morning brought more pressing concerns. Despite the best efforts of Fulmar and his engineering crews, 3 more sleds had failed airworthiness tests. That meant using more ground crews, the last line of defense and the most enervating for people already worked to the point of exhaustion. Neither Paul nor Emily recognized the significance of 3 separate reports, one from the veterinary lab saying that their supply rooms had been rifled overnight, another from Paul Nitro reporting that Ted Tuberman had been seen in bioengineering, and the third from Fulmer saying that someone had made off with one of the exhaust cylinders from the dismantled shuttle. When Joel Lillienkamp's angry call came through, Paul had little trouble arriving at a conclusion.
"May his orifices congeal and his extremities fall off!"
Joel cried at the top of his voice.
"He's got the homing capsule!"
Shock jolted Paul out of his chair, while Emily and Ezra regarded him in astonishment. "Are you sure?"
"Of course I'm sure, Paul. I hid the carton in among stovepipes and heating units. It hasn't been misplaced, but who the hell could know that carton number 45879 was a homing capsule?"
"Tuberman took it?"
"I'll bet my last bottle of brandy he did."
Joel spoke so fast that his words slurred.
"The fucker, the crap eater, the slime-producing maggot!"
"When did you discover it gone?"
"Now! I'm calling from Building G. I check it out at least once a day."
"Could Tuberman have followed you?"
"What sort of a twat do you think I am?"
Joel was as apoplectic at such a suggestion as he was about the theft.
"I check every building every day, and I can tell you exactly what was requisitioned yesterday and the day before, so I fucking well know when something's missing."
"I don't doubt you for a moment, Joel." Paul rubbed his hand hard over his mouth, thinking rapidly. Then he saw the anxious expressions of Emily and Ezra. "Hold on," he said into the handset, and reported what Joel had said. "Well," Ezra replied, a look of intense relief passing over his gaunt features. "Tuberman couldn't launch a kite. He can barely maneuver a sled. I wouldn't worry about him." "Not him, but I worry a lot about Stev Kimmer and Bart Lemos being seen in Tuberman's company lately," Paul said quietly. Ezra seemed to deflate, burying his head in his hands. Ted Tuberman has had it, Emily said, placing the folder she had been studying onto the table in a precise manner and rising to her feet. I don't give a spent chip for his position as a charterer or the privacy of his stake. We're searching Calusa. She gave Ezra a poke in the shoulder. Come on, you'll know what components he'd need. They all heard the sound of running feet. Then the door burst in and Jake Chernoff erupted into the office. Sir! Sorry, sir, the young man cried, his face flushed, his chest heaving from exertion. Your phone! He pointed excitedly at a receiver in the Admiral's hand. Too important. Scanners at net. Something blasted off from Oslo Landing 3 minutes ago, and it wasn't a sled. Too small. As one, Paul, Emily, and Ezra made for the door and ran to the interface chamber. Ezra fumbled at the terminal in his haste to implement the program. An exhaust trail was plainly visible on a northwestern heading. Cursing under his breath, Ezra switched to the Yoko's monitor, which was tracking the blip. For a long moment they watched, rigid with fury and frustration. Then Ezra straightened his long frame, his hands hanging limply. Well, what's done's done. Not completely, Emily said, her voice harsh as she separated each syllable in a curious lilt. She turned to Paul, her eyes very bright, her lips pursed, and her expression implacable. Oslo Landing, That capsule was just launched. Let's go get the buggers. Leaving Ezra to monitor the capsule's ascent, Paul and Emily left at a run. The first 3 big men they encountered on their way to the grid were commandeered to assist. Paul spotted Fulmar and told him to pilot Kenjo's augmented sled. Don't ask questions, Fulmar, Paul said, peremptorily seconding 2 more burly technicians. Just head us toward Jordan, and everyone keep their eyes open for sled traffic. He reached for the comm unit as he shrugged into his harness. Who's in the tower? Tari? I want to know who's in the air above the river, where they're going, and where they've been. Fulmar took off in such a steep climb that for a moment the noise blanketed any answer Tari Chernoff gave. Only 1 sled above the Jordan, sir, apart from that other flight. She choked on her words and then recovered the impersonal reserve of a comm officer. The sled does not acknowledge. They will, Paul assured her grimly. Continue to monitor all traffic in that area. Tuberman was just stupid enough to be obvious, but somehow Paul did not think that such stupidity was a trait of Stev Kimmer or whomever else Ted had talked into such an errant abrogation of the democratic decision of the colony. Tuberman was alone in the sled when Fulmer forced him to land in the riverside desolation of the ill-fated Bavaria stake. He was unrepentant as he faced them, folding his arms across his chest and jutting his chin out defiantly. I've done what should have been done, he stated in pompous righteousness. The first step in saving this colony from annihilation. Paul clenched his fists tightly to his sides. Beside him, Emily was vibrating with a fury as intense as his own. I want the names of your accomplices, Tuberman, Paul said through his teeth, and I want them now. Tuberman inhaled, bracing himself. Do your worst, Admiral. I am man enough to take it. The mock heroic attitude was so absurd to his auditors that one of the men behind Paul let out a short bark of incredulous laughter, which he quickly cut off. But the one burst of derision altered Paul's mood. Tuberman, I wouldn't let anyone touch a hair of your head, Paul said, grinning in a release of tension. There are quite suitable ways to deal with you, plainly set out in the charter. Nothing quite as crude or barbaric as physical abuse. Then he turned. You men take him back to landing in his sled. Put him in my office and call Joel Lillienkamp. He'll take charge of the prisoner. Paul had the satisfaction of seeing the martyred look fade from Tuberman's eyes, to be replaced by a mixture of anxiety and surprise. Turning on his heel, Paul gestured Emily, Fulmar, and the others back into their sled. Terry reported no other vehicles in the area and apologized that traffic records were no longer kept. Except for that rocket thing, the pattern was normal, sir. Oh, and Jake's back. Did you want to speak to him? Yes, Paul answered, wishing that Angola were back in charge. Jake, I want to know where Bart Limos and Stev Kimmer are, and Navi Nabol. Beside him, Emily nodded approval. By then, Fulmar had covered the short air distance between Bavaria and Oslo Landing. The remains of the launch platform were still smoking. While Paul went with the others to search the area for sled skids, Fulmar carefully prodded through the overheated circle beneath it, sniffing as he went. "Shuttle fuel by the smell of it, Paul," he reported. "A homing capsule wouldn't take much." "It would take know-how," Paul said grimly, "and expertise, and you and I know just how many people are capable of handling that sort of technology." He looked Fulmar square in the eye, and the man's shoulders sagged. "Not your fault, Fulmar. I had your report. I had others. I just didn't put the pieces together." "Who'd have thought Ted'd pull such a crazy stunt? No one believes half of what he says," Fulmar protested. Emily and the others came back then from an inconclusive search. "There are a lot of skid marks, Paul," she reported, "and rubbish." She indicated a collapsed fuel sack and a handful of connectors and wires. Fulmar's look of desolation deepened. "We're wasting time here," Paul said, curbing his irritation. "Let's have Cherry and Cabot waiting in my office," Emily murmured as they climbed into the sled.
"He's proud of what he did,"
Joel stormed when Paul and Emily called him into Emily's office on their return.
"Says it was his duty to save the colony. Says we'll be surprised at how many people agree with him."
"He's the one who'll be surprised," Emily replied. Her jaw was set in a resolute line, and her lips curved in a curious smile, which her tired eyes did not echo.
"Yeah, Em, but what can we do to him?"
Joel demanded in impotent indignation. Emily poured herself a fresh cup of claw and took a sip before she answered. "He will be shunned."
"Who will be shunned?"
Sherry Duff demanded in her hoarse voice, entering the room at that instant. Cabot Carter was right behind her, having escorted the magistrate from her office in reply to the summons. "Shunned?" Carter's handsome face was enlivened by a smile that grew broader as he looked expectantly from Paul to Emily, then faded slightly as he saw the dour storesman. Paul grinned back.
"Shunned? Shunned?"
Joel exclaimed in a disgusted tone. Emily gestured Jerry into the comfortable chair and motioned for the others to be seated. Then, at a nod from Paul, she gave a terse report that culminated in Tuberman's illicit use of a homing capsule.
"So we're to order Tuberman shunned, huh?"
Cherry looked around at Carter. "It's legal, all right, Cherry," the legist replied, "since it is not a corporal punishment per se, which is illegal under the terms of the charter." "Refresh me on such a process," Cherry said, her tone doubly droll. "Shunning was a mechanism," Emily began, "whereby passive groups could discipline an erring member. Religious communities resorted to it when someone of their sect disobeyed their peculiar tenets. Quite effective, really. The rest of the sect pretended the offending member didn't exist. No one spoke to him, no one acknowledged his presence, no one would assist the shunned in any way or indicate that he or she existed. It doesn't seem cruel, but in fact, the deprivation is psychologically destructive." "It'll do," Cherry said, nodding in satisfaction. "An admirable punishment for someone like Tuberman. Admirable." "And completely legal," Cabot concurred. "Shall I draft the announcement, Emily, or do you prefer to do it, Cherry?" Cherry flicked her hand at him. "You do it, Cabot. I'm sure you learned all the right phrases. But do explain exactly what shunning entails. Not that most of us aren't so fed up with the man's rantings and rumors that they won't be delighted to have an official excuse to, shun him." "Shun him!" She tipped back her head and gave a hoot of outrageous laughter. "Oh, God! By all that's holy and legal, I like that, Emily. I like that a lot." In an abrupt switch of mood, with no leavening of humor, she added, "It'll cool a lot of hotheads." She swept Paul and Emily with a shrewd look. "Tuberman didn't do it by himself. Who helped?" "We've no proof," Paul began in the same minute that Joel said, "Stev Kimmer, Bart Limos, and maybe Nabi Nabol." "Let's shun them too," Cherry cried, banging the arm of her chair with her thin old hands. "Damn it, we don't need dissension. We need support, cooperation, hard work, or we won't survive. Oh, flaming hells!" She raised both hands up high. "What'll we do if that capsule brings those blood-sucking FSP salvagers down on us?" "I wouldn't bet on that," Joel answered her, rolling his eyes. Cherry gave him a hard stare. I'm relieved to know there is something you won't make book on, Lillienkamp. All right, so what do we do about Tuberman's accomplices? Cabot leaned over to touch her arm lightly. First, we have to prove that they were Cherry. He looked expectantly at Paul and Emily. The charter says that a person is judged innocent until proved guilty. We watch 'em, Paul said. We watch 'em. Carter, compose that notice and see that it's posted throughout Landing, and that every stakeholder is apprised of the fact. Cherry, will you impose the sentence on Tuberman? He held out his arm to assist her to her feet. With the greatest of satisfaction. What a superb way to get rid of a bore, she added under her breath as she marched forward. The unholy joy on her face brightened Joe Lillienkamp's mood as he followed them, rubbing his hands together. The messenger was quite happy to bring a copy of the official notice to Bay and Windblossom on duty in the large incubator chamber. The room was separated from the main laboratory and insulated against temperature changes and noise. The incubator itself stood on heavy shock absorbers, so that in the precarious early stages, the embryos in their sacs could not be jarred by equipment moved around the main laboratory. Although eggs within a natural womb, or even in a proper shell, could handle a great deal of trauma, the initial ex utero fertilization and alteration had been too delicate to risk the most minute jolt. Development was not yet canalized, nor was the new genetic structure balanced, and any variation in the embryo's environment would doubtless cause damage. Later, when the eggs were at the stage when naturally they would have been laid in a clutch, they would be transferred to the building where a warmed sand flooring and artificial sun lamps imitated the natural conditions in which dragonet eggs hatched. That point was several weeks ahead. Special low-light viewing panels had been created, so no light filtered into the womb-like darkness while observers had a clear view of the incubator's precious contents. A portable magnifier had been devised which could be set at any position on the incubator's 4 glass sides for very coarse and routine inspections. In the laboratories of First and Earth, each developing embryo would have been remotely monitored and recorded. But in Pern's relatively primitive conditions, about which Windblossom constantly complained, the necessity for the avoidance of any toxic substances at all meant that no sensors could be allowed close to the embryos in the culture chambers. Bay was jotting down Windblossom's assessment when the messenger delivered the notice. The lad was quite willing to explain any part of the shunning, but Bay shooed him off on his rounds. How extraordinary, Bay said when she had finished reading it aloud to Blossom. Really, Ted has been quite a nuisance lately. Did you hear those rumors he was spreading, Blossom? As if that wretched Beetra had anything but her own plans in mind when she stole the Mariposa. Going for help, indeed. She squinted loyally into the incubator at its 42 hopes for their future. But to send off a homing capsule when we most specifically voted against such an action. I am relieved, Windblossom said, sighing gently. Yes, he was beginning to upset you, Bay remarked kindly. She tried to tell herself that the woman was still grieving for her grandmother. There were moments recently, though, when Bay wanted to remind Blossom that it was not just the Young family who had suffered a grievous loss. She had not, because Blossom had been rather volatile lately and might interpret such a comment as an aspersion on her ability to proceed with her grandmother's brilliant genetic engineering program. As her grandmother's primary assistant, she was technically in charge of the program on file in the Biology Mark 42 computer. Bay, too, had scanned it to familiarize herself with the procedure. Kitty Ping had left copious notes on how to proceed, anticipating those possible minor alignments, balancing, or other compensations that might be needed. She had apparently anticipated everything but her own death. You misunderstand me, Blossom replied, inclining her head in a gesture reminiscent of her grandmother correcting an erring apprentice. I am relieved that the homing capsule has been sent. Now there is no blame to us. Bay was not certain that she had heard correctly. What under the suns do you mean, Blossom? Blossom gave Bay a long look, smiling faintly. All our eggs are in one basket, she said, with an inscrutable smile, and moved the inspection lens to a new position. When Paul and Fas Radamonth came to relieve them, Bay lingered. She and Paul did not have much time together anymore, and she did not look forward to another dull supper at the communal kitchen. "You got a copy, I see," Paul said, indicating the shunning notice. "Extraordinary, that." "More than time," Fass said, glancing up from Blossom's notations. "Let's hope he wasn't as incompetent a launcher as he was a botanist." Bay stared in astonishment at the xenobiologist, and Fass had the grace to look embarrassed. "No one approves of Tuberman's actions, my dear," Paul assured her. "Yes, but if they come—" Bay's gesture took in the incubator and the laboratory, and all that the colonists had managed to do with their new world. "If it's any consolation," Fass said, "Joel Lilienkamp has not opened a book on an ETA." "Oh." Then she asked, "And what's happened to Ted Tuberman?" "He was escorted back to his stake and told to remain there." Paul could look quite fierce, she thought, when he wanted to. "What about Mary and his young children?" she asked. Paul shrugged. "She can stay or come. She's not shunned. Ned Tuberman was looking pretty upset, but he never was very close to his father, and Fulmer Stone thinks he's a very promising mechanic." He shrugged again, and then gave his wife an encouraging smile. Bay had no sooner turned to go than the ground under them shook. She instinctively lunged toward the incubator and found Fass and Paul beside her. Even without the magnifier, they could see that the amniotic fluid in the sacs was not rippling in response to the earthquake. The shock absorbers had proved adequate. "That's all we need," Paul cried, outraged. He stomped to the comm unit and dialed the Met Tower, slamming down the handset. "Engaged! Bay, reassure them." He gestured toward the first bunch of technicians heading anxiously to the door of the chamber. He dialed again and got through just as Quan Marceau pushed his way into the room. "Are there going to be any more shocks, Jake?" Paul asked. "Why weren't we warned?"
"It was a small one," Jake Chernoff replied soothingly. "Patrice de Brogley called it in, but I am obliged to warn infirmary first in case surgery is in progress, and then your line was busy."
That explanation placated Paul.
"Patrice says there's a bit of tectonic plate action to the east, and there may be more jolts in the next few weeks. The incubator's on shocks anyway, isn't it? You don't have anything to worry about."
"Nothing to worry about?"
Paul demanded. He jammed the handset back onto its stand. There was a discreet knock on the door to the Admiral's office, and when Paul answered with a non-committal "come in," Jim Tillich opened it. Emily smiled with relief. The master of Monaco Bay was always welcome. Paul leaned back in his swivel chair, ready for a break from the depressing inventory of airworthy sleds and serviceable flamethrowers. "Hi there," Jim said. "Just up to get my skimmer serviced." "Since when have you needed assistance in that job?" Paul asked. "Since all my spare parts at Monaco got reabsorbed by Joel Lilienkamp." Jim's drawl was cheerful.
"And pigs fly," Paul retorted.
"Oh, is that the next project?" Jim asked with a comic grin. He dropped into the nearest seat and laced his fingers together. "By the way, Maximilian and Teresa reported on the dolphin search Patrice requested. There are significant lava flows from the Illyrian volcano. It's only a small one, so don't be surprised if our easterlies bring in some black dust. It's not dead thread, just honest-to-Vulcan volcanic dust. I wanted you to know before another rumor started." "Thanks," Paul said dryly. "Logical explanations are always welcome," Emily added. "I also dropped in to see our favorite patient." Jim pushed himself deeper into the chair and met Paul's eyes squarely. "He's raring to go and threatens to move into the second story of the Met Tower and run communications from there. Sabra threatens to divorce him if he does anything before he gets medical clearance. Myself, I told him he doesn't need to worry, as young Jake Chernoff's been doing a proper job of it. The boy won't even hazard a guess about the weather until he's run the satellite report twice and looked out the window." Paul and Emily both smiled at his jocular account. "Angola needs to be back at work," Emily agreed. "He's sure he'll never use his arm again. He'd do better being so busy he doesn't think such negative thoughts." Jim cocked his head at Paul. "According to the doctors," Emily said with a grateful smile, "Angola will use that arm, even if he refuses to believe it, but the amount of mobility is still in question." "He'll get it back," Jim said blandly. "Hey, is there any truth to the rumor that Stev Kimmer was involved with Tuberman?" Paul pulled a face, and Emily shot him a glance. "I told you that was doing the rounds," she said. Jim leaned forward, his expression eager. "Any truth to the one that he skidded out with one of the big pressurized sleds which had been seen near the Great Western Barrier where Kenjo staked his claim? Kimmer's a lot more dangerous than Ted Tuberman ever was." Paul ran his thumb over his artificial fingers and stopped when he saw that Jim Tillich had noticed the nervous habit. "He is indeed. As a comm unit on that stolen sled was in working order when he lifted it, he will also know that he is wanted back here for questioning." Jim nodded in solemn approval. "Has Ezra made any sense out of the reports of those probes, Salah?" He blinked, his eyes suspiciously wet. "No," Paul said, clearing his throat. "He's still trying to translate them. The printout is unclear." "Well now," Jim said, "I've got a few hours to spare while my sled's serviced. I looked at hundreds of EEC survey team reports before I found a planet I liked the look of. Can I help?" "A fresh eye might be useful," Paul said. "Ezra's been at it non-stop." "Did I hear correctly," Jim asked gently, "that the Mariposa plunged directly into the eccentric?" Paul nodded. She made no informative comment. Avril's cryptic penultimate phrase, "It's not the," still rang with some message that Paul felt he must unravel. "Look, Jim, do stop in and see if you can help Ezra. We need some good news. Morale is still low after the murders, and having to shun Ted Tuberman and explain how he got his hands on the homing capsule have not improved the administration's image." "Clever trick, though," Jim said, chuckling as he rose. "Keeps you from having to breach stake autonomy and keeps that fool where he can't do more damage. I'll just amble over to Ezra's pod." He left the room with a backhanded wave at Emily and Paul. Immeasurably cheered by his visit, they went back to the onerous tasks of scheduling crews for the upcoming threadfalls and mustering teams to collect edible greenery for silage from places as yet untouched by the ravening organism.
"Look, Jim, I just can't find any other logical explanation for the destruction of the probes and these."
Ezra Caroon waved a handful of probe pics, so blurred that no detail could be seen.
"One, maybe two probes could malfunction, but I've saw 7. And Salah..."
Ezra paused a moment, his face expressing the sorrow he still felt at her loss.
"Salah told us that there had been no damage report for the probe garage. Then we have the Mariposa. It did not hit the surface. Something hit it just about the same time one of the probes went bang."
"So you prefer to believe that something down on the surface prevents inspection?" Jim Tillich asked wryly. He leaned back in his seat, easing shoulder muscles taut from hours of bending and peering through magnifiers.
"I can't credit that explanation as... Come on, man, how can anything on that planet be functioning? The surface has been frozen. It can't have thawed appreciably in the time it's been swinging into Rookbot. One does not have such regular formations on any unpopulated surface. I don't say they can't be natural, they just don't look natural. And I certainly won't make any guesses about what sort of creature made them. Then, look at the thermal level. Here, and here."
Ezra jabbed a finger at the pics he had been studying.
"It's higher than I'd anticipate on a near-frozen surface. That much we got from the one probe that sent data back."
"Volcanic action under the crust could account for that."
"But regular convex, not concave formations along the equator?"
Jim was incredulous.
"You want to believe that Plutonic planet could be the source of this attack?" "I like that better than substantiating the Hoyle-Wick romancing theory. I really do, Jim."
"If Avril hadn't taken the gig, we could find out what that nebulosity is. Then we'd know for sure. Hoyle-Wick romancing or little frozen blue critters." Jim's tone was facetious.
"We've the shuttles," Ezra said tentatively, tapping his pencil.
"No fuel, and there isn't a pilot among those left that I'd be willing to trust to do such a difficult retrieval. You'd have to match its orbital speed. I saw the dents on the Mariposa's hull myself where the defense shields failed. Also, we didn't bring down any heavy work suits that would protect a man out in a meteor storm." "And if your theory's correct, he'll get shot down."
"Only if he gets too close to the planet," Ezra went on cautiously. "But he wouldn't have to get a sample of the trail. If the trail is nothing but ice, dirt, and rock, the usual cometary junk, we'd know then that the real menace is the planet, not the trail, right? Jim eyed him thoughtfully. It'd be dangerous either way, and there's no fuel to do it anyhow. Jim opened his arms in a gesture of exasperation. There is fuel. There is? Jim sat bolt upright, eyes wide with surprise. Ezra gave him a wry smile. Known only to a chosen few. Well, Jim made his eyebrows twitch, but he grinned to show that he took no offense at having been excluded. How much? With a thrifty pilot, enough for our purpose. Or maybe, if we can find Kenjo's main cache, more. More? Jim gawked. Kenjo's cache? He scrounged fuel? Always was a clever driver. Saved it from his drops, Angola said. Jim continued to stare at Ezra, amazed at Kenjo's sheer impudence. So that's why Kimmer's nosing about the Western Barrier Range. He's out trying to find Kenjo's cache. For his own purposes or ours? Not enough to get anyone's hopes up, mind you, Ezra continued, holding up a warning hand. Maybe it's not too bad a thing that Tuberman sent off the Homer, because if it is the planet, we need help, and I'm not too proud to ask for it. Ezra grimaced. Not that Kimmer said anything to anyone when he made off with the big sled and enough concentrated food and power packs to stay lost for years. Joel Lillienkamp was livid that anyone would steal from his store. We don't even know how Steph found out about Kenjo's hoard, except that he knew how much fuel the Mariposa had in her tanks 8 years ago. So he must have figured out someone had saved fuel back when Kenjo made those reconnaissance flights. Then, as Jim opened his mouth, he added, Don't worry about Kimmer taking off even if he finds fuel. Angola and Kenjo disabled the shuttle some time back. Kimmer doesn't know where we stashed the fuel sacks here. Neither do I. I'm honored by your confidence and the cares you have so carefully laid on my bowed shoulders. You walked in here 3 days ago and volunteered your services, Ezra reminded him. 3 days? Feels like 3 years. I wonder if my skimmer's been serviced. He rose and stretched again until the bones in his spine and joints readjusted with audible clicks. So, shall we take this mess? He gestured to the mass of photos and flimsies neatly arranged on the work surface. To the guys who have to figure out what we do with it? Paul and Emily listened, saying nothing until both men had finished expressing their conflicting viewpoints. But when the planet is past us in the next 8 or 9 years, threadfall will stop, Paul said, jumping to a conclusion. Depends on whose theory you favor, Jim said, grinning with good-natured malice. Or how advanced Ezra's aliens are. Right now, if you buy his theory, they're keeping us at arm's length while the thread softens us up. Paul Bendon brushed away that notion. I don't credit that, Ezra. Thread was ineffective on the previous try, but the Pluto planet could be defending itself. I could live with that much of your theory based on the evidence. Emily looked squarely at Jim. How long will this gunge fall if it's from your cometary tail? 20, 30 years? If I knew the length of that tail, I could give a closer estimate. I wonder if that's what Avril meant, Paul said slowly, by, it's not the... Did she mean that it wasn't the planet we had to fear, but the tail it brought from the Oort cloud? If she hadn't taken the Mariposa, we'd have a chance of knowing. Emily's voice had a sharp edge. We still do, Ezra said. There's enough fuel to send a shuttle up. Not as economical a vehicle as the Mariposa, but adequate. Are you sure? Paul's expression was taut as he reached for a calc pad on which he worked several equations. He leaned back, his face pensive, then passed the pad over to Emily and Jim. It might just be possible. He caught and held Emily's gaze. We have to know. We have to know the worst we can expect before we can plan ahead. Ezra raised a warning hand, his expression wary. Mind you, they can't get close to the planet. We've lost 7 probes. Could be mines, could be missiles, but they blow up. Whoever goes will know exactly what and how big the risks are, Paul said. There's risk enough in just going up, Ezra said gloomily. I hate to sound fatuous, but surely there's one pilot who'd take the challenge to save this world, Paul added. Drake Bonneau was approached first. He thought the scheme was feasible, but he worried about the risk of a shuttle that had certainly deteriorated from 8 years' disuse. He then pointed out that he was married with responsibilities, and that there were other pilots equally as qualified. Paul and Emily did not argue with him. Marriage and dependent children will be the excuse of practically everyone, Paul told their private counselors, Ezra, Jim, and Z Angola, who had been permitted 4 hours of work a day by his reluctant medical advisors. The only one still unattached is Nabi Nabol. He's a clever enough pilot, Angola said thoughtfully, though not exactly the type of man on whom the future of an entire planet should ride. However, exactly the type if the reward could be made attractive enough for him to take the risk. How? Emily asked skeptically. Nabi had already been reprimanded a dozen times and served Cherry Duff's sentences for social misdemeanors such as being caught drunk and disorderly, several work delinquencies, and 1 lewd advance. Lately, he had somewhat redeemed himself by being a good squadron leader and was much admired by the young men he led. He's a contractor, Angola said. If he should be offered, say, a charterer's stake rights, I think he might well go for it. He's griped about the disparity in landholdings often enough. That could sweeten him. He also fancies himself as a crack pilot. We've got some very good young pilots, Jim began, who have had no experience in space with a shuttle. Angola dismissed that notion. Though it might be a good idea to choose one to go as co-pilot and give them the feel. But I'd rather trust Nabi than a complete space novice. If we suggest that he was also our second choice rather than our last one, Emily remarked. We better get on with it, whatever we do, Ezra said. I can't keep stalling questions. We need data, and we need a sample of the stuff in that trail. Then we'll know for certain what our future is. Bargaining with Nabi began that afternoon. He sneered at the flattery and the appeal to his competence and demanded to know just how much the trip was worth in terms of a holding and other rights. When he demanded the entire province of Cibola, Paul and Emily settled down to their task. When Nabi insisted on being granted charterer status, they agreed with sufficient reluctance to satisfy the man that he was ahead in the bargaining. Then Emily nonchalantly mentioned that Big Island was now untenanted. She and Paul managed to suppress their relief when he immediately seized on the notion of occupying Avril's former property. Nabi said that he wanted the shuttle he had used during the ferrying operation, and he specified the personnel who were, under his supervision, to handle the Moth's recommissioning. He waved aside the fact that all the people he named were already heavily involved in crucial projects. He would only make the trip if he was satisfied that the long, disused shuttle checked out, technically, but the other inducements were his immediately. He then demanded Bart Lemos as his co-pilot, with the condition that Bart, too, would be given charterer status. Paul and Emily found that particularly unpalatable, but agreed reluctantly. Nabol's attitude toward both Admiral and Governor immediately altered, becoming so arrogant and pompous that Emily had to struggle to contain her dislike of the man. His smile of triumph was only 1 degree less than a full sneer as he left their office with the signed charterer's warrant. Then he commandeered one of the speed shuttles, although it was needed for an imminent threadfall, and went to inspect his new acquisition. The Admiral and the Governor formally announced the venture, its aims, and its personnel. The news managed to outweigh every other topic of interest with one exception: the transfer of the 27 mature eggs to their artificial hatching ground. The full veterinary contingent assisted the biologists in that maneuver. Sorka Hanrahan and Sean Connell, in their capacities as advanced veterinary apprentices, had also done some of the early analysis and tedious documentation for the project, working under Kitty Ping's close supervision. It didn't take long to accomplish the transfer, but Sorka noticed that the amount of dithering was aggravating her lover. But the project meant more to him than his exasperation with worried biologists, and he suppressed his irritation. Finally, the eggs were placed to the complete satisfaction of Windblossom, Paul, and Bay. in a double circle, 17 on the inner ring, 20 on the outer, with the warm sand banked high around them to imitate the natural environment of dragonettes.
The whole thing could have been done in a third of the time,
Sean muttered darkly to Sorka.
So much fuss is bad for the eggs.
He scowled at the precise circles. They're much bigger than I thought they'd be, Sorka said after a moment's silence.
Much bigger than they thought they'd be, Sean said in a scoffing tone. I suppose we're lucky that so many survived to this stage. A credit to Kit Ping, considering all that had to be done to create them.
Sorka knew that it meant as much to Sean to be a part of the project as it did to her. They had, after all, been the first to discover one of the wild nests. Eager but tired, she was balancing on one of the edging timbers, keeping her feet off the uncomfortably warm sands of the artificial hatching ground. Although the transfer was complete, the helpers had not yet dispersed. Windblossom, Paul, and Bay were deep in discussions with Faz, the Admiral, and the Governor, who had taken an official part in the removal. Sorka thought that Emily Bowl particularly looked drawn and exhausted, but her smile remained warm and genuine. They, too, seemed reluctant to leave. Most of the landing population of dragonettes had been in and out of the hatching ground, darting up to the rafters and vying to find roosting room. They seemed content to watch. None of them had been bold enough to examine the eggs closely. Sorka interpreted their little chirps as reverent, awed.
"Would they know what these are?" she asked Sean softly.
"Do we?" Sean retorted with an amused snort. He had both arms folded across his chest. He unlaced one to point to the nearest egg.
"That's the biggest. I wonder if it's one of the golds. I've lost track of which was put where in that dance we just did. There were more males than females among the ones lost, and Lily's opened book on which of us get what."
Sorka gave the egg a long, speculative look. She thought about whether or not it was a gold, and then decided, somewhat arbitrarily in her own mind, that no, it was not. It was a bronze. She did not tell Sean her conclusion. Sean tended to debate such issues, and that moment, surveying the first clutch of dragons, was not a moment to spoil. She sighed. Dragonette had become as important to her as horses. She readily admitted that Sean could make his fare behave better than she could hers. He could and did discipline his for effective use during threadfall, but she knew that she understood any of them, hers, his, or those impressed by anyone else on Pern, better than he did, especially when they were injured fighting thread. Or maybe her sensitivity, developed over the last couple of months along with her pregnancy, tended toward maternal caring. The doctor had said she was in excellent health and had found nothing in her physical profile to suggest problems. She could continue riding as long as she felt comfortable in the saddle.
"You'll know when you can't ride anymore," he had told her with a grin. "And you'll have to curtail ground crew at 5 months. That's no time for you to be swinging the weight of a flamethrower about for hours on end."
Sorka had not yet found the proper moment to inform Sean of his impending fatherhood. She fretted about his reaction. They had saved enough work credits to make the Killarney holding a substantial one, but not with thread falling. Sean had not even mentioned Killarney since the third fall, but that did not mean he did not think about it. She saw the faraway look in his eyes from time to time. She had thought he would mention Killarney when his father returned cricket from his stud duties, but he had not. With everyone working double jobs just to keep essential services going, very few people had time to consider private concerns. Sean and Sorka spent what leisure moments they had keeping their horses fit, riding them out beyond the swath of destruction for an hour's grazing. The main door opened to admit one of the security engineers, and there was an instant reaction from the gallery of winged watchers. Sean chuckled softly.
"They don't need a security system in here," he murmured to Sorka. "Come on, love. We've got surgery in 5 minutes."
With backward glances at the circles of mottled eggs, the two apprentices reluctantly went back to work. As they crossed one of the alleys, they had a clear view of the donks slowly moving the shuttle Moth into takeoff position. "Do you think they'll make it?" Sorka asked Sean.
"They've been busy enough," he replied sourly.
Neither Nabi Nabal nor Bart Limos had made himself popular since the sudden rise to charterer rank.
Still, I wouldn't be in their shoes for anything.
She giggled. Spacer Ivan. You've never told me, Sean. Did that help you on the drop? He gave her face a long and searching look, a slight smile tugging his lips. Then he put his arm about her and hauled her into his side. All I could think about was proving to you I wasn't scared.
But by Chase, I was.
Then his expression changed, and he halted, turning her roughly to him, both hands feeling across her stomach and pulling the bulky ship suit taut across her body. He glared accusingly at her.
Why didn't you tell me you're pregnant?
Well, it's only just been confirmed, she said defiantly.
Does everyone else know but me?
He was furious with her. For the first time in their years together, he was mad at her. His eyes were flashing, and his hands rested hard across her thickening waistline. No one knows except the doctor, and he doesn't have to ground me for another 3 months. She pulled defensively at one hand to make him release her. But there's Killarney, and I know you think about it.
Your mother knows?
When do I have a chance to see her? She's minding half of Landing's babies, as well as my latest brother. You're the only other one who knows.
Sometimes you baffle me,
Sorka, Sean said, his anger abating. He shook his head.
Why wait to tell me? Killarney's a long way off in our future now. We're committed here. I thought you understood that.
He put both hands on her shoulders and gave her a stern shake.
I've wanted to be the father of your children. I want you to have only mine. I want it to be now, too, Sorka, love. But I didn't think I had the right to ask you to bring a child into the world the way it is.
His voice fell into the special, tender tone he always used when they were making love. No, it's the best time to have a child. Something for both of us to have, she said. She did not add, in case, but he knew what she was thinking and tightened his grip on her. His eyes compelled hers to look at him. The fury had been replaced by resolution.
Immediately after surgery, we're going before Cherry Duff. This is going to be a 2-parent child, or my name's not Sean Connell.
Sorka burst out laughing and did not stop until they reached the surgery shed. Angola had ended up as arbiter on the reconditioning of the space shuttle Moth. Nabi Nabal had been driving the refit crew demented, interrupting them at critical moments of repair, demanding to know if that circuit or this segment of hull had been checked. Despite the fact that he had a good working knowledge of the complexities of a shuttle, he delayed more than he assisted. The shuttle Mayfly, lying next to the Moth, had been sectioned off into offices for Angola, Fulmar, and Nabi, with a half-dozen comm lines so that Angola could handle other commitments while on hand at the shuttle. His office was festooned with probe pics and survey maps, as well as with the various launch windows open to Nabi. Nabi would often come in and stand broodingly staring at the orbits, picking at his lower lip. Angola ignored him. The basic condition of the Moth had been surprisingly good. There had been practically no perishing of interior circuits or lines, but everything had to be double-checked. In that, Angola agreed with Nabi. It put quite a burden on Fulmar's engineering team, but that was not where he disagreed with the autocratic Nabi.
I wouldn't care what he asked me to do, Fulmar told Angola, if he'd only ask politely. You'd think he was doing me a favor. Are you sure he's as good a driver as he thinks he is?
He is good, Angola reluctantly admitted.
I'd have preferred the mission in Bonneau's hands, Fulmar replied, shaking his head sadly. But with that big stake, kids and all, I can't fault his refusal. It's just that...
He broke off, raising his big work-stained hands in a helpless gesture.
The mission has got to succeed, Fulmar, Angola said, giving the man an encouraging clout on the shoulder. And you're the best man to see that it does.
In the 13th week after Threadfall, the pattern suddenly shifted. As the squadrons reached the projected site, which was mainly over unoccupied lands, only the top of the squadron saw the leading edge. It was well north of their position. The gray, shimmering stain on the horizon was all too easily identified.
Hell and damnation!
Theo Force cried, ramming a call through to Angola at landing.
The damn stuff's shifted north, Z. We'll need reinforcements.
Give me the coordinates, Angola said, issuing crisp orders and gesturing to Jake to get in touch with Dieter or Boris.
Go for it. We'll scramble another squadron or two to help. I'll alert Drake.
Boris was found and made some quick calculations.
It's going to hit Calusa and Bordeaux. It seems to have shifted north by 5 degrees. That doesn't make sense. Why on earth would it shift so suddenly?
There was no answer to his question. Angola rang off.
Have you the week's roster there, Jake? Check where Quan is today. I'll call Chuck Havers at Calusa.
Sue Havers answered the phone. After her initial shock at the news, she rallied.
We've several hours then, don't we? And it could just miss us? I hope so. I don't know where Chuck is working today. Thank you, Z. And,
she added, her voice less assured,
are you calling Mary Tuberman, or should I warn her?
We'll send Ned along. Angola disconnected. Shunning was very hard on the relatives. Ned was entitled to assist his mother and his younger brothers and sister in fighting Thread. If he chose also to assist his father in the emergency, there would be only family to witness it. Tuberman had been quick to clad his buildings with metal, so his stake was as safe as those precautions could make it. He would get no other help. Angola then contacted Drake and ordered him to avoid the Tuberman stake. Drake at first protested that they couldn't leave any threat on any ground, shunned or not. Ned can protect that much with his mother's help, Drake, but we cannot assist Ted Tuberman.
But it's Thread, man.
That's an order, man, Angola replied in a steely tone.
Gotcha.
Angola then informed Paul Bendon and Emily Bowl of the pattern's alteration.
Ezra will say that proves intelligence directs fall, Paul remarked to Emily as they conferred.
It's heads we lose, tails we lose as far as I can see, Emily replied, heaving a sigh.
It's as well we don't have to wait long to find out.
Paul nodded toward the grid where the Moth was undergoing the final countdown. None of the technicians had been allowed to scramble for additional support squadrons. Their assignments on the shuttle had just become all-important. Following the courtesy now well established, Drake Bonneau checked in at the Havers stakehole on his way back from end of fall, which had just tipped Bordeaux across the Jordan River. He landed within sight of the Tuberman's larger home.
Ned and Mary were out with flamethrowers, Chuck told the squadron leader, and then, for some insane reason, Ted drove them back into the house. There couldn't have been much damage, or we'd have seen results.
Well, you're all right here, Drake said heartily. The ground crew arrived well in advance, but does anyone know why the patterns shifted? Sue asked. Weary with fighting, she needed some spark of reassurance.
No, Drake replied cheerfully, but we'll probably be told.
He accepted a cup of the refreshing fruit drink that the oldest Havers girl brought him and his crew, then said goodbye. Drake had obeyed Angola's order to bypass the Tuberman stake during fall, but after what the Havers had said about Ted, he was curious. In his opinion, all Thread had to be destroyed, even if it fell on a shunned home site. Thread did not care about human conflicts. It ate. Drake did not want to see a little burrow get started because of man-made restrictions. Therefore, as he took off, he made a leisurely turn right over the Tuberman property. He saw Ned standing on the green patch surrounding the house. Ned waved and gesticulated rather wildly, at which point Drake felt obliged to follow orders and turn northwest towards landing. He was having a quick bite to eat in the dining hall when Ned Tuberman found him.
You saw it, Drake. I know you did. You have to have seen it, Ned said, excitedly pulling at Drake's sleeve to pull him to his feet. Come on, you have to tell them what you saw.
Drake pulled his arm free.
Tell who what?
He forked up another mouthful of the hot food. Thread fighting gave him an incredible appetite.
Tell Quan and Paul and Emily what you saw. I didn't see anything.
Then suddenly, Drake had a flash of pure recall. Ned, standing on a green square that was surrounded by scorched earth.
I don't believe what I saw.
He wiped his mouth, chewing absently as he absorbed that memory. But Thread had just been across your place, and Chuck and Sue saw your father stop you flaming. Exactly, Ned grinned hugely, and again pulled at Drake. The squadron leader rose and followed Ned out of the room. I want you to tell them what you saw, to corroborate my statement. I don't know what Dad's done. The grin faded, and some of the buoyancy drained from Ned Tuberman. He says shunning works two ways. Mother told me that he locks himself away in his laboratory and won't let anyone near it. My brothers and sister go over to Sue's all the time, but Mother won't leave Dad, even if he isn't in the house much. She keeps the place ticking over. Your father's been experimenting with something? Drake was confused. Well, he's got botanical training. He did say that until help came, the only defense was the planet itself. Ned slowed his pace. And that patch of grass must have defended itself, somehow, against today's fall, because it's still there. Drake did tell Quan, Paul, Emily, and the hastily summoned Paul and Bay. Ned insisted that he had seen Thread fall on the ground cover plants, had not seen them wither or be ingested, and that by the time Drake had overflown the stake, there was no evidence that Thread had ever fallen on that 12 by 20 meter rectangle. I couldn't hazard a guess as to how he's done it, Paul finally said, looking to Bay for agreement. Maybe he has been able to adapt Kitty Ping's basic program for use on a less complex life form. Professionally, I have to doubt it. But I saw it, Ned insisted. Drake saw it, too. There was a long silence, which Emily finally broke. Ned, we do not doubt you or Drake's verification, but as your father said, shunning works both ways. Are you too proud to ask him what he's done? Ned demanded, his skin blanched under his tan and his nostrils flaring with indignation. Pride is not involved, Emily said gently. Safety is. He was shunned because he defied the will of the colony. If you can honestly say that he has changed his attitude, then we can discuss reinstatement. Ned flushed, his eyes dropping away from Emily's tolerant gaze. He sighed deeply. He doesn't want anything to do with landing or anyone on it. Then he gripped the edge of the table and leaned across it toward the governor. But he's done something incredible. Drake saw it. I did indeed see ground cover where there shouldn't have been any, Drake conceded. Could your mother present evidence on his behalf? Paul asked, seeking an honorable way out for Ned's sake. She says he only talks to Petey, and Petey says he's sworn to secrecy, so she hasn't pushed him. Ned's face twisted with anguish for a long moment, then it cleared. I'll ask her. I'll ask Petey, too. I can try. This has not been easy for you either, Ned, Emily said. All of us would like to see the matter happily resolved. She touched his hand where he still gripped the table edge. We need everyone right now. Ned looked her steadily in the eyes and gave a slow nod. I believe you, Governor. Sometimes the duties to which rank entitles me are more than it's worth, Emily murmured to Paul as the hatch of the shuttle finally closed on Nabi, Nabol, and Bartlimos. She spoke quietly because every young man in Nabi's squadron had come to wish their leader good luck. She turned and smiled at them, leading the way off the grid to the safer sidelines, and waited dutifully with the technicians for the takeoff. They waited and waited until both Admiral and Governor were giving the meteorology tower anxious scrutiny. Just when both had decided that Nabi was going to renege, as they had half suspected he would, they heard the roar of ignition and saw the yellow-white flame pouring out of the tubes. Firing well! Paul bellowed over the noise. Emily contented herself with a nod as she plugged her ears with her fingers. She did not know much about the mechanics of shuttles, but the young men were grinning and waving their arms triumphantly. The look of relief on Fulmer's face was almost comical. Majestically, the shuttle began its run up the grid, its speed increasing at a sensational rate. It became airborne, the engines thrusting it in an abrupt but graceful swoop up. The flame became lost in the blue of the sky as the observers shaded their eyes against the rising sun. Then the puffy contrail blossomed, billowing out as a tracer for the shuttle's path. The technicians who had made it possible cheered and clapped one another on the back.
"Gosh sakes, but it's good to get a bird up again," one of the men shouted. "Hey, what's wrong with them?" he added, pointing to several pairs of dragonettes zipping at low level across the grid out of nowhere, crooning oddly. "Who's having a baby?" Fulmar demanded.
Emily and Paul exchanged glances.
"We are," she said, sliding quickly into the skimmer. "See, they're going straight to the hatching ground."
Looking up toward landing, there was no doubt that pairs of dragonettes were streaming in that direction. No one lingered on the grid. The roof of the hatching ground was covered with the crooning and chittering creatures. The cacophony was exciting rather than irritating. When the Admiral and Governor arrived, they had to make their way through the crowd to the open double doors.
"Welcome in 900-part harmony," Emily muttered to Paul as they made it to the edge of the warm sands. There they halted, awed by the sense of occasion within. Kitty Ping had left explicit instructions on who was to attend the birthday. 60 young people between the ages of 18 and 30, who had already shown a sympathy for the dragonettes, had the privilege of standing around the circle of eggs. Windblossom, Paul, Bay, and Quan stood to one side on a wooden platform, their faces flushed and expectant. The dragonette's song outside remaining softly jubilant, while the crooning of those who had found roosting space inside sounded like subdued encouragement, almost reverent. "They can't know what we expect for today, can they, Paul?" "Young Sean Connell," Paul pointed to where the young man stood beside his wife around the eggs, "would have you believe that they do. But then, they've always been attracted by birthing. After all, they protect their own young against attack." A hush swept around the arena as a distinct crack was heard. One of the eggs rocked slightly, the motion drawing excited whispers. Emily crossed her fingers, hiding them in the folds of her trousers. She noticed, with a slight grin, that others were doing the same. So much hung on the events of that day, on the first hatching, and on what Nabi Nabol was irrevocably committed to doing. Another egg cracked, and a third wobbled. The chorus became beguilingly insistent, striking an excited chord in everyone watching. Then all of a sudden, one of the eggs cracked open, and a creature emerged, damp from birth. It shook stubby wings and stumbled over its shell, squawking in alarm. The dragonettes answered soothingly. The young people in the circle stood their ground, and Emily marveled at their courage, for that awkward creature was not the graceful being she had been expecting, a beast remembered from old legends and illustrations held in library treasuries. She caught herself holding her breath, and exhaled quickly. The creature extended its wings. They were wider and thinner than she had expected. It was so spindly, so ungainly, and its very oddly constructed eyes were flashing with red and yellow. Emily felt a flush of alarm. The creature gave a desperate cry and was answered reassuringly by the multi-voiced choir above. It lurched forward, its voice pleading, and then the cry altered to one of joy, held on a high, sweet note. It staggered another step and fell at the feet of David Catterell, who bent to help it. He looked up with eyes wide with wonder. "He wants me." "Then accept him," Paul bellowed, gesturing for one of the stewards to come forward with a bowl of food. "Feed him. No, don't anyone else help you. The blonde should be made now." Kneeling by his new charge, David offered the little dragon a hunk of meat. It bolted that and urgently cried for more, pushing at David's leg with an imperious head. "He says he's very hungry," David cried. "He's talking to me, in my head. It's incredible. How did she do it?" "The mentasynth works, then," Emily murmured to Paul, who nodded with the air of someone not at all surprised. "Ye gods, but it's ugly," Paul said in a very low voice. "You probably weren't much to look at birth either," Emily surprised herself by saying. She grinned at his quick glance of astonishment. David coaxed his new friend out of the circle of people and toward the edge of the hatching ground, calling for more food. "Polenth says he's starving." Bay had ordered plenty of red meat to be available, butchered from animals that had adapted well to the improved Pernese grasses. The young dragonettes would require plenty of boron for growth in their first months, and would best absorb it from the flesh of cattle.
Another egg cracked, and a second bronze male made a straight-line dash to Peter's semling. A shrill voluntary came from Peter's pair of dragonettes. There was a long wait before any more activity. A worried hum developed among the watchers. Then 4 more eggs abruptly shattered, 2 with unexpectedly dainty creatures, 1 golden and 1 bronze, who partnered themselves with Tari Chernoff and Shi Lao. The other 2 were stolid-looking browns, who took to Otto Hegelman and Paul Logorides. "Do they expect them all to hatch today?" Emily asked Paul. "Let's go around to Pole and Bay," Paul said. They inched their way to the right, pausing to admire David Catterell's bronze, who was bolting down hunks of meat so fast that he seemed to be inhaling them. David looked ecstatic. "Well, they could," Paul replied when they reached him. He was masking anxiety well. Windblossom was not, and barely acknowledged the quiet greetings of Admiral and Governor. "They were engineered within a 36-hour period. The 6 that have hatched were from the first and second groups. We might have to wait. In our observations of wild dragonets, we know that laying the eggs can take several hours. I suspect the greens and golds may be like one of the earth vipers, which can keep eggs within her body until she finds an appropriate place or time to lay them. We know that naturally clutched eggs do hatch more or less simultaneously. This," he said, pointing to the hatching ground, "is a concession to Kitty Ping's reverence for the ancestral species habitat. Ah, another one's cracking." He consulted the flimsy in his hand. "One of the third group." 6 males, but only 1 female, Bay said quietly. "To be frank, I'd rather have more females. What do you think, Blossom?" 1 perfect male and 1 perfect female are all we need," Windblossom said in a tight, controlled voice. She had her hands hidden in her loose sleeves, but there were deep tension lines in her face, and her eyes were clouded. "Peter Semling's bronze looks sturdy," Emily said encouragingly. Windblossom did not respond. Her gaze was fixed on the eggs. "Are they as you anticipated?" she asked, looking at Paul and Bay. "No," Bay admitted, but then it was Kitty who had the requisite image in her mind. "If only—" she faltered. "Ah, another gold female. I believe that Kitty Ping made the choices gender imperative for Nyasa Klisman, and such charming creatures." Emily failed to see charm in the hatchlings, but she was glad to see so many live ones. But what had Kitty Ping had in her mind when she altered the dragonet ova? Those were not dragons of any kind Emily knew, and yet she had an unexpected vision of a sky full of the creatures, soaring and diving, breathing flame. Had Kitty Ping had such a vision? "The shuttle," Paul said suddenly. "Did I hear it take off?" "Yes, he made it," Paul replied. "Angola will keep us informed. We don't have enough fuel for a direct flight. The shuttle will have to coast a week before it reaches the trail." "Oh, I see." Then Paul refocused his attention on the eggs. The crowd shifted as some people had to return to complete unfinished tasks, and others moved in to take their places. Food was brought to the biologists and the leaders on their dais, and wooden benches to sit on. Windblossom remained standing. Food was also taken to the circle of hopeful Dragonriders. The Dragonet's encouragement did not abate. Emily wondered how they could keep it up. It was dark before there was any further movement, and then, all at once, a brown and 2 golds cracked their eggs. Marco Galliani got the brown, and Kathy Duff and Nora Sedgeby the 2 golds. There was a good deal of cheering. The crowd at the opening thinned, while the dragonettes kept their posts and continued their encouraging song. Emily was becoming weary, and she could see fatigue catching up with the others. She was half asleep when Catherine Radlin Doyle impressed her gold. "Do they always go female to female?" Emily asked Paul. "And male to male?" "Since the males are expected to be fighters and the females egg carriers, Kitty made it logical." "Logical to her," Emily said, a trifle bemused. "There aren't any blues or greens among them," she suddenly realized. "Kitty programmed the heavier males, but I believe they're to carry sperm for the entire range. The greens will be the smallest, the fighters. The blues sturdier with more staying power. The browns sort of anchor fighters with even more endurance. They'll have to fight 4 to 6 hours, remember. The bronzes are leaders and the golds waiting at home to be egg carriers." Paul gave Emily a long look. his tired face reflecting astonishment at her sarcasm. In the wild, greens don't have good maternal instincts. The golds do, Bay put in, giving the governor an odd glance. Kitty Ping kept as much natural instinct as possible, or so her program reads. There, Navi said, leaning back from the console, his swarthy face intense with an inner satisfaction. Kenjo wasn't the only one who could save fuel. Bart stared at him, surprised and confused. Save it for what, Navi? He spoke more sharply than he meant to, but he had been wound up with tension that would not ease. It was not that he did not trust Navi as a pilot. Navi was a good driver, or Bart would not have been talked into participating in the insane venture, not for the choicest land on Pern. To maneuver, Navi said. His mocking grin did nothing to ease Bart's disquiet. Where? You wouldn't be mad enough to try to land on the fucking planet. Bart clawed at the release straps, but Navi's indolent gesture of negation aborted the effort. No way. I came to get the pods, or whatever. His smile then broadened, and Bart was amazed at the humor in it. Our course is basically the same one Abril took. He turned his head and looked directly at his co-pilot. So? They said the gig blew up. Navi's smile was pure malice. Turn on the screens. There might be some interesting flotsam, diamonds and gold nuggets and whatever else Avril took with her. No one needs to know what else we scooped up out of space, and it sure beats mining this stuff ourselves. By midnight, Pole and Bay decided to examine the remaining eggs and slowly did the rounds. Wooden platforms had been brought out for the candidates to rest on, since the heat in the sand was enervating. None of the chosen was willing to forego the chance at impressing a hatchling by leaving the ground. When the two biologists returned, Pole was shaking his head, and Bay looked drawn. She went immediately to Windblossom and touched her arm. The rest of the first group show no signs of life, but already the outcome is better than projected. We detected viable signs in the others. We can but wait. They were not all conceived at the same time. Windblossom remained an unmoving statue. Sean nudged Sorka in the ribs to wake her up. She had fallen asleep leaning against him, her cheek against his upper arm. She was instantly alert and aware of her surroundings. Sean pointed to the biggest of the eggs, which sat almost directly in front of them. He had taken that position at the outset, and finally, after his long vigil, the egg was rocking slightly. "What time is it?" she asked. "Nearly dawn. There's been no other movement, but listen to the dragonettes, listen to Blaze. She'll have no throat left." They had noted their own dragonettes early during that long day, and Sorka had taken heart from their constant choral encouragements. "That egg over there has been moving spasmodically for the last 2 hours, he said in a quiet tone. "The one beyond it rocked for a while, but it stopped completely." Sorka tried to contain a yawn, then gave in to the compulsion and felt better for it. She wanted to stretch, but another candidate was draped over her legs, fast asleep. Beyond, the other candidates began to wake. At some point while Sorka had been dozing, the Admiral and the Governor had left. Pole and Bay were leaning into each other, and Quan's head was on his chest, arms limp in his lap. Windblossom had apparently not moved since she had taken up her watch. "She's uncanny," Sorka said, turning away from the geneticist. A single great crack startled everyone, and the egg before them parted into 2 ragged halves. The bronze hatchling walked out imperiously, lifted his head, and made a sound like a stuttering trumpet. Everyone came to attention. Sean was on his feet, and Sorka pushed at his legs to urge him on. She need not have worried. As he locked eyes with the hatchling, Sean gave a low, incredulous groan and moved forward to meet the beast halfway. Their fare was bugling with triumph. "Meat! Quickly!" Sorka called, beckoning to a sleepy steward. Hoping that the heat in the building had not soured the meat, she ran to meet the man, grabbed the bowl, and returned to thrust it into Sean's hands. She had never seen that utterly rapt look in his eyes before. "He says his name is Karanath, Sorka. He knows his own name." Sean transferred food from the bowl into Karanath's mouth as fast as he could shovel it. "More meat! Hurry! I need more meat!" Everyone in the hatching ground was wakened by his vibrant voice. Then the other egg broke open, and a golden female sauntered forth, chittering and looking about urgently. Sorka was too busy passing bowls of meat to Sean to notice until Betsy tugged at her arm. "She's looking for you, Sorka. Look at her." Sorka turned her head, and suddenly she, too, felt the indescribable impact of a mind on hers, a mind that rejoiced in finding its equal, its lifelong partner. Sorka was filled with an exultation that was almost painful. "My name is Ferranth, Sorka." "We have actually learned a great deal from eggs that didn't hatch," Pole told Emily and Paul when he, Windblossom, and Bay made their report 2 evenings later. "So far, so good?" Paul asked hopefully. "Oh, very good," Bay said enthusiastically, grinning and nodding her head vigorously. Windblossom managed a prim, set smile. The air of impenetrable gloom that had surrounded her on the hatching day had been exchanged for an aloof superiority. "Then you do believe that the 18 hatchlings will all become viable adults?" Paul asked Windblossom. She inclined her head. "We must await their maturity with patience." "But they will be able to produce flame from phosphine-bearing rocks and go between, as the dragonets do?" Paul asked her. "I am myself much encouraged," Paul said, when Windblossom said nothing. "Bay is, too, by the way in which Mentasynth has proved a strong empathic bond and telepathic communication." "A genuine mind-to-mind contact," Bay added with a smile of satisfaction. "Especially strong for Sorka and Sean." "The dragons were designed," Windblossom added pompously, "to make impression with other than their own ancestral species. In that much, the program has succeeded." She held up her hand. "We must contain impatience and strive to achieve the perfect specimen." "The stabilization of impression to another species was the most important aspect," Pole said, his brows creasing slightly. "After all, the dragonets have teleported as naturally as they breathe." "The dragonets have," Windblossom said coolly. "We have yet to see if the dragons can." "Kitty Ping did not alter those capabilities, you know. They will, of course, have to be refined and controlled," Pole went on. He did not like Windblossom's attitude, her refusal to concede the triumphs already achieved. "I must say I am very glad that the young Connells both impressed. With their veterinary training and their general competence, not to mention their proven ability to discipline their dragonet fares, we couldn't ask for better mates." Windblossom made a slight noise, which the listeners took as disapproval. "They're qualified," Bay said with unexpected heat. "Someone must make the beginning." "Their progress must be strictly monitored," Windblossom said, "so that we will know what mistakes must be avoided the next time." "The next time?" Emily blinked in surprise and noticed that Bay and Pole were reacting similarly. "I do not yet know if these creatures will perform on the other design levels, either natural or imposed." Her sepulchral tone indicated that she had grave doubts. "How can you not be encouraged?" Pole began with some heat. A decisive gesture of dismissal cut him off, and he stared at Windblossom. "I will begin anew," Windblossom informed them in a tone that almost implied martyrdom. Pole and Bay regarded her in astonishment. "With what we learned from the post-mortem examinations, I cannot be sure that any of the living will be fertile or reproduce. More importantly, reproduce themselves. I must try again and again until success is assured. This experiment is only begun." "But, Windblossom," Pole began, astounded. "Come, you shall assist me." With an imperious gesture, she swept from the room. Neither the veterinarians nor the xenobiologists had any criteria by which to judge the health of 18 representatives of a new species. But the dragons' hearty appetites, the vibrant color of their suede-like hides, and the ease of their physical exertions, which consisted mainly of eating and exercising their wings, were taken as measures of well-being. In the first week of life, each had grown at least a hand-span taller and had filled out. They looked considerably more substantial. And as the toughness of their transparent wings became more and more evident, those who had worried about their fragility were relieved. Fascinated, the official medical support group watched as the two Connells bathed and oiled their 10-day-old dragons. Large, shallow bathing pools of Siliplas had been erected near the homes of all the dragon mates. Feranth was coyly aware of the admiring glances. "She's preening, Dad," Sorka said, amused, as she poured oil on a scaly patch between the dorsal ridges. "Is that the itchy spot, Fari?" "My name is Feranth, and that is that itchy spot," Feranth said in tones that went from reproof to relief. "Another is starting on my hind leg." "She doesn't like to be called by a nickname," Sorka said tolerantly, grinning at her father. "But, jeez, she takes scrubbing." A bristle brush had been made for the purpose, firm enough to rub in oil, but not harsh enough to mar the tender, smooth hide. Suddenly, everyone was drenched, as Karanath, sweeping his glistening wings forward in the low bath, showered them with water. "Karanath, behave yourself," Sorka and Sean spoke in the same sharp tone. "I am already clean, you polka-dotted idiot," Feranth said in an excellent mimicry of one of Sorka's favorite admonitions. "I was nearly dry, and now my oiling has to be done again." Sean and Sorka laughed, and then hurriedly explained to the drenched men that they were amused by what Feranth had said, not by Karanath's playfulness. Sean gestured to the dragonettes that perched on the roof tree, obviously watching everything below them. Almost instantly, the soaked observers had towels dropped about them. "Handy critters, Sean," Red Hanrahan said, drying his face and hands and mopping his clothing. "Very useful with young dragons, too, Red," Sean replied. "They fish constantly for these walking appetites." "Am I that much trouble to you?" Karanath sounded aggrieved. "Not at all, pet," Sean quickly assured him, lovingly caressing the head that was tilted wistfully. "Don't be silly. You're young, you have a good appetite, and it's our job to keep you fed." Red was beginning to get accustomed to the sudden non-sequiturs from his daughter and son-in-law, but the others were startled. Feranth butted at Sorka for reassurance, and when she received it, her eyes settled to the blue of contentment. "Can't they be ridden yet, and hunt for themselves?" Fas Radamonth asked. "You don't attempt to ride a foal, even a good big one," Sean replied, brushing oil on the rough patch on Karanath's broad back. "Kitty Pig's program suggests waiting a full year before we attempt it." "Can we wait long enough for them to mature?" Threadfall and the need to fight it was never far from anyone's mind. "I've never rushed a horse," Sean said, "and I'm not about to start with my dragon. However, at the rate they're growing, and if we can be sure that their skeletal structure, its boron silicate, which is tougher than our calcareous material, is developing properly, I think they'll be capable of manned flight as scheduled." Sean grinned. "Jeez, what times we'll have then, old fellow, won't we?" The tenderness, the concern, and the deep affection in Sean's voice were almost embarrassing to hear. Red looked at his son-in-law in surprise. So impression had affected young Connell, as it had changed all the dragon mates. Even Sorka, who had always been caring and capable, seemed somehow strengthened and exuded a radiance that could not all be attributed to her pregnancy. Young David Catterell had altered in the most spectacular way. Badly scarred mentally as well as physically by that first fall and Lucy Tuberman's tragic death, the young man had retreated into a wallow of self-disgust and needless guilt. Not even intensive therapy had broken through the stubborn facade. David fought Thread with a vindictive intensity that was frightening to watch. Only when he had seen how useful dragonets were in ground crewing had he tolerated their wistful affection. The renaissance of his personality had begun the moment Polenth nudged his knee. An openly smiling, ecstatic David Catterell had left the hatching sands, solicitously and deftly assisting the staggering little dragon. The changes in the other youths had been felicitous as well, though Catherine Radlin Doyle's tendency to giggle at some unheard comment from her golden mate could be disconcerting. Shi Lao, who had impressed Bronze Firth, also went about with smiles on his once pensive face. Tari Chernoff had stopped apologizing for any minor accident or inconsistency, and Otto Hegelman's stutter had completely disappeared. "Their credits to you both," Caesar Galliani said to Sean and Sorka. though Marcos Duluth, if I say so myself, looks equally as well. Sean grinned at the Roma stakeholder. He does indeed. As long as they're eating, sleeping, being bathed, cosseted, oiled, and scratched, they have nothing to complain of, Sorka finished, giving Ferranth's nose a final swipe. There now, love, why don't you curl up and go to sleep? Karanath's not finished, Ferranth complained, even as she was moving to the sun-warmed plascrete she preferred as her couch. I like him to lean against. I'm a little hungry. Sorka put her fingers between her front teeth and gave a piercing whistle. The dragonettes instantly appeared. All clean, Karanath cried, hopping out of the bath. Warned by Sean, he did not shake himself all over his audience. Carefully, he extended his wet, glistening wings, holding them aloft in the slight breeze while Sean, with Sorka's help, mopped his underparts dry. Do you need anything, Sean, while we're here? Red asked. Nope, Sean grunted as he bent to dry the claw sheaths. The claw design was one of the few physical modifications that Kitty Ping had made from dragonette to dragon. The finger-like claws would be more useful, she had thought, for grabbing running animals than the dragonette's pincer-type arrangement. As soon as they've had their snack, we'll have one too. Amazing couple, Faz Radamanth said, smiling up at Red. Now, if that bronze is fertile and the gold willing, we'll have our next generation. Let's not rush too far ahead in our hopes, Caesar said, looking back over his shoulder at the scene. Wind Blossom strongly advocates caution about this first batch. Her grandmother bioengineered them, Fast spoke firmly, stopping in his tracks. Well, she also produced the imperfect ones that didn't hatch. 18 was a very good result, and we learned a great deal from dissecting the aborts, Faz said. They were just turning away when the air filled with dragonettes, each carrying a fair-sized pack-tail in its claws. The dragons lifted their heads, opened their mouths, and took the offerings as rightful homage. The men grinned and continued their morning round. Once Ferranth and Karanath had their snack, they were quite willing to curl up together, Karanath with his triangular head neatly placed on his outstretched forelegs. Ferranth draped her head and neck over his forequarters, her tail twitching occasionally just in front of his muzzle, her wings sagging slightly from their folded position on her back. Both freshly oiled hides gleamed in the sun. I will be glad when they can hunt for themselves, Sean murmured to Sorka as they wearily settled on the ground in the shade of the east wall of their home. Meanwhile, Sorka said, reaching for a water jar, we couldn't manage it without the fair. She sent strong feelings of gratitude to Duke, Emmett, Blazer, and the others. Their response, muted in deference to the somnolent dragons, was clearly, "You're welcome." The requirements of dragons were never considered by Landing's architects, Sean remarked as he took the water jar in turn. Washing dragons was thirsty business. When they get bigger, something will have to be done. There aren't enough places to house people in Landing anymore, much less dragons. Do you think they'd be comfortable in some of Catherine's caves? She mentioned it again yesterday. Yes, so she did. Then she giggled. The two Connells exchanged amused and tolerant grins. The human dragon mates had abruptly found themselves a group set apart by occupation and dedication, as well as by the subtler changes within them. Though they had the unqualified support and help of every member of the medical, veterinary, and biological teams, they found that talking minor problems over among themselves brought better results. One had to be a dragonmate to appreciate the problems and the joys. Sorka noted with quiet pride that it was Sean's opinion that seemed to be sought most frequently by the others, and she agreed. He had always been sensible about animals. But, she realized, she could not really call the dragons animals. They were too human. Even their voices. Karanath's voice sounded just like Sean's light baritone being spoken through a long tunnel, and Sorka suspected that Ferranth's voice was a version of her own. From the moment they had brought the two hatchlings to Irish Square, Sorka had realized that she heard both Ferranth and Karanath, while Sean heard only Karanath. That Sorka could hear both did not seem to distress either dragon. They were amenable to everything in life as long as they had full bellies and oiled hides. Then, as Sean's bond with the bronze developed, Sorka heard fewer private exchanges. She, too, had learned, as she suspected each dragon mate had, to communicate telepathically on a private band. "I'd say they'll be ready to hunt in another week or two, if we can use a small corral to pen the beasts." Sean found her hand and squeezed it, then laid his hand over her belly. "All this won't harm our child, will it?" Sorka felt guilty. Lately she had not had time to think about her condition. There was always something to be done for Ferranth, or for one of the other young dragons. And she and Sean were still on duty at the Dragonet Clinic, treating those injured fighting Thread. "The doctor said I was healthy and could ride," Sorka groaned. "Will we be able to teach them to fly between, Sean?" Her voice was low, and she clutched his hand apprehensively. "Now, dear heart, we'll be able for what we have to do." The unknown clearly did not faze Sean any more. "But, Sean, if we know where we're going, they will. They'll see it in our minds. They see everything else. What makes you think directions will be difficult?" "But we don't even know how the Dragonets do it." Sean shrugged, grinning down at her. "No, we don't. But if the fire lizards are capable of the teleportation, the dragons will be too. Kitty Ping did not tamper with that. Let's not fret ourselves. We won't fret them." She eyed him sourly, then shook her finger at him. "Then you stop worrying about it." Laughing, his blue eyes sparkling at her shrewd hit, he took her hand and pulled her into his embrace. She nestled there, taking strength from him and returning it. Although Sorka had never before felt so in charge of herself, so dynamic, there were moments when she was assailed with the fear that she might fail Ferranth in some small but essential way. She expressed that to Sean. "No, you won't," he said, smoothing her sweat-damp hair back from her face. "No more will I, Caranath. They're ours, and we belong to them." He turned her face up to look at him, his eyes so intense with love and assurance that her breath caught. Sean embraced her again, tightly. "Ever since we dropped to this planet, Sorka, this has been our destiny. Or why else were we the first to find the fire lizards? Out of all the people exploring the world, why did the fire lizards come to us? Why did the last of Kitty Ping's creation search us out of the crowd? No, believe in yourself, in us, and our dragons." He held her a moment longer, and then released her. "I think we have to give Cricket and Duve to your father. Brian gets along with Cricket very well." Sorka had known that some decisions had to be made about their horses, both of whom had from the start been terrified of the wobbling dragons. Red and Brian had taken the horses up to the main veterinary barn. Sorka thought briefly of all the grand moments she had experienced on the bay mare's back, most of them shared with Sean and Cricket, but their dragons had become all-important. "Yes," she heard herself saying with no further twinge of regret, "I never thought there'd come a day when I wouldn't have time for horses." She looked lovingly at the sleeping figure of Ferranth and grinned at the bulge in the golden belly, which would all too quickly disappear. "I'll fix us something to eat." Sean kissed her on the forehead. His new willingness to display affection was one of the fringe benefits from Caranath, and Sorka loved him more than ever. She leaned against him, inhaling his manly smell mixed with the herbal dragon oil. "Make sandwiches, love," Sean advised. "Here comes Dave Catterall at the trot. If Polanth's asleep, the others will be along too."
"They've got it,"
Angola informed Paul when the Admiral answered the comm unit in Emily's quarters, where he was anticipating one of Pierre's excellent dinners. Emily had taken pity on him, as Jew had gone back to check on their Boca holding the previous day.
"Nabi just called in. Bart Limos got a scoopful. Although
what?" Paul asked, exchanging glances with Emily.
"Although it took them a long time."
Angola finished on a troubled sigh.
"They should have been well up in the trail before now."
Angola sounded puzzled.
"They have what we need. That's the important thing. The pods. The facts are being relayed to the interface right now. Ezra and Jim should have an analysis sometime tomorrow."
"Are you still at the Mayfly?" Paul asked, frowning. Angola was not completely recovered from his injuries, and Paul was proprietary in his concern for him. Angola would be a key man in the coming struggle for autonomy and survival.
Yes, but Sabra's brought me dinner.
Angola was indulging in one of his rare chuckles as he signed off. They've got what we need, Paul told Emily as he reseated himself. Now I can enjoy this dinner. The first rumblings occurred the next morning, early enough to rattle many people in their beds. Only the young dragons were unperturbed, sleeping through the commotion made by the excited, frightened humans.
Will this planet never let up on us?
Angola demanded as he untangled himself from his bed sack and fumbled for the comm unit set.
Is that an earthquake?
Sabra asked sleepily. She had left the children with a friend so that she and Angola could have a few hours together. Sabra felt she needed that comfort almost as much as Angola must, and she had signed on a charter promising order and tranquility.
Go back to sleep, Angola told her as he dialed. What does Patrice say, Jake?
He asked his efficient assistant.
He says the gravity meters have all been registering a disturbance in lava chambers along the island ring. He doesn't know what's going to blow, but the display suggests that something has to. He's trying to guess the most likely escape point.
Angola's next call was to Paul, at home.
No rest for the weary, huh?
Paul asked in a resigned tone.
Volcanic disturbance all along the chain.
Chain my foot? That rumble was right under my ear, Angola, and we do have 3 volcanoes looming over us.
Angola was so accustomed to the great peaks that he had forgotten that they also could pose a threat, though the experts had all agreed that the last eruption of Mount Garben had occurred a millennium ago. By mid-morning, Patrice relieved the worst fears by his announcement that a new volcano was erupting out of the sea beyond the eastern tip of Jordan Province. Young Mountain, which had been monitored for the past 8 years, was throwing up a cloud of smoke, gas, and some ash, but magma pressure did not seem to be building there. A second underground churning startled people mid-afternoon. When Patrice arrived, parking his sled in Administration Square and going in to consult with Paul and Emily, an anxious crowd quickly gathered to await the result of that meeting. Finally, the colony's 2 leaders appeared on the porch with Patrice, who was smiling and waving facts in both hands.
A new volcano to be named, like Aphrodite rising from the sea, but I don't necessarily insist on that name, he shouted. Where? Beyond the easternmost tip of Jordan, safely away from us, my friends.
He held up the largest photo so that the roiling seas and the protruding tip of the smoking peak could be seen by all.
Yeah, but that's still the same little tectonic plate we're on, isn't it?
One man shouted. He pointed back over his shoulder at the lofty peak of Mount Garben.
That one could go again, couldn't it?
Of course it could, Patrice answered easily, shrugging his shoulders, but it is very unlikely, in my opinion. It shot its head off thousands of years ago. There has been no evidence of activity here. It's an old one, that volcano. The young ones have more to say and are saying it. Do not panic. We are safe at landing. He sounded so certain that the anxious murmuring abated and the crowd dispersed. All through the day there were sporadic growlings, as Telgar called them. Wandering at random through landing, he had made himself available to anyone who wished to be reassured. It was the first time since Salah's death that Telgar had circulated socially. That night, a large proportion of Landing's population gathered in Bonfire Square, and the blaze was built up to an unusual, almost defiant size.
Our beautiful Pern has popped a pimple on her face, Telgar said, with a hint of his former joviality, talking to a group of young people. She's not so old that her digestion is perfect, and we have been disturbing her with our borings and diggings.
When he moved off, one of the apprentice geologists followed him.
Look, Telgar, the young man began earnestly, we're not on basement rock here in Landing.
That is very true, Telgar replied with a slight smile, which is why we are rocking a little. But I am not concerned. The apprentice flushed.
Well, there's a wide, long strip of basement rock in the northern continent along the western mountain range.
Ah, how well you have studied your lessons, Telgar commented. He nodded equably to Kaber Alinwa and Ozzie Munson, who had just joined them.
Ah, have a glass with us. Embarrassed by having stated the obvious, the young man hastily excused himself. So, people are talking of basement rock, Carver said, and beside him Ozzy smirked. I know, you know, and he knows, but we have had enough of insecurity today. The basement rock will not shift. As you know, I have given my opinion to Paul, Emily, and Patrice. Telgar looked beyond the big miner to a distant view that only his eyes saw. Carver and Ozzy exchanged meaningful glances. The set, pained look on Telgar's face meant that he was remembering something about Salah. Carver nudged Ozzy and leaned conspiratorially toward Telgar. Are we all to go look at some basement rock now, Telgar? The next morning, a rumble of a different kind finally roused Paul as Ju reached across him for the handset. You, she mumbled sleepily, dropping it on the bed sack and rolling over again. Paul fumbled for it and cleared his throat. Bandon.
Admiral, Angola said urgently, they've begun re-entry, and Nobby's on a bad course.
Paul pulled loose the fasteners of the bed sack and sat bolt upright. How could he be?
He says he's green, Admiral.
I'm coming. Paul had an irrational desire to slam the handset down and go back to sleep beside his wife. Instead, he dialed Emily, who said she would join him at the Met Tower. Then he alerted Ezra Caroon and Jim Telek. Paul? Ju asked sleepily. Sleep on, honey. Nothing to worry you. He had tried to keep his voice low and was sorry to have disturbed her. In the second semester of a new pregnancy, Ju needed more sleep. They had stayed up late talking, regretfully aware that they must set the example and close down their stake. The constant drain of Threadfall was having a devastating effect on supplies and resources. Joel particularly fretted over the dwindling efficiency of the power packs. According to Tom Patrick, the psychological profile of Landing's population was, in the main, encouraging, although therapy and medication were increasingly required to keep distressed people functioning. Somehow, Paul could not bring himself to hope that Nabi Nabol and Bart Limos had brought back something as vital as encouragement. Yesterday, Ezra and Jim had produced the latest analysis of the eccentric's orbit. It was as wayward, in Jim Tillich's phrasing, as a drunken whore on a Saturday night at a space facility in the asteroid belt. What had looked to be a reasonable, predictable, elliptical orbit through Rookbot's system proved to be even more bizarre, at an angle to the ecliptic. The planet would wobble into the vicinity of Pern every 250 years, though Ezra had made extrapolations that provided some variations of its course due to the effect of other planets in the system. During some of its orbits, it looked as if the eccentric and its cloud of junk would miss Pern. The most singular planet I've ever tried to track, Ezra said apologetically, scratching his head as he summed up his report. Natural orbit? Jim had asked, with a sly grin at the astronomer. Ezra had given him a long, scornful look. There's nothing natural about that planet. Degrees to the north in the current third round of falls, the Admiral no longer held much hope for Ezra's theory that the falls were deliberate, a softening up procedure by some sentient agency. If that had been the case, he argued, the falls ought to have accelerated in frequency and density after the wild planet swung to its nearest spatial point to Pern. But Thread had continued to drop in mindless patterns, each consistent with the northern shift. Mathematical calculations, checked and double-checked by Boris Pahlavi and Dieter Kliesmann, concurred with Ezra's depressing conclusion. The eccentric would swing away from Pern and the inner system, only to swing back again in 250 years. The facts Bart had flashed back to Pern had shown the trail of debris to be endless. All the way to the edge of the system, Ezra declared in total capitulation. The planet pierces the Oort cloud and drags the stuff down with it. Hoyle and Wickramansing's theory has been vindicated in the Rookbot system. Aren't we lucky, Jim added. The junk could still be just ice and rock. We won't know for sure until we see what Bart Limos scooped up out there. Jim was not at all happy that his theory was right. He would almost prefer a sentient intelligence somehow surviving on the eccentric planet. You could usually deal with intelligence. His theory made it tough on Pern. In the cold light of a new morning, Paul dressed quickly, towing his feet into his boots and closing the front of his ship suit. He combed his hair neatly back and then stumbled into the pre-dawn light. He used the skimmer. It would be quieter than him puffing and jogging down to the tower. He tried to practice what he preached in matters of conservation, but that morning he did not wish to be heard passing by. The last few days, with the moth overdue, had been hard on him. Waiting had never been his forte. Decision and implementation were where he shone. Emily had proved once again the staunch, unswerving, resolute governor of herself and her subordinates. She was the best sort of complement to his strengths and flaws. He saw lights over an Irish square, and, through the lines of dwellings, he caught a glimpse of fluttering wings as the young Connells gave their dragons the early morning meal. In the next square, Dave Catterell was up too, feeding his young bronze. At the thought of those young people committed to survival on Pern, Paul felt a sudden surge of confidence that he and Emily would bring everyone through. By all that was holy, they would. Had he not gone through bleaker days before the battle at Purple Sector? And Emily had been blockaded for 5 years, emerging with a healthy, functioning population, despite a shortage of raw materials. The tower was still dark as Paul parked his skimmer behind it. The windows were shuttered, but the main door was ajar. He went up the stairs as quietly as he could. Lately, with the dormitories so crowded, off-duty communications personnel slept on the ground floor. All of Landing was crowded, with refugees, Paul made himself add. People had even begun to make homes out of some of the Catherine caves. That may have originated from some atavistic urge, but caves were thread-proof, and some of them were downright spacious. Caves might be a good place to lodge the fast-growing dragons, too. As he reached the top floor, his eyes went immediately to the big screen, which showed the moth's position above Pern, relayed from the moon installation. "He has not corrected his course once," Angola said, swinging his chair toward Paul. He motioned for Jake to vacate the second console chair. The young man's eyes were black holes of fatigue, but Paul knew better than to suggest that Jake stand down until the shuttle was safely landed. "He ought to have fired 10 minutes ago. He says he doesn't need to." Paul dropped to the chair and toggled in the comm unit. "Tower to Moth. Do you read me? Bendon here. Moth, respond." "Good morning, Admiral Bendon," Nobby replied promptly and insolently. "We are on course and re-entering at a good angle." "Your instrumentation is giving you false readings. Repeat, you are getting false readings, Nobble. Course correction essential." "I disagree, Admiral," Nobby replied, his tone jaunty. "No need to waste fuel. Our descent is on the green." "Correction, Moth. Your descent is red and orange across our board and on our screen. You have sustained instrument malfunction. I will give you the readings." Paul read the numbers off from the calculator pad that Angola handed to him. He was sure he heard a startled gasp in the background. But Nobby seemed undisturbed by Paul's information, and he did indeed report readings consonant with a good re-entry. "I don't believe this," Angola said. "He's coming in from the wrong quadrant at too steep an angle, and he's going to crash smack in the center of the island ring C. Soon." "Repeat, Moth, your angle is wrong. Abort re-entry. Nobble, take another orbit. Sort yourself out. Your instruments are malfunctioning." Fardels. If Nobble could not feel the wrongness of that entry, he was nowhere near the driver he thought himself. "I'm captain of this ship, Admiral," Nobble snapped back. "It's your screen that's malfunctioning." "What did you say, Bart?" I don't believe it. You got to be wrong. Give it a bang. Kick it." "Yank your nose up and fire a 3-second blast, Nobble," Paul cried, his eyes on the screen and the speed of the incoming shuttle. "I'm trying. Can't fire. No fuel." Sudden fear made Nobble's voice shrill. Paul heard Bart's cries in the background. "I told you it felt wrong. I told you. We shouldn't have... I'll jettison. They'll have that much," Bart shouted. "If the fucking relay'll work." "Use the manual jettison lever, Bart," Angola yelled over Paul's shoulder. I'm trying. She's heating up too fast, Nobby. She's heating..." Horrified, Paul, Angola, and Jake watched the dissolution of the shuttle. One stubby wing sheared off, and the shuttle began to spin. The tail section broke off and spun away on a different route, burning up in the atmosphere. The second wing followed suit. "It'll hit the sea?" Paul asked in a bare whisper, trying to calculate the impact of that projectile on land. Angola nodded imperceptibly. Like an obituary, the relay screen lit up with a glorious sunlit spread of many bits and one larger object, disappearing into many faint pricks of glitter. A team of dolphins were sent out to the Ring Sea to find the wreck. Maximilian and Teresa reported back a week later, tired and not too happy to tell humans that they had seen the twisted hulk wedged into a reef in waters too deep for them to examine closely. All the dolphins were still searching the Ring Sea for the jettisoned scoop. "Tell them not to bother," Jim Tillich muttered dourly. "There's unlikely to be anything left to analyze. We know that the junk goes back in a years-long tale. We're stuck with it. Hail, Hoyle, and Wick romancing." "Ezra?" Emily asked the solemn astronomer. Karoon's butterscotch-colored skin seemed tinged with gray, and he looked bowed by his responsibilities. He heaved a heavy, weary sigh and scratched at the back of his head. "I have to concede that Jim's theory is correct. The contents of the pod would have been the final proof, but I, too, doubt the scoop survived. Even if it did, it could take years to find it in such a vast area. Years also apply to that trail, I fear. We won't be able to judge until the end of that tail comes in sight." "And where does that leave us?" Paul asked rhetorically. "Coping, Admiral, coping," Jim Tillich replied proudly. With a twitch of his sturdy shoulders, he had thrown off his doomsday expression and instead challenged them all. "And we've thread falling in 2 hours, so we'd better stop worrying about the future and attend to the present, right?" Emily looked at Paul and managed a tentative smile, which she also turned on Z Angola, who was watching them impassively. "Right. We'll cope." She spoke in a firm, resolute voice. "Surely we can hold out for 10 years, she thought to herself, if we're very careful. She wondered why no one mentioned the homing capsule. Perhaps because no one had much faith in Ted Tuberman. "We've got to." "Until those dragons start earning their keep," Paul said. "But this settlement must be restructured." Emily and he had been discussing redispositions for days. They had been waiting for the right moment to broach the subject to the others of the informal landing council. "No," Angola said, surprising everyone. "We must resettle completely. Landing is no longer viable. It used to be sort of a link with our origins, with the ships that brought us here. We no longer require that sense of continuity. And most especially," Jim picked up the thoughts, "not with volcanoes popping up and spouting off in this vicinity." Jim shifted in his chair, settling in to discuss basics. "I've been listening to what people are saying. So has Ezra. Telgar's notion about moving to that cave system on Basement Rock in the north is gaining strength. The cave complex is big enough to house Landing's population plus dragons. We're not out of raw materials to make plastic and metal for housing, but making it takes time away from the essential task of fighting thread and keeping us alive. Why not use a natural structure? Use our technology to make the cave system comfortable, tenable, and totally safe from thread." Emily did not even pause to take a breath. "Just what Paul and I have been discussing. There's enough fuel, I believe, to transport some of the heavier equipment by shuttle. Then we can use the metal in situ. Jim, the Pern Navy is about to be commissioned." Paul grinned at Emily. It was much easier when people made up their own minds to do what their leaders had decided was best for them. Part 3. Crossing. 11.18.08. Pern. "Holiest of holies," Telgar murmured respectfully as he held his torch high and still could not illuminate the ceiling.
His voice started echoes in the vast chamber, repeating and repeating down side corridors until finally the noise was absorbed by the sheer distance from its source.
"Oh, I say, mate, this is one big bonzo cave,"
Ozzie Munson said, keeping his voice to a whisper. His eyes were white and wide in his tanned, wind-seared face. Kaber Alinwa, who was rarely impressed by anything, was equally awed.
"A bleedin' beaut."
His whisper matched Ozzie's. "There are hundreds of ready-made chambers in this complex alone," Telgar said. He was unfolding the plas sheet on which he and his beloved Salah had recorded their investigations of 8 years earlier. "There are at least 4 openings to the cliff top which could be used for air circulation. Channel down to water level and install pumps and pipe. I came across big reservoirs of artesian water. Core down to the thermal layer, and, big as it is, this whole complex could be warmed in the winter months." He turned back to the opening. "Block that up with native stone, and this would be an impregnable fort. No safer place in this world during Threadfall. Further along the valley there are surface-level caves near that pasture land. Of course, it would have to be seeded, but we still have the alfalfa grass propagators that were brought for the first year." At the time, there was no need to investigate thoroughly, but the facilities exist. As I recall, when we overflew the range above us, we discovered a medium-sized caldera, well packed with small cliffs, about a half-hour's flight from here. We didn't think to mark whether it was accessible at ground level. It might be ideal for dragon quarters, so accessibility isn't a problem, provided they do fly as well as dragonettes.
"We seen a couple of old critters like that," Ozzie said, consulting the battered notebook that habitually lived in his top pocket. "One on the east coast, and one in the mountains above the 3 drop lakes, when we was prospecting for metal ores."
"So," Cobber began, having recovered from his awe,
"the first thing is to put steps to this here level."
He walked to the edge of the cave and looked down critically at the stone face.
"Maybe a ramp-like, to move stuff up here easy-like. That incline over there is nearly a staircase already."
He pointed to the left-hand side.
"Steps neat as you please up to the next level."
Ozzie dismissed those notions.
"Nah, there's landingers. We want their smart-ass engineers and architects to fancify it for them with the proper mod cons."
Cobber settled a helmet on his head and switched on its light.
"Yeah, it's them poor buggers got all claustrophobic." "Claustrophic, you ignorant digger," Ozzie corrected him. "Whatever. Inside safest with that fucking stuff dropping on you all the time. Come on, Oz, let's go walkabout. The Admiral and the Governor are counting on our expertise, you know."
He gave an involuntary grunt as he settled the heavy cutter on his shoulder and strode purposefully toward the first tunnel. Ozzie put on his own helmet and picked up a coil of rope, pitons, and a rock hammer. Thermal and ultraviolet recorders, comm unit, and other mining hand units were attached to hooks on his belts. Lastly, he slung one of the smaller rock cutters over his shoulder.
"Let's go test some claustrophia. We'll start left, right? I'll give you a holler in a bit, Telgar."
Cobber had already disappeared in the first of the left-hand openings as Ozzie followed him. Alone, Telgar stood for a long moment, eyes closed, head back, arms slightly away from his body, his palms turned outward in supplication. He could hear the slight noises of disturbed creatures and the distorted murmur of low conversations from Ozzie and Cobber as they made their way past the first bend in the tunnel. There was nothing of Salah in that cave. Even the place where they had built a tiny campfire had been swept bare to the fire-darkened stone. Yet there she had offered herself to him, and he had not known what a gift he had received that night. The sudden, high-pitched keening of the stonecutter shattered all thought and sent Telgar about the urgent business of making the natural fort into a human habitation. The hum roused Sorka, and she tried to find a more comfortable position for her cumbersome body. Fartles, but she would be grateful when she could finally sleep on her stomach again. The humming persisted, a subliminal sound that made a return to sleep impossible. She resented the noise, because she had not been sleeping at all well during the past few weeks, and she needed all the rest she could get. Irritably, she stretched out and twitched aside the curtain. It could not be day already. Then, startled, she clutched the edge of the curtain because there was light outside her house, the light of many dragon eyes sparkling in the pre-dawn gloom. Her exclamation disturbed Sean, who stirred beside her, one hand reaching for her. She shook his shoulder urgently. "Wake up, Sean! Look!" Whichever way she turned, she felt a sudden stab of pain in her groin, so unexpected that she hissed. Sean sat bolt upright beside her, his arms around her. "What is it, love? The baby?" "It can't be anything else," she said, laughter bubbling out of her as she pointed out the window. "I've been warned." She could not stop giggling. "Oh, God! Go look, Sean! Tell me if the fire dragonets are roosting. I wouldn't want them to miss this, any of them." Grinding sleep out of his eyes, Sean struggled to alertness. He half glared at her for her ill-timed levity, but annoyance was replaced by concern when her laughter turned abruptly into another hissing intake of breath as a second painful spasm rippled across her distended belly. "It's time?" He ran one hand caressingly across her stomach, his fingers instinctively settling on the band of contracting muscle. "Yes, it is. What's so funny?" he added. She could not quite see his face in the dim light, but he sounded solemn, almost indignant. "The welcoming committee, of course. All of them. Farenth, love, are all present and accounted for?" "We are here," Farenth said, "where we should be. You are amused?" "I am very amused," Sorka said. But then another contraction caught her, and she clutched at Sean. "Oh, but that was not at all amusing. You'd better call Greta." "Chase, we don't need her. I'm as good a midwife as she is," he muttered, shoving feet into the shoes under their bed. "For horses, cows, and nanny goats, yes, Sean, but it is expected for humans to assist humans." "Oh, Sean, these are very close together." He rose to his feet, pausing to throw the top blanket across his bare shoulders against the early morning's chill, when there was a discreet knock at the door. He cursed. "Who is it?" he roared, not at all pleased at the idea that someone might have come to summon him for a veterinary emergency right then. "Greta!" Sorka started to laugh again, but that became very difficult to do all of a sudden, and she switched to the breathing she had been taught, clutching at her great belly. "How under the suns did you know, Greta?" she heard Sean ask, his voice reflecting his astonishment. "I was called," Greta said with great dignity, gently pushing him to one side. "By whom?" "Sorka only just woke up," Sean replied, following Greta back to their room. "She's the one who's having the baby." "Not always the first to know when labor commences," Greta said in a very calm, almost detached manner. "Not in landing, and certainly not with the queen dragon listening in on your mind." She flicked on the lights as she entered the room and deposited her midwifery bag on the dresser. She had been a gangly girl who had turned into a rangy woman with hair and skin the same coffee color and a dusting of freckles across the bridge of her nose. Her eyes, very brown in her kindly face, missed few details. "Farenth told you?" Sorka was astonished. A dragon speaking to someone outside of their group was unheard of. "Not exactly," Greta replied with a chuckle. "A pair of fire dragonets flew in my window and made it remarkably plain that I was needed. Once I got outside, it wasn't hard to figure out whose baby was coming. Now, let me see what's going on here." "I told them to get her," Farenth told Sorka in a smugly complacent tone of voice. "You like her." As Sorka lay back for Greta's examination, she tried to figure that out. She liked her doctor, too, and had no qualms about him attending her delivery. How had Farenth sensed that she really had wanted Greta in attendance? Could Farenth possibly have sensed that she had always been friendly with Greta? Or was it some connection the Golden Dragon had made because Sorka had assisted Greta in the birth of Myri Hanrahan's latest, Sorka's newest baby brother? But for Farenth to recognize an unconscious preference... Sean slid cautiously onto the other side of the bed and reached for her hand. Sorka gave him a squeeze, laughter still bubbling up in her. She had so hated the last few weeks when her body had not seemed to be her own, when all its control seemed to have been assumed by the bouncing, kicking, impertinent, restless fetus that gave her no rest at all. Her laughter was sheer elation that all of that was nearly over. Now, let me have a look. Another contraction? Sorka concentrated on her breathing, but the spasm was far more painful than she had anticipated. Then it was gone, pain and all. She felt sweat on her forehead. Sean blotted it gently.
"You're hurting?"
Farron's voice became shrill. No, Farron, I'm fine. Don't worry," Sorka cried. "Farron's upset?" Keeping her hand tight in his, Sean crouched to see out the window to the dragons waiting there. "Yes, she is. Her eyes are gaining speed and orange." "I was afraid of that." Mutely, Sorka appealed to Sean. Expressions flitted across his face. If she read them correctly, he was annoyed with Farron, indecisive, for once, about what to do, and anxious for her. Then tender concern dominated his face as he looked down at her, and she felt that she had never loved him more than at that moment. "A pity we can't have your dragon heat a kettle of water to keep her out of mischief," Greta remarked, her strong, capable hands finishing the examination. She gave Sorka's distended belly a gentle pat. "We'll take care of her fussing you right now. Can you turn on one side? Sean, help her." "I feel like an immense flounder," Sorka complained as she struggled to turn. Then Sean, deftly and with hands gentler than she had ever known, helped her complete the maneuver. She had just reached the new position when another mighty spasm caught her, and she exhaled in astonishment. Outside, Farranth trumpeted a challenge. "Don't you dare wake everyone up, Farranth. I'm only having a baby." "You hurt. You're in distress." Farranth was indignant. Sorka felt a slight push against the base of her spine, the coolness of the air gun, and then a blessed numbness that spread rapidly across her nether region. "Oh, blessed Greta, how marvelous!" "You don't hurt. That is better." Farranth's alarm subsided back into that curious thrumming of dragons, and Sorka could identify her voice in the hum as clearly as she heard the noise intensify. Oddly enough, the humming was soothing, or was it simply that she no longer had to anticipate that painful clutching of uterine muscles? "Now, let's get you to your feet for a little walking, Sorka," Greta said. "You're already fairly well dilated. I don't think you're going to be any time delivering this baby, even if you are a prima para." "I'm numb," Sorka said by way of apology as Greta got her to her feet. Then Sean was on her other side. He had gotten dressed, but Sorka, trying to watch where her nerveless feet were going, noticed that he did not have his socks on. She thought that endearing of him. Odd, the difference between his hands and Greta's. Both caring, both gentle, but Sean's loving and worried. "That's a girl," Greta said encouragingly. "You're doing just fine. 3 fingers dilated already. No wonder the fairs were alerted, and you're not the only one exciting them tonight." Greta chuckled as they began to retrace their steps across the lounge, up the short hall, and into the bedroom. "It's the walking that's important." Another contraction. "Very good. Your breathing's fine." "Who else is delivering?" Sorka asked, because it helped to concentrate on things other than what her muscles were doing to her. "Fortunately, Elizabeth Jepson. A new baby will help her get over the loss of the twins." Sorka felt a pang of grief. She remembered the 2 boys as mischievous youngsters on the Yoko, and recalled how she had envied her brother Brian for having friends his own age. "It's funny, isn't it?" Sorka said, speaking quickly. "People having 2 complete families, almost 2 separate generations. I mean, this baby will have an uncle only 6 months older, and be part of an entirely different generation. Really." "One reason why we have to keep very careful birth records," Greta said. Sean grunted. "We're all Pernese, that's what matters." Sorka's water burst then, and outside the humming went up a few notes and deepened in intensity. "I think I'd better check you, Sorka," Greta said. Sean stared at her. "Do you deliver to Dragonsdawn?" Greta gave a low chuckle. "They've an instinct for birth, Sean, and I know you vets have been aware of it too. Let's get her back to the bed." Sorka, involved in the second phase of childbirth, found the dragon song both comforting and soothing. It was like a blanket of sound shimmering about her, enfolding and uplifting and comforting.
the sound suddenly increased in tempo, rising to a climax. Sean's hands grasped hers, giving her his strength and encouragement. Every time she felt the contractions, painless because of the drug, he helped her push down. The spasms were becoming more rapid, almost constant, as if matters had been taken entirely out of her control. She let the instinctive movements take over, relaxing when she could, assisting because she had no other option. Then she felt her body writhe in a massive effort, and when it had been expended, she felt a tremendous relief of all pressures and pullings. For one moment, there was complete silence outside. Then she heard a new sound. Sean's cry of triumph was lost in the trumpeting of 18 dragons, and who knew how many fire dragonettes. Oh dear, she thought distractedly, they'll wake up the whole of landing. You have a fine son, my dears, Greta said, her voice ringing with satisfaction, with a crop of thick red hair. A son? Sean asked, sounding immensely surprised. Now, don't tell me, after all my hard work, Sean Connell, that you wanted a daughter, Sorka demanded. Sean just hugged her ecstatically. Sometimes I feel as if everyone's forgotten all about us, Dave Catterell said to Sean as they watched their two bronzes hunting. Sean, his eyes on Karanath, did not reply. Although all the dragons were well able to fly short distances and had proved capable of hunting down wild wherries, their human partners grew anxious if they flew out of sight. Nor was it always possible to use a sled or a skimmer to accompany them. As a compromise, Sean had talked Red into giving them the culls, or injured animals from the main herds. He and the others had rigged a threadfall shelter for the mixed herd in one of the caves, and each took turns on the succession trays that supplied their fodder. The young dragons were strong and flew well, but, erring on the side of caution, the veterinary experts had decided that riding should not be attempted until the full year had passed. Sean had railed privately to Sorka about such timidity, but she had talked him out of defiance, reminding him how much they stood to lose in forcing the young dragons. Fortunately, the decision had been reached without consultation with Windblossom, which made it easier for Sean to accept what he called sheer procrastination. He did not like her proprietary attitude toward the dragons. She continued to exercise Kitty Ping's program, though without the same success. Her first 4 batches had not produced any viable eggs, but 7 new sacs in the incubator looked promising. The odds in Joe Lilienkamp's book favored the success of the first hatching, but only marginally. Sean was privately determined to upset such odds, but he also would not risk official censure or jeopardize the young dragons. I really cannot repose the same confidence in Windblossom as I did in Kitty Ping, Paul had told Sean and Sorka in a private conference. But we would all breathe more easily if we could see some progress. Your dragons eat, grow, even fly to hunt. Will they also chew rock? Paul began to tick off the points on his left hand. Carry a rider? And preserve their valuable hides during threadfall? The power pack situation is getting tight, Sean. Very tight indeed. I know, Admiral, Sean had replied, feeling grim and defensive. And 18 fully functional dragons are not going to make fighting thread all that much easier. But self-reproducing, self-sustaining thread fighters will make one hell of a lot of difference in the long run. And it's the long run, frankly, Sean, Sorka, that worries me. Sean kept his opinion about Windblossom to himself. Part of it was loyalty to Karanath, Feranth, and the others of the first hatching. A good deal stemmed from his lack of confidence in Windblossom, where he had had every faith in her grandmother. After all, Kit Ping had been trained at the source, with the Eridani. As he watched the grace of Karanath swooping to snatch a fat wether from the stampeding flock, his faith in these amazing creatures was reinforced. He really got some altitude there, David said with an ungrudging praise. Look, Polenth's dropped his wings now. He's going for that one. Got it, too, Sean replied in a return of compliment. Maybe they were all being too cautious, afraid of pushing down the throttle and seeing the result. Karanath flew strongly and well. The bronze was nearly the same height in the shoulder as Cricket, though the conformation was entirely different, Karanath being much longer in the body, deeper in the barrel, and stronger in the hindquarters.
In fact, the dragons already were much stronger than similar equines, their basic structure much more durable, utilizing carborundums for strength and resilience. Paul and Bay had gone on about the design features of dragons as if they had been new sleds, which indeed, Sean thought wryly, was what they were intended to replace. According to the program, dragons would gradually increase in size over many generations until they reached the optimum. But in Sean's eyes, Karanath was just right. "At least they eat neatly," Dave said, averting his eyes from the two dragons who were rending flesh from the carcasses of their kills. "Though I wish they didn't look like they enjoyed it so much." Sean laughed. "City bred, were ya?" Dave nodded and smiled weakly. "Not that I wouldn't do anything for Pollenth. It's just that it's one thing on 3D, another to watch it live and know that your best friend prefers to hunt living animals." "What did you say, Pollenth?" Dave's eyes took on that curious, unfocused look that people had when being addressed by their dragons. Then he gave a rueful laugh. "Well?" Sean prompted him. "He says anything's better than fish. He's meant to fly, not swim." "Good thing he has two bellies," Sean remarked, seeing Pollenth devouring the sheep, horn, hooves, fleece, and all. "The way he's swaffing down the wool, he could start a premature blaze when he starts chewing firestone." "He will, won't he, Sean?" Dave's earnest plea for reassurance worried Sean. The dragon mates could not doubt their beasts for a moment, not on any score. "Of course he will," Sean said, standing up. "That's enough, Karanath. 2 fills your belly. Don't get greedy. There are more to be fed here today." The bronze had been about to launch himself into the air again, aiming toward the rise into the next valley where the terrified flock had stampeded. "I would really like another one. So tasty. So much better than fish. I like to hunt." Karanath sounded a trifle petulant. "The queens hunt next, Karanath." With a peevish swing of his head, Karanath began to amble back down to Sean, spreading his wings to balance himself. Dragons looked odd when they walked, since they had to crouch to their shorter forelegs. Some of them fell more easily into a hop-skip gait, dropping to the forequarters every few steps, or using their wings to provide frontal lift. Sean disliked seeing the dragons appear so ungainly and unbalanced. "See you later," he said to David, as he and Karanath turned to walk back to the cave they inhabited. The dragons had quickly outgrown the backyard shelters and, in many cases, the patience of neighbors, some of whom worked night shifts and slept during daylight hours. Dragons were a vocal lot for a species that could not speak aloud, so dragons and partners had explored the Catherine Caves for less public accommodations. Sorka had at first worried about living underground with their baby son, Michael, but the cave site Sean had chosen was spacious, with several large chambers. Their new home actually had far more space than did the house in Irish Square. Feranth and Karanath were delighted. There was even a shelf of bare earth above the cave entrance where dragons could sunbathe, the leisure activity they enjoyed even above swimming. "We are all much better suited here," Sorka had exclaimed in capitulation, and had set about making their living quarters bright with lamps, her hand-woven rugs, fabrics, and pictures that she had cadged from Joel. But the new quarters had proved to be more than just a physical separation, Sean realized, as he and Karanath trudged along. Dave Catterall had put his finger on it in his wistful comment about being forgotten. "This walk is long. I would rather fly on ahead," Karanath said, doing his little hop-skip beside Sean. Once again, Sean thought that his brave and lovely Karanath looked like a bad cross between a rabbit and a kangaroo. "You were designed to fly. I'll be happy when we both fly." "Why do you not fly on me, then? I would be easier to ride than that scared creature." Karanath did not think much of Cricket as a mount for his partner. Scared creature, Sean thought with a chuckle. Poor Cricket. How easy it would be to swing up to Karanath's back and just take off. The notion made the breath catch in his throat. To fly on Karanath instead of shuffling along on the dusty track. The adolescent year for the dragons was nearly over. Sean looked about in deep speculation. Let Karanath drop off the highest point, and he would have enough space to make that first, all-important downsweep of his wings. Sean had spent as much time watching how fire lizards and dragons handled themselves in the air as he once had patiently observed horses. Yes, a drop off a height would be the trick. Come on, Karanath. I'm glad I didn't let you fill your belly. Come on, right up to the top. The top? The ridge? Sean heard comprehension color the dragon's mind, and Karanath scrambled to the height in a burst of speed that left Sean coughing in the dust. Quickly, the wind is right. Rubbing dust particles out of his eyes, Sean laughed aloud, feeling elation and a racing pulse of apprehension. This is the sort of thing you do now, at the right time, in the right place, he thought, and the moment was right for him to ride Karanath. There was no saddle to vault to, no stirrup to assist Sean to the high shoulder. Karanath dipped politely, and Sean, lightly stepping on the proffered forearm, caught the two neck ridges firmly and swung over, fitting his body between them. "Jeez, you were designed for me," he said with a triumphant laugh, and slapped Karanath's neck in affection. Then he grabbed at the ridge in front of him. Karanath was perched on the very edge of the ridge, and Sean had an awesome view of the bottom of the rock-strewn gorge. He swallowed hastily. Flying Karanath was not at all the same thing as riding cricket. He took a deep breath. It was also not the time for second thoughts. He took a compulsive hold with legs made strong from years of riding and shoved his buttocks as deeply into the natural saddle as he could. "Let's fly, Karanath. Let's do it now." "We will fly," Karanath said with ineffable calm. He tilted forward off the ridge. Despite years of staying astride bucking horses, sliding horses, and jumping horses, the sensation that Sean Connell experienced in that seemingly endless moment was totally different and completely new. A brief memory of a girl's voice urging him to think of Spacer Eves flitted through his mind. He was falling through space again, a very short space. What sort of a nerd brain was he to have attempted this? "Tharath wants to know what we are doing," Karanath said calmly. Before Sean's staggered mind registered the query, Karanath's wings had finished their downstroke and they were rising. Sean felt the sudden return of gravity, felt Karanath's neck under him, felt the weight and a return of the confidence that had been totally in abeyance during that endless-seeming initial drop. The power in those wing sweeps drove his seat deeper between the neck ridges as Karanath continued to beat upward. They were level with the next ridge, the floor of the gorge no longer an imminent crash site. "Tell Karanath that we're flying, of course," Sean replied. He would never admit it to Sorka. He could barely admit it to himself, but for one moment he had been totally and utterly terrified. "I will not let you fall." Karanath's tone chided him. "I never thought you would." Sean forced his body to relax, forced his long legs down and around Karanath's smooth neck, but he took a firmer grip on the neck ridge. "I just didn't think I'd stay aboard you for a minute there." Karanath's wings swept up and down, just behind Sean's peripheral vision. He felt their strong and steady beat even if he did not see them. He could feel the air pressure against his face and his chest. There was nothing around him but air, open, empty, and absolutely marvelous. Yes, once he got the hang of it, flying his dragon was the most marvelous sensation he had ever had. "I like it, too. I like flying you. You fit on me. This goes well. Where shall we go? The sky is ours." "Look, we better not do much of this right now, Karanath. You just ate, and we're going to have to think this thing through. It's not enough to fall off a ridge." "Oh!" he cried inadvertently as Karanath banked and he saw the wide-open, dusty, thread-barren ground far, far beneath him. "Straighten up!" "I wouldn't let you fall." Karanath sounded nearly indignant, and Sean freed one hand to give him a reassuring slap. But he quickly replaced his hand on the ridge. "Jeez, a rider can't fly thread hanging on for dear life." "You wouldn't let me fall, my friend, but I might let me." Trying to quell his rising sense of panic, Sean hazarded a glance at the ground. They were nearly to the rank of caves that had become their home. Sean could see Faranth on the height where she must have been sunning herself. She was sitting on her haunches, her wings half spread. In a few sweeps of Karanath's powerful wings, they had covered a distance that ordinarily took a half-hour of uphill, down-dale slogging.
Ferranth says that Sorka says that we had better come down right away. Right away!
Karanath's tone was defiant, begging Sean to contradict the Golden Dragon and anything that shortened their new experience.
We are flying together. It is the right thing to do for dragons and riders.
It's a fantastic thing to do, Karanath, but as we are now home, can you land us, say, by Ferranth? Then you can tell her just how we did it. Sean did not care if Sorka had hysterics over his spontaneous and totally unplanned flight. He had done it, they had succeeded, and all was well that ended well. The dragons of Pern finally had riders. That would change the odds in Joel's book. The other 17 riders, including Sorka, once Ferranth had reassured her about Karanath's prowess, were delighted at their tremendous advance. Dave wanted to know why Sean had been so precipitous. "Couldn't you have waited for me? Full-Length and I were just behind you. You scared the living wits out of me for a moment, you know." Sean clasped Dave's arm in tacit apology. "It was what you'd said about being forgotten, Dave. I just had to try, but I didn't want to endanger anyone else in case I was wrong." Sean caught Sorka frowning at him and pretended to flinch.
"I was all right, love. You know that, but—"
He glared warningly at the others seated on the rugs around him. "We've got to go about this in a logical and sensible way, folks. Flying a dragon's not like riding a horse." His glance held Nora Sedgeby's. She certainly was not the sort of person he would have said would impress a dragon, but Tenneth had chosen her, and they would have to make the best of it. Nora was accident-prone, and Tenneth had already hauled her partner out of the lake and prevented her from falling into the crevices and holes that pitted the hills around the Catherine Caves. On the other hand, Nora had been sailing across Monaco Bay since she was strong enough to manage a tiller, and she had checked out on both sleds and skimmers. "For one thing, there's all this open air around you. Falling is down onto a hard and injurious surface." Sean made appropriate gestures, smacking one hand into the palm of the other and startling Nora with the noise. "So," Peter Semling said, "we use a saddle." "A dragon's back is full of wing," Sorka replied dryly. "You ride forward, sitting your butt in the hollow between the last two ridges," Sean went on, grabbing for a sheet of opaque film and a marker. He made a quick sketch of a dragon's neck and shoulders and the disposition of two straps. "The rider wears a stout belt, wide, like a tool belt. You strap yourself in on either side, and the safety harness goes over your thigh for added security. And we're going to need special flying gear and protective glasses. The wind made my eyes water, and I wasn't even aloft all that long." "What did it really feel like, Sean?" Catherine Radlin asked, her eyes shining in anticipation. Sean smiled. "The most incredible sensation I've ever had. Beats flying a mechanical, all hollow. I mean—" He raised his fists, tensing his arms into his chest and giving his hands an upward thrusting turn of indescribable experience. It's between you and your dragon and—" He swung his arms out. "And the whole damned wide world." He made a less dramatic presentation at the impromptu meeting where he was asked to account for such risk-taking. He would rather have reported privately to maybe Admiral Bendon or Pole or Red, but he found himself facing the entire council. "Look, sir, the risk was justified," he said, looking quickly from the Admiral to Red Hanrahan. His father-in-law had been both furious and hurt by what he considered betrayal. Sean had not anticipated that. "We were almost to the ridge when I suddenly knew I had to prove that dragons could fly us. Sir, all the planning in the world sometimes doesn't get you to the right point at the right time." Admiral Benton nodded wisely, but the startled expression on Jim Tillich's blunt face and Angola's sudden attention told Sean that he had said something wrong. "I could risk my own neck, sir, but no one else's," he went on. "So we've got to take our time getting some of the other riders ready to fly. I've done a lot of riding and sled driving, but flying a dragon's not the same thing, and I'm not about to go out again until Karanath's got some safety harness on him. And me." Joel Lilienkamp leaned forward across the table. "And what will that require, Connell?" Sean grinned, more out of relief than amusement. "Don't worry, Lily. What I need is what Pern's got plenty of.
hide. I found a use for all that tanned ware-skin you've got in stores. It's plenty tough enough, and it'll be easier on dragons' necks than that synthetic webbing used in sled harnesses. I've made some sketches." He unfolded the diagrams, much improved on by his discussions with the other dragon mates. "These show the arrangement of straps and the belts we'll need, the flying suits, and we can use some of those work goggles Plastics turns out." "Flying suits and plastic goggles," Joel repeated, reaching for the drawings. He examined them with a gradually less jaundiced attitude. "As soon as I can rig the flying harness for Caranath, Admiral, Governor, sirs," Sean said, politely including all assembled and adding a tentative grin at Cherry Duff's deep scowl, "you can see just how well my dragon flies me." "You were informed, weren't you?" Paul Bendon said, and Sean saw him rubbing the knuckles of his left hand. "That there are new eggs on the hatching sands?" Sean nodded. "Like I told you, Admiral, 18 are not enough to take up much slack, and it'll be generations before there are enough." "Generations?" Cherry Duff exclaimed in her raspy voice, swinging an accusation on the veterinary team. "Why weren't we told it'd take generations?" "Dragon generations," Paul answered, smiling slightly at her misinterpretation. "Not human." "Well, how long's a dragon generation?" she demanded, still affronted. She shot a disgusted scowl at Sean. "The females should produce their first independent clutches at 3. Sean has proven that a male dragon can fly at just under a year." Cherry brought both hands down on the table, making a loud, sharp noise. "Give me facts, damn it, Paul!" "Then 4 to 5 years?" Cherry pursed her lips in annoyance, a habit that made her look even more like a dried prune, Sean thought idly. "Then I'm not likely to see squadrons of dragons in the sky, am I? 4 to 5 years. And when will they start flaming thread? That was their design function, wasn't it? When will they start being useful?" Sean was fed up. "Sooner than you think, Cherry Duff. Open a book on it, Joel." With that, he strode from the office. It galled him to the bone to have to take a skimmer back to Sorka and the others who waited to hear what had happened. 10 days later, when Joel Lilienkamp himself brought them the requisitioned belts, straps, flying kit, and goggles, flight training on the Dragons of Pern began in earnest. Landing had grown accustomed over the past year and a half to the grumblings and rumblings underfoot. On the morning of the 2nd day of the 4th month of their 9th spring on Pern, early risers sleepily noted the curl of smoke, and the significance did not register. Sean and Sorka, emerging from their cave with Caranath and Faranth, also noticed it. "Why does the mountain smoke?" Faranth wanted to know. "The mountain what?" Sorka demanded, waking up enough to absorb her dragon's words. "Chase, Sean, look!" Sean gave a long, hard look. "It's not Garbin. It's Pichu Peak. Patrice de Brogley was wrong. Or was he?" "What on earth do you mean, Sean?" Sorka stared at him in amazement. "I mean, there's been all this talk of basement rock and shifting landing to a more practical base with a special accommodation for dragons and us." Sean kept his eyes on the plume curling languidly up from the peak, dwarfed beside the mightier Garbin, but certainly as ominous. He shrugged. "Not even Paul Bendon can make a volcano erupt on cue. Come, we can get breakfast at your mother's. Let's stuff Mick in his flying suit and go. Maybe your dad will have received some official word." He scowled. "We're always the last ones to get news. I've got to convince Joel to release at least one comm unit for the caves." Sorka got their wriggling son into his fleece-lined carrying sack before she shrugged into her jacket and crammed helmet and goggles onto her head. Sean carried Mick out to Faranth. With an ease grown of practice, Sorka ran the 2 steps to her dragon's politely positioned foreleg and vaulted astride. Sean handed her a protesting bundle to sling over her back and then turned to mount the obliging Caranath. The dragons leapt upward from the ledge before the cave, giving themselves enough airway to take the first full sweep. Over the last few weeks, dragon backs had strengthened and muscled up. They had managed flights of several hours' duration. Riders, even Nora Sedgeby, Sean had contrived a special harness that made her feel securely fastened to Tenneth, were improving.
Long discussions with Drake Bonneau and some of the other pilots who had both fighter experience in the old Nathi War and plenty fighting thread had improved the Dragonriders' basic understanding of the skills needed, and practice had encouraged them. 3 weeks before, Wind Blossom's latest attempt had hatched. The 4 creatures who had survived had not been impressed by the candidates awaiting them, although the creatures ate the food presented. Indeed, the poor beasts turned out to be photophobic, but Blossom, much to the disgust of Pole and Bay and against their advice, had insisted on special darkened quarters for the beasts, for the purpose of continued examination of that variant. Even the fire lizards were more useful, Sean thought, as the 2 fares erupted into the air about them, bugling a morning welcome in their high, sweet voices. Now if the dragons could only prove capable of that, Sean thought enviously. But how do you teach a dragon to do something you do not yourself understand? The dragons got smarter every day, and they were fast learners, but it was impossible to explain telekinesis to them or ask them to teleport the way the fire lizards did. Kitty Ping had called it an instinctive action. Nowhere in the genetics program that Sean had memorized did he find any words of wisdom on how to instruct a dragon to use his innate instinct. And it was not the sort of exercise one did on a spontaneous basis. First, they would try to chew firestone and make flame. They knew where the fire lizards got the phosphine-bearing rock. Sean had even watched the Browns and Sorka's Duke selecting the pieces to chew and the careful way they concentrated while they chewed. The fire lizards had learned to produce flame on demand, so Sean felt easy about teaching the dragons that. But going between one place and another, that was scary. Flame of a different kind obsessed Landing's counselors 3 days later. "What people want to know, Paul, Emily," Cherry Duff said, turning her penetrating stare from Admiral to Governor, "is how much warning you had of Pichu's activity." "None," Paul said firmly. Emily nodded. "Patrice de Broglie's reports have not been altered. There's been a lot of volcanic activity all along the ring, as well as that new volcano. You've felt the same shocks I have. Landing and all stakeholders have been apprised of every technical detail. This is as much of an unpleasant surprise to us as it is to you." Then Paul's stern expression. "When there's time, we can send a crew back to scavenge the other 3. Joel Lillienkamp has been working on priority shipments for the big sleds, taking as few as possible from the fighting strength." "Speaking of fighting strength, has that young upstart taught them any new tricks?" Cherry demanded imperiously, looking down her long nose at Paul. "Speaking of eruptions, as we were, how are those beasts of Kitty Ping's progressing? I see them flitting around all the time. Mighty pretty they look in formation, but are they any good in battle?" "So far," Paul began cautiously, "they've matured well beyond the projections. The young Connells have proved splendid leaders." "They were the best ground crew leaders I had," Captain Carter said, disgruntled. "They'll be superior as aerial fighters," Paul went on, overriding the legist's unspoken criticism. "Self-perpetuating, too, unlike sleds and skimmers." "Do you know that for sure?" Cherry demanded in her raspy voice. "Blossom's experiments aren't all that successful." "Her grandmothers are," Paul replied with a firm confidence he hoped would reassure Cherry. "According to Pole and Bay, the males are producing their equivalent to sperm. Genetic analysis has started, but will take months. We might have direct proof of dragon fertility by then, as the gold females mature later." Paul tried not to sound defensive, but he wanted to counter the very bad publicity surrounding Wind Blossom's brutes, especially when the young Dragonriders were trying so very hard to perfect themselves for combat against threat. Though it was not public knowledge, Sean and his group had already served as messengers and had transported light loads efficiently. Paul had a report on his desk from Telgar and his group. They had done a survey of the old crater above the fort hold, with its myriad bubble caves and twisting passages, and had pronounced it a suitable accommodation for the dragons and their riders. Telgar had a team working to make the place habitable, while they still had power in the heavy equipment. A stream was being dammed up for a dragon-sized bathing lake, water piped into the largest of the ground-level caverns for kitchen use, and a chimney hole had been bored for a large hearth complex. Obviously, that would be the pattern for future human habitation on Pern, and for some, accustomed to sprawling living space, it would take some getting used to, but it was the best way to survive.
"Paul?"
It took a moment for the biologist to identify the anxious voice. Mary? His response was equally tentative, but he pulled at Bay's sleeve to attract her attention away from the monitor she was frowning at. Mary Tuberman? Please, don't turn an old friend away unheard. Mary, Pole said kindly, you weren't shunned. He shared the earpiece with Bay, who nodded in vigorous approval. I might as well have been. The woman's tone was bitter. Then her voice broke on a tremulous note, and both Bay and Pole could hear her weeping. Look, Pole, something's happened to Ted. Those creatures of his are loose. I've pulled down the thread shutters, but they're still prowling about and making awful noises. Creatures? What creatures? Pole locked glances with Bay. Beyond them, their dragonettes roused from a doze and chirped in empathic anxiety. The beasts he's been rearing. Mary sounded as if she thought Pole knew what she was talking about and was being deliberately obtuse. He sold some frozen in vitros from veterinary, and he used Kitty's program on them to make them obey him. But they're still things. His masterpiece does nothing to stop them. Again, her bitterness was trenchant. What makes you think something has happened to Ted? Pole asked, picking up on the words Bay mouthed to him as she gestured urgently. He would never let those animals loose, Pole. They might harm Petey. Now, Mary, calm down. Stay in the house. We'll come. Ned's not in landing. Her tone became accusatory. I tried his number. He'd believe me. It's not a question of belief, Mary. Bay pulled the mouthpiece around to speak directly into it. And anyone can come assist you. Sue and Chuck will answer. Sue and Chuck moved north, Mary, after that first bad rock shower from Pichu. Bay was patient with her. The woman had a right to sound paranoid, living in seclusion as she had for so long, with an unbalanced husband and so many earth shocks and volcanic rumblings. Pole and I are coming down, Mary, Bay said firmly, and will bring help. She replaced the handset. Who? Pole demanded. Sean and Sorka. Dragons have an inhibiting effect on animals, and that way we don't have to go through official channels. Pole looked at his wife with mild surprise. She had never criticized either Emily or Paul, obliquely or bluntly. I always felt someone should have investigated the report Drake and Ned Tuberman made. So did they. Sometimes priorities get lost in the shuffle around here. She wrote a hasty note, which she then attached to her gold dragonette's right foot. Find the redhead, she said firmly, holding the triangular head to get Mariah's full attention. Find the redhead. Bay walked with her to the window and opened it, pointing firmly in Sorka's direction. She filled her mind with an image of Sorka leaning against Faranth. Mariah chirped happily. Now, off with you. Then, as the dragonette obediently flew off, Bay ran a finger over the black grime that was once again settling on the windowsill she had swept earlier. I'll be glad to move north. I'm so eternally tired of black dust everywhere. Come on, Pole. We'd better get dressed warmly. You volunteered to help Mary because it gives you a chance to ride a dragon again, Pole said, chuckling. Pole Nietro, I have long been concerned about Mary Tuberman. 15 minutes later, 2 dragons came swooping over the rise to settle on the road in front of their house. They are so graceful, Bay said, making certain her headscarf was tied, as much against the prevailing dust outside as in hopes of riding. As she left the house, Mariah circled down and settled to the plump shoulder with a chirrup of smug satisfaction. You're marvelous, Mariah, simply marvelous, Bay murmured to her little queen as she marched right up between Faranth and Karanath. However, it was Sorka she addressed. Thank you for coming, my dear. Mary Tuberman just contacted us. There's trouble at Calusa. Creatures are loose, and Mary thinks something has happened to Ted. Will you take us there? Officially or unofficially? Sean asked as Sorka glanced over at her mate. It's all right to help Mary, Bay said, looking for support from Pole, who had just come up to the dragons, his glance as admiring as ever. And with who knows what sort of beast. Dragons are useful, Sorka replied with a grin, arriving at her own decision. She beckoned to Bay. Give the lady your leg, Faranth. Here's my hand. With Faranth's assist, Bay was agile enough to settle herself quietly behind Sorka. She would never admit that she was pinched fore and aft between the ridge. Mariah gave her usual squeak of protest. "Now, Mariah, Ferenth's perfectly safe," Bay said, and looked over to see that Pole was settling behind Sean. The young Dragonrider's grin was very broad as he winked at Bay. "Well, this time it really is an emergency," she told herself. A woman trapped in her home with small children and unidentifiable menaces prowling outside. "Hang on tight now," Sean said, as always. He pumped his arms in the signal to launch. Bay suppressed an exclamation as Ferenth's upward surge pushed her painfully against the stiff dorsal ridge. Her discomfort lasted only a moment as the golden dragon leveled off and veered leisurely to her right. Bay caught her breath. She would never get accustomed to this. She didn't want to. Riding a dragon was the most exciting thing that had happened to her since Mariah had first risen to mate. Calusa was not a long trip by air, but the flight was tremendously exhilarating. The dragons hit one of the many air currents that were the result of Pichu's activity, and Bay clutched at Sorka's belt, stuffing her fingers to the knuckle in the belt loops. Flying on a dragon was so much more immediate an activity than going in the closed sled or skimmer, really much more exhilarating. Bay turned her head so that Sorka's tall, strong body shielded her from the worst of the airstream and the dust from Pichu that seemed to clog the air even at that altitude. The journey gave Bay time to ponder what Mary had said about beasts. Red Hanrahan had reported a late-night entry into the veterinary laboratory. A portable bioscan had been missing without being logged out, but as the biolab was always borrowing vet equipment, the absence was dismissed. Later, someone had noticed that the order in which the frozen ova of a variety of Earth-type animals were stored had been disarranged. It could have happened during the earthquakes. Ted Tuberman had been very busy in his discontent, Bay thought grimly. One of the strictest dictums of her profession as a microbiologist was a strict limitation of genetic manipulation. She had actually been surprised, if relieved, that Kitty Ping Jung, as the senior scientist on the Pern expedition, had permitted the bioengineering of the fire dragoness. Had Kitty Ping any idea what a marvelous gift she had bestowed on the people of Pern? But for Ted Tuberman, disgruntled botanist to tinker with ova, and he had not at all understood the techniques or the process. To make independent alterations was intolerable to her, both professionally and personally. Bay knew herself to be a tolerant person, friendly and considerate, but if Ted Tuberman was dead, she would be tremendously relieved, and she would not be the only one. Just thinking about the man produced symptoms of agitation and pure fury which made Bay lose her professional detachment, and that annoyed her even more. There she was on Dragonback, a marvelous opportunity for peaceful reflection, with only the noise of the wind in her ears, with all Jordan spread below her, and she was wasting contemplative time on Ted Tuberman. Bay sighed. One had so few moments of total relaxation and privacy. How she envied young Sorka, Sean, and the others. She was astonished to see Calusa in the next valley. It was a sturdy complex, built by the Tubermans as headquarters for their stake acres. The galvanized roofs of the main buildings had grown to a dull, dark gray from the repeated showers of volcanic ash that Pichu Peak deposited wherever the wind blew. But Bay had scarcely had time to notice that when Sorka's cry of astonishment blew back to her. "Chase, that building's a shambles!" Sorka pointed to her right, and Ferenth abruptly turned in response to an unspoken request. The dorsal ridge bit into the soft flesh of Bay's crotch, and she gripped Sorka's belt more tightly. "Look!" Sorka was directing her gaze downward. 75 meters from the main house, there was a roofed compound with separate enclosures along an L passageway, forming two sides of a fenced-in area. One of the outside walls and several of the interior partitions were smashed, and a corner of the roofing had burst outward. Bay could not recall if there had been any more earth shocks reported in that area to cause such structural damage. No other building was damaged. As the dragon once more changed direction, Bay grabbed at Sorka, felt the girl's reassuring fingers on hers, and then they were down. I do like riding Feranth. She's so very graceful and strong, Bay said, tentatively patting the warm hide of the dragon's neck. No, don't dismount, Sorka said. Feranth says there's something prowling in there. The dragonettes will have a look. Whoops! The air was suddenly full of the chitterings and chatterings of angry dragonettes. Bay's Mariah shrieked in her ear. Now, it's all right. Feranth won't let anyone harm you. Bay held up her arm for her gold, but Mariah joined the investigating fares. Bay was astounded to realize that the dragon was growling, a sensation she could also feel through her body contacts. Feranth turned her impressive head toward the compound, the many facets of her eyes gleaming with edges of red and orange. A piercing yowl was clearly audible, and then there was silence. The excited fares swirled back over the two Dragonriders' heads, chittering and clattering with their news. Feranth looked up, her eyes wheeling as she absorbed the dragonette's images. There's some kind of very large spotted beast out there, Sorka told Sean, and something else that is even larger, but silent. We'll need trank guns then, he said. Sorka, have Feranth call up some reinforcements. Marco and Duluth, if possible. Dave, Kathy, we may need a medic. Peter's Gilgath is sturdy. Nyasa won't panic, and ask for Paul or Jerry. I think we should evacuate Mary and the two children until the beast can be captured. Her ordeal ended. Mary Tuberman wept copiously on Bay's shoulder. Her son Peter, usually a cheerful 7-year-old, watched poker-faced and taut with anxiety. His two little sisters clung together on a lounger and would not respond to Paul's efforts to comfort them, though he was generally very deft with children. Mary did not resist the suggestion that she move to a safer location. Dad's dead, isn't he? Petey asked, stepping right up to Sean. He could be out trying to recapture the beasts, kind-hearted Bay suggested. The boy gave her a scornful look and went off down the corridor to his room. The dragon reinforcements arrived with the trank guns. Sean was pleased to see them landing in the order they had been drilled in. Sean gave Paul, Jerry, and Nyasa the trankers and sent them off on their dragons to see if they could find and disable the escaped animals. Leaving Sorka to help the Tubermans assemble their gear, Sean and the others, armed with the pistols, cautiously approached the wrecked compound. Inside the building, the reek of animal was heavy, and mounds of recent dung littered the place. They found Ted Tuberman's mauled and gnawed body pitifully sprawled outside his small laboratory. Fartles! Nothing we have kills like that, David Catterell exclaimed, backing out of the corridor. Kathy knelt by the corpse, her face expressionless. Whatever it was had fangs and sharp claws, she remarked, slowly getting to her feet. His back was broken. Marco grabbed up an old lab coat and some toweling from a rail and covered the corpse. Then he picked up the remains of a chair made of one of the local pressed vegetable fibers that were used for interior furnishings. This'll burn. Let's see if we can find enough to cremate him here, save a lot of awkwardness. He waved in the direction of the main house. Then he shuddered, clearly unwilling to move the mangled body. The man was insane, Sean said, poking a rod into the dung pats in one enclosure. Developing big predators. We've enough trouble with wherries and snakes. I'll go tell Mary, Kathy murmured. Sean caught her arm as she went by. Tell her he died quickly. She nodded and left. Hey! Peter Semling picked up a covered clipboard from the littered floor of the laboratory. Looks like notes, he exclaimed, examining the thin sheets of film covered with notations in a cramped hand. This is botanical stuff. He shrugged, held it out to Kathy, and picked up another. This is biological? Let's collect any notes, Sean said. Anything that would tell us what kind of creature killed him. Hey, Peter said again. He flipped the cover back on a portable bioscan, complete with monitor and keyboard. This looks like the one that went missing from the vet lab a while back, along with some A1 samples. Meticulously, they gathered up every scrap of material, even taking an engraved plate with the cryptic message, Eureka, Mycorrhiza, which had been nailed to the splashboard of the sink unit. Dave carried out several sacks to be brought back to landing. Then Sean and Peter collected enough flammable materials to make a pyre that could be lit once Mary and the children had gone. Sean! David Catterell called. He was hunkered down by a wide green swath that was the only living thing in the raddled and ash-littered plot, though its color was dimmed by the pervasive black ash. "How many falls has this area had?" he asked, glancing about. He ran his hand over the grass, a tough hybrid that Agro had developed for residence landscaping before Thread had fallen. "Enough to clear this?" Sean knelt beside him and pulled up a hefty tuft. The dirt around the roots contained a variety of soil denizens, including several furry-looking grubs. "Never seen that sort before," David remarked, catching 3 deftly as they dropped. He felt in his jacket pocket, extracted a wad of fabric, and carefully wrapped the grubs. "Ned Tuberman was yakking about a new kind of grass surviving fall down here. I'll just take these back to the Agro Lab." Just then, Sorka, Pole, Bay, and Peter, each loaded with bundles, came out of the main house. Sean and Dave began to load the 8 dragons. "We can make another run for you, Mary," Sorka suggested tactfully when the woman joined them with 2 stuffed bed sacks. "I don't have much besides clothes," Mary said, her glance flicking to the compound. "Kathy said it was quick." Her anxious eyes begged confirmation. "Kathy's the medic," Sean assured her smoothly. "Up you go now. David and Polenth will take you. Mount up. You kids ever ridden a dragon before?" Sean made a game of it for them and passed quickly over the awkwardness of the moment. He saw them all off before he and Pole ignited the funeral pyre. Then they took off in yet another shower of the volcanic dust which would eventually bury Landing. "I can't break Ted's personal code," Pole exclaimed in exasperation, throwing the stylus down to a worktop littered with clipboards and piles of flimsies. "Wretched, foolish man." "Ezra loves codes," Pole Bay suggested. "Judging by the DNA RNA, he was experimenting with felines, but I cannot imagine why. There are already enough running wild here at Landing. Unless—" Pole broke off and pinched his lower lip nervously, grimacing as his thoughts followed uneasy paths. "We know," he paused to bang the table in emphasis, "that felines do not take mentasynth well. He knew that too. Why would he repeat mistakes?" "What about that other batch of notes?" Bay asked, gesturing to the clipboard lying precariously on the edge. "Unfortunately, all I can read of them are quotations from Kitty's dragon program." "Oh!" Bay cocked her jaw sideways for a moment. "He had to play creator as well as anarchist?" "Why else would he refer to the Eridani genetic equations?" Pole slapped the worktop with his hand, frustrated and anxious, his expression rebellious. "And what did he hope to achieve?" "I think we can be grateful that he hadn't tried to manipulate the fire dragonettes, though I suspect he was practicing on the ova he appropriated from the vet frozen storage." Pole rubbed the heels of his hands into his tired eyes. "We can be grateful for small mercies there, especially when you consider what Blossom has done." "Oh, I shouldn't have said that, my dear. Forget it." Bay permitted herself a scornful sniff. "At least Blossom has the good sense to keep those wretched photophobes of hers chained. I cannot think why she persists with them. She's the only one they like." Bay gave a shudder of revulsion. "They positively fawn on her." Pole snorted. "That's why," he said absently, riffling through the notes on the undecipherable clipboard. "What I don't understand is why he chose the large felines." "Well, why don't we ask Petey? He helped his father in the compound, didn't he?" "You are the essence of rationality, my dear," Pole said. Pushing himself out of the chair, he went over and laid an affectionate kiss on her cheek, ruffling her hair. She was admonishing him when he punched the com code for Mary Tuberman's quarters. Both he and Bay had been visiting her daily to help her settle back into the community. "Mary, is Peter available?" When Peter answered, his tone was not particularly encouraging. "Yeah?" "Those large cats your father was breeding, did they have spots or stripes?" Pole asked in a conversational tone. "Spots?" Peter was surprised by the unexpected question. "Ah, the cheetah. Is that what he called them?" "Yeah, cheetahs."
Why cheetahs, Peter? I know they're fast, but they wouldn't be any good hunting wherries.
They were great going after the big tunnel snakes.
Peter's voice became animated.
And they come to heal and do everything Dad told them.
He broke off. I expect they did, Petey. Several ancient cultures on Earth bred them to hunt all manner of game. Speediest things on 4 legs.
Did they turn on him?
Peter asked after a moment's silence. I don't know, Petey. Are you coming to the bonfire tonight? Pole asked brightly, feeling that he could not leave the conversation on such a sour note. You promised me a rematch. Can't have you winning every chess game. He received a promise for that evening and disconnected. From what Petey said, it would appear that Ted used mentasynth on cheetahs to enhance their obedience. He used them to hunt tunnel snakes. They turned on him? That seems likely. Only, why? I wish we knew how many ova he took from Vet. I wish we could decipher these notes and discover if he only used mentasynth or if he implemented any part of Kitty's program. Be that as it may... Pole exhaled in frustration. We have an unknown number of predatory animals loose in Calusa. Loose in Calusa! Pole let out a derisory snort for his inadvertent rhyming. I wonder if Fast Radamouth has had any luck deciphering the notes on those grubs. They could be useful. Patrice de Broglio burst into Emily's office. Garbin's getting set to blow. We've got to evacuate. Now! What? Emily rose to her feet, the flimsy she was studying slipping out of her hands to scatter on the floor. I've just been to the peaks. There's a change in the sulfur-to-chlorine ratio. It's Garbin that's going to blow. He slapped his hand to his forehead in a self-accusatory blow. Right before my eyes, and I didn't see it. Alerted by Emily's cry, Paul came through the adjoining office. Garbin? You've got to evacuate immediately, Patrice cried, his expression contorted. There have even been significant increases in mercury and radon from the damn crater, and we thought it was leaking from Pichu. But it's Pichu that's smoking. Stunned, Paul struggled to keep his cool. He reached for the comm unit just as Emily did. She grabbed it first, and he jerked his fingers back and let her contact Angola. That Garbin is as sly a mountain as the man we named it for. Volcanology still isn't a precise science, Patrice said, rolling his eyes in frustration as he paced up and down the small office. I've sent a skimmer up with the correlation spectrometer to check on the content of the fumarole emissions that just started in the Garbin crater, Patrice went on. I brought down samples of the latest ash, but that rising sulfur-to-chlorine ratio means the magma is rising. Angola, Emily said. Sound the klaxon. Volcano alert. Recall all sleds and skimmers immediately. Yes, I know there's threadfall today, but we've got to evacuate landing now, not later. How long do we have, Patrice? He shrugged in exasperation. I cannot give you the precise moment of catastrophe, my friends, nor which way it will spew, but the wind is a strong nor'easterly. Already the ash increases. Had you not noticed? Startled, Governor and Admiral glanced out the window and saw that the sky was gray with ash that obscured the sunlight, and that Pichu's smoking yellow plume was broader than usual. A similar halo was beginning to grow about Garbin's peak. One can even become accustomed to living beneath a volcano, Paul remarked with dry humor. Patrice shrugged again and managed a grin. But let's not, my friends. Even if the pyroclastic flow is minimal, landing will soon be covered with ash at the rate it's now falling. As soon as we've decided possible lava flow paths, I'll inform you, so you can clear the most vulnerable areas first. How fortunate we already have an evacuation plan, Emily remarked, selecting a file and bringing it up on the terminal. There. She ran the sequence to all printers on emergency priority. That's going to all department heads. Evacuation is officially underway, gentlemen. What a nuisance to have to do it at speed. Something is bound to be forgotten no matter how carefully you plan ahead. Trained by repeated drills, the population of landing reacted promptly to the klaxon alert by going to their department heads for orders. A brief flurry of panic was suppressed, and the exercise went into high gear. The sky continued to darken as thick black clouds of ash rolled up, covering the peaks of the now active volcanoes that had once appeared so benign. White plumes rose from Garban's awakened fumaroles and from crevasses down its eastern side. Morning became twilight as the air pollution spread. Hand lamps and breathing masks were issued. In charge of the actual evacuation, Joel Lillienkamp supervised from one of the fast sleds, keeping the canopy open so that he could bawl orders and encouragement to the various details and make on-the-spot decisions. The laboratories and warehouses nearest the simmering volcano were being cleared first, along with the infirmary, with the exception of emergency first aid and burn control. The donks trundled everywhere, depositing their burdens at the grid or carrying them on down to temporary shelter in the Catherine Caves. Patrice's group had already calculated areas of high and low pyroclastic hazard. Warnings had been sent as far east as Cardiff, west to Bordeaux, and south to Cambridge. Already favored with a heavy fall of ash, Monaco was also in range of moderate pyroclastic missile danger. Every boat, ship, and barge was mobilized in the bay to be loaded and sent off to stand beyond the first Carrane Peninsula. The last sacks of fuel were emptied into the tanks of the 2 remaining shuttles. Most of the Dragonriders were put to herding the livestock toward the harbor. For the first time, no one assembled to fight Thread at Maury Lake. A more deadly fall threatened. No one had time to cheer as Drake Bonneau lifted the old Swallow with its cargo of children and equipment just as daylight receded from the plateau. The technicians moved immediately to the parakeet. Angola and Jake, monitoring in the tower, took advantage of the respite to eat the hot food that had been sent up to them. The communications equipment had been placed on trolleys and could be quickly shifted if the tower was threatened.
Swallow looks good,
Ezra called in from the interface chamber where he was monitoring the flight. He had spent much of that day erecting a shield of heat-proof material around the chamber, not quite ready to accept Patrice's hurried assurance that the room's location did not intersect any channels of previous lava flows. Unfortunately, the interface with the orbiting Yokohama could not be disconnected, relying as it did on a fixed beacon to the receiver on the Yoko. Since the setting on the Yoko could no longer be altered to a new direction, there was no point in taking the interface and reassembling it. That night, the air was choking with sulfur fumes and full of gritty particles, and Patrice warned that the buildup was reaching the critical point. White plumes from both Pichu and Garban, ominously rooted in a muted glow from peak and crater, were visible even against the dark sky, casting an eerie light over the settlement. Drake Bonneau reported that he was safely down after a difficult flight.
Damn crate nearly shook apart, but nothing was damaged. None of the kids so much as bruised, but I don't think any of them will develop a yen for flying. Hard landing, too. Plowed a furrow when we overshot the mark. We'll need the rest of the day to clear the site for the parakeet. Tell Fulmar to check the gyros and the stabilizing monitors. I'll swear we had tunnel snakes in the Swallows.
There was a constant stream of vehicles down to the harbor as the bigger ships and barges were loaded with protesting animals prodded into stalls erected on deck. Crates of chickens, ducks, and geese were strapped wherever they could be attached to be offloaded at the Carrane Cove, safely out of the danger zone. With any luck, most of the livestock would be evacuated. Skimming over the harbor, Jim Tillich managed to be everywhere, encouraging and berating his crews. By nightfall, Sean called a halt for Dragonriders ferrying people and packages to the Carrane Cove. "I'm not risking tired dragons and riders," he told Lillienkamp with some heat. "Too risky. The dragons are just too young to be under this sort of stress." "Time, man. We don't have time for niceties," Joel replied angrily. "You handle the Exodus, Joel. I'll handle my dragons. The riders will work till they drop, but it's bloody stupid to push young dragons. Not while I can prevent it." Joel gave him an angry, frustrated glare. The dragons had been immensely useful, but he also knew better than to put them at risk. He gunned the sled away, perched behind the console like a small, ash-covered statue. Sean and the other riders did work until they dropped. Each dragon then curled protectively about his rider as they slept. No one had time to notice that there were few dragonettes about. Then,
All too soon, Joel was there again, exhorting them from the air, and they rejoined the Herculean efforts of the people around them. Suddenly, the klaxon sounded a piercing triple blast. All activity ceased for the message that followed. "She's going to blow!" Patrice's almost triumphant shout echoed throughout Landing. Every head turned toward Garbin, its peak outlined by the eerie luminosity from its crater. "Launch the parakeet!" Angola's stentorian voice broke the awed, stunned silence. The engines of the shuttle were drowned by the rumbling earth and an ear-splitting roar of tremendous power as the volcano erupted. The attentive stance of observers broke as people scrambled to complete tasks at hand, shouting to one another above the noise. Later, those who watched the peak fracture and the red-hot molten lava begin to ooze from the break said that everything appeared to happen in slow motion. They saw the fissures in the crater outlined by orange-red, saw the pieces blowing out of the lip, even saw some of the projectiles lifting out of the volcano and could track their dizzying trajectory. Others averred that it all happened too fast to be sure of details. Bright red tongues of lava rolled ominously up and over the blasted lip of Garbin, one flow traveling at an astonishing rate directly toward the westernmost buildings of Landing. In that dawn hour, the wind had dropped, saving much of the eastern section of Landing from the worst of the shower of smaller rocks and hot ash. The larger, devastating projectiles that Patrice had feared did not appear, but the lava was sufficiently frightening a menace. The parakeet, laden with irreplaceable equipment, pierced the western gloom, her engine blasts visible, if not audible, as she drove northwest and out of danger. At the sound of the klaxon, the dolphins began to tow heavily laden small boats out of Monaco Bay, a flotilla of vessels not ordinarily suitable for any prolonged sea travel. The dolphins had assured humans that they would get their charges safely to the sheltered harbor beyond the first Cauraine Peninsula. Maid and Mayflower, which were not fully loaded, left the harbor to wait outside the estimated fallout zone until they could return for the last of their cargoes. Jim, on board the Southern Cross, shepherded barges and luggers along the coast on their long journey to Seminole, from where they would make the final run north. Sleds and skimmers streamed between Landing and Paradise River Hold as the nearest safe assembly point. Traffic there was chaotic, as vital supplies were kept available and loads were shunted to designated areas of the beach. Landing was being cleared of all that could be reused in the new northern hold. Thick, sulfur-smelling ash began to cover Landing's buildings. Some of the lighter roofs collapsed under the load, and observers could hear the plastic groaning and shifting. The air was almost unbreathable, with traces of chlorine. Everyone used the breathing masks without complaint. By mid-afternoon, a haggard Joel Lilienkamp dropped his battered sled on the lee side of the tower beside Angola's. He waited a moment to gather enough strength to thumb open the comm unit. "We've cleared all we can," he said in gasps, his voice raspy from the acrid airborne fumes. "The dogs are parked in the Catherine Caves until we can strip them down for shipment. You can leave now, too." "We're coming," Angola replied. Moments later, he appeared, slowly angling a heavy comm package on a grav unit past the door. Jake came next, similarly encumbered. Paul followed, guiding two more components. "Need a hand?" Joel asked automatically, though the way he slumped at the console made it hard to believe that he had any more energy to spare. "One more trip," Angola said when they had positioned the equipment in his sled. "Is your power pack up to a load?" he asked Joel. "Yep, my last fresh unit." As Angola and Jake went back into the tower, Paul went to the flagstaff and, with a bleak expression on his face, solemnly lowered the singed tatters of the colony's flag. He made a ball of it, which he stuffed underneath the seat he took on the sled. He gave the supply master one long look. "Want me to drive, Joel?" "I got you here. I'll take you out." Paul dared not look back at the ruins of Landing, but as Joel veered east and then north in a wide sweep, the Admiral saw that he was not the only one with tears coursing down his cheeks. A stiff nor'easterly wind kept the Carrain Cove clear of ash and the acrid taint of Garbin's eruption. The gray pall spread over the eastern horizon as the volcano continued to spew lava and quantities of ash. Patrice and a skeleton team remained to monitor the event after landing was abandoned. "We hunt this morning," Sean said to the other riders. They had found a quiet cove up the beach from the main evacuation camp. None of the dragons sprawled in the warm sun had a very good color, and privately Sean worried that their maturing strengths had been overtaxed. He decided stoutly that there was nothing wrong that a good meal would not restore. He looked around for fire lizards and swore under his breath. "Damn them! We need all we've got. 4 queens and 10 bronzes can't possibly catch enough packtail to feed 18 dragons. Surely they've seen volcanoes erupt before." "Not on top of them," Alian Zulueta replied. "I couldn't reassure mine. They just left." "Red meat would be better than fish. More iron," David Catterell suggested, his eyes on his pale bronze Poland. "There's sheep here." "Hold it," Marco Galliani said firmly, raising both hands in restraint. "My father's shipping them on to Roma as soon as sleds are free. Prime breeding stock." "So are dragons." Sean rose, an odd grin on his face. "Peter, Dave, Jerry, come with me. Sorka, you run interference, if there is any." "Hey, wait a minute, Sean," Marco began, dual loyalties in conflict. Sean grinned slyly, laying a finger along his nose. "What the eye doesn't see, Marco, the heart won't grieve." "It's for your dragon, man," Dave muttered as he passed him. An hour later, several dragons disappeared in a westerly direction, skimming the treetops. The other riders were so conspicuous in their efforts to help the crews struggling to organize the chaos on the beach that no one would have noticed that the riders were not all present at any one time. By noon, 17 brightly hued, sated dragons lolled on the strand. One sat patiently on the headland, while fire dragonets dove into the sea, fishing for packtail. Caesar and Stefano Galliani, taking a poll count as their sheep were loaded, discovered that the tally was short by some 36 animals, including one of the best rams. Caesar called on the Dragonriders to search the area and herd the missing sheep back to the shore. "Useless things, always wandering off," Sean agreed, nodding sympathetically at the frustrated and puzzled Gallianis. "We'll give a look." When Sean reported back an hour later, he suggested to Caesar that the sheep must have dropped into some of the many potholes in the area. Reluctantly, the Gallianis took off with the depleted flock. The big transport sleds had schedules to keep, and shipment could not be postponed. As the last of the sleds departed, Emily came over to Sean. "Are your dragons fit for duty?" "Anything you say," Sean agreed so amiably that Emily shot him a long look. "The fire lizards worked hard all morning to feed the dragons." He gestured toward the cove, where Duluth was accepting a packtail from a bronze. "Fire lizards?" Emily was momentarily baffled by lizards, then remembered that Sean tended to use his own name for the little creatures. "Oh, yes. Then your fares have returned." "Not all of them," Sean said ruefully, and then added quickly, "but enough of the queens and bronzes to be useful." "The eruption scared them all, didn't it?" Sean gave a snort. The eruption scared all of us." "Not out of our wits, it would seem," Emily said with a crooked smile. "At least, nobody acted as foolish as sheep, did they?" Sean pretended neither innocence nor understanding. He returned her look until she broke eye contact. "If your dragons have lost the taste for fish, hunt wherries. That eruption whittled down our herds quite enough, thank you." Sean inclined his head, still noncommittal. "There's so much to be done, and done quickly." Consulting the thick sheets on her clipboard, she paused to rub her forehead. "If only your dragons were fully functional." Then she shot him a penitent smile. "Sorry, Sean, that's an egregious comment." "I, too, wish we were, Governor," Sean replied without prejudice. "But we're not sure how it's done, not even what to tell them to do." He blotted the sweat from his forehead and neck, a sweat not entirely provoked by the hot sun. "A point well made, and a matter we must look into, but not here and now. Look, Sean, Joel Lillienkamp's worried about the supplies still at landing.
We're shifting loads out of here as fast as we can. She swept her arm over the mounds of color-coded crates and foam-covered pallets. The orange stuff has to be protected from threadfall, so it has to go north as fast as possible to be stored in the fort hold. We still have to try to save what's left at landing before the ash covers it. That ash burns, Governor. Burns as easily through dragon wings as... Sean broke off, staring fixedly toward the western beach. Emily twisted around to see what had prompted his concern. The dragon's trumpet of alarm was faint and thin on the hot air. The driver of the sled on collision course with the creature seemed unaware that he was descending onto another flyer. Then, just before the sled would have hit, dragon and rider disappeared. "Instinct is marvelous," Emily exclaimed, her face lit with both relief at the last-minute evasion and joy that a dragon had displayed that innate ability. She looked back at Sean, and her expression changed. "What's the matter, Sean?" She glanced quickly up at the sky, a sky empty of both dragon pair and the sled, which was lost in the many coming and going on the Karain Cove. "Oh, no!" Her hand went to her throat, which seemed to close as she felt the wrenching of fear in her guts. "No! Oh, no! Shouldn't they be visible again now? Shouldn't they, Sean? Isn't it supposed to be an instantaneous displacement?" Distressed, she reached out to clasp his arm, giving him a little shake to attract his attention. He looked down at her, and the anguished expression in his eyes gave her an answer that altered fear to grief. She turned her head slowly from side to side, trying to deny the truth to herself. Just as one of the cargo supervisors came striding up to her, a sheaf of plasfilm in his hand and an urgent expression on his face, the most appalling keen rose into the air. The dissonant noise was so piercing that half the people on the beach stopped to cover their ears. In the same moment as the unbearable sound mounted steadily, the air was full of fire dragonettes, each adding its own shrill voice to swell the sound of lament. The other dragons rose, riderless, to fly past the point where one of their number and his human partner had lost their lives. In a complex pattern that would have thrilled watchers on any other occasion, the fire dragonettes flew around their larger cousins, emitting their weird counterpoint to the deeper, throbbing, mournful cry of the dragons. "I'll find out how that could have happened. The driver of that sled—" Emily stopped as she saw the terrible expression on Sean's face. "That won't bring back Marco Galliani and Duluth, will it?" He whipped his hand sideways in a sharp, dismissive cut. "Tomorrow we will fly wherever you need us for whatever we can save for you." For a long, long moment, Emily stood looking after him until the image of the sorrowing young man was indelibly imprinted in her mind. In the sky, as if escorting him back to the Dragonriders' camp, the graceful beasts wheeled, dipped, and glided westward to their beach. Whatever pain Emily felt, it could be nothing, she realized, to the sense of loss that would be experienced by the Dragonriders. She scrubbed at her face, at a chin that trembled, determinedly swallowed the lump in her throat, and irritably gestured for the cargo supervisor to approach her. "Find out who drove that sled, and bring him or her to my tent at noon. Now, what's on your mind?" "Marco and Duluth disappeared, just the way the fire lizards do," Sean said, his voice oddly gentle. "But they didn't come back!" Nora cried out in protest. She started to weep afresh, burying her face in Peter Semling's shoulder. The shock of the unexpected deaths had been traumatic. The dragon's lament had subsided over the afternoon. By evening, their partners had coaxed them to curl up in the sand and sleep. The dragons seen to, the young people hunched about a small fire, dispirited and apathetic. "We have to find out what went wrong," Sean was saying, "so that it can never happen again." "Sean, we don't even know what Marco and Duluth were doing," Dave Catterell cried. "Duluth was exhibiting an instinctive reaction to danger," a new voice said. Paul Nietro, bay beside him, paused in the light thrown by the fire. An instinct he was bred to exercise. "May we offer condolences from all those connected with the Dragon program. We, Bay and I, why, all of you are like family to us." Paul awkwardly dabbed at his eyes and sniffed. "Please, join us," Sorka said with quiet dignity.
She rose and drew Bay and Pole into the firelight. 2 more packing crates were hauled into the circle.
"We've tried to figure out what went wrong," Pole continued, after he and Bay had settled down wearily.
"Neither looked where he was going," Sean said with a heavy sigh. "I was watching. Marco and Duluth took off from the beach and were rising just as the sled driver made an approach turn. He wouldn't have seen Marco and Duluth coming up under him. Dragons aren't fitted with proximity warning devices." Sean raised both hands in a gesture of helplessness. "I have it from very good authority that the sled driver had turned his alarm off because the constant noise and so much traffic was getting on his nerves." Pole leaned toward him. "Then it is more important than ever that you riders teach your dragons discipline." A ripple of angry denial made him hold up his hands. "That is not meant to sound censorious, my dear friends. Truly, I mean to be constructive, but obviously now is the moment to take the next step in training the dragons, training them to make proper use of the instinct that ought to have saved both Marco and Duluth today." The comment raised murmurs, some angry, some alarmed. Sean held up his hand for silence, his tired face lit by the jumping tongues of flame. Next to him, Sorka was keenly aware of the muscles tightening along his jawline and the stricken look in his eyes. "I believe we've been thinking along the same lines, Pole," he said in a taut voice that told the biologist just how much strain the young dragon rider was under. "I think that Marco and Duluth panicked. If only they'd just come back to the place they'd left, the Farkin sled was gone." His anguish was palpable. He took a deep breath and continued in a level, almost emotionless tone. "All of us have fire lizards. That's one of the reasons Kit Ping chose us as candidates. We've all sent them with messages, telling them where to go, what to do, or who to look for. We should be able to instruct the dragons to do the same thing. We know now, the hard way, that they can teleport, just as the fire lizards do. We have to guide that instinct. We have to discipline it, as Pole suggested, so panic doesn't get us the way it got Marco." "Why did Marco panic?" Terry Chernoff asked plaintively. "I'd give anything to know," Sean said, the edge of anguish returning to his voice. "One thing I do know. From now on, no rider takes off without checking what's in his immediate airspace. We must fly defensively, trying to spot possible dangers. Caution," he said, stabbing his index finger into his temple, "should be engraved on our eyeballs." He spoke rapidly, his tone crisp. "We know that the fire lizards do go wherever it is they go, between one place and another, so let's stop taking that talent of theirs for granted and watch exactly what they do. Let's scrutinize their comings and goings. Let's send them to specific places they haven't been before, to see if they can follow our mental directions. Our dragons hear us telepathically. They understand exactly what we're saying, not like the fire lizards. So if we get used to giving precise messages to the fire lizards, the dragons ought to be able to operate on the same sort of mental directions. When we understand as much of fire lizard behavior as we can, then we will attempt to direct our dragons." The other riders murmured among themselves, Sean watching them with narrowed, darting glances. "Wouldn't that risk our dragonettes?" Terry asked, stroking the little gold that had nestled in the crook of her arm. "Better the dragonettes than the dragons," Peter Semling said firmly. Sean gave a derisive snort. "The fire lizards are very good at taking care of themselves. Don't misunderstand me." He held up a hand against Terry's immediate protest. "I appreciate them. They've been great little fighters. Jays, we'd never have fed the hatchlings without their help, but—" He paused to look around the circle. "They have got a well-developed survival mechanism, or they wouldn't have lasted through the first pass of that Oort cloud, whenever that was. As Peter said, it's a lot safer to experiment with the fire lizards than another dragon pair." "You've made some very good points there, Sean," Pole said, beginning to take heart himself. "Though I trust you mean to use the gold and bronze fire dragonettes. They have always seemed more reliable to Bay and myself." "I had, especially since the blues and greens all scarpered off after the eruption." "I'm game to try," Dave Catterell said, throwing his shoulders back and straightening up, sending a challenging look at the others. "We've got to try something, cautiously." He shot Sean a quick glance. A slow smile broke across Sean's face as he reached across the fire to grasp Dave's hand. "I'm willing too," Peter Semling said. Nora tentatively agreed. "It sounds eminently sensible to me," Otto said, nodding vigorously and looking about him. "It is, after all, what the dragons were bred to do, escape from the danger of threadfall, as the mechanical sleds cannot." "Thanks, Otto," Sean said. "We all need to think positively." "And cautiously," Otto amended, raising one finger in warning. Stirred from their apathy, the riders began murmuring to one another. "Do you remember, Sorka," Bay said, leaning toward her urgently, "when I sent Mariah to you the day we were called to Calusa? She brought me your message. She did indeed, but all I told her was to find the redhead by the caves." Bay paused significantly. "Of course, Mariah has known you all her life, and there aren't that many redheads in Landing or on the planet." Bay knew she was babbling, which was something she rarely did. But then she rarely broke down in tears either, and when she had heard the dreadful news she had cried for nearly an hour, despite Pohl's comforting. As Pohl had said, it had been like losing family. Without a terminal to consult for possible solutions, they had spent 2 frantic hours searching for the crate in which they had packed all their written notes of the Dragon program, wanting to have some positive suggestion with which to comfort the young people. "But Mariah did find you with no trouble that day, and you were at our house in minutes, so it can't have taken her very long to do it." "No, it didn't," Sorka said thoughtfully. She looked around the circle of firelit faces. "Think of how many times we told the dragonettes to get us fish for the hatchlings." "Fish are fish," Peter Semling remarked, absently prodding the sand with a branch. "Yes, but the dragonettes knew which ones the dragons like best," Kathy Duff said. "And it takes them no time at all from the moment we issue the command. They just wink out, and a couple of breaths later they're back with a pack tail." "A couple of breaths," Sean repeated, looking out to the darkness, his stare fixed. "It took more than a couple of breaths for any of our dragons to realize that Marco and Duluth were not coming back. Can we infer from that it also only takes a couple of breaths for dragons to teleport?" Cautiously, Otto held up his finger again. "Right," Sean went on briskly. "This is what we do tomorrow morning at first light." He reached over and took Peter's stick and drew a ragged coastline in the sand. "The governor wants us to ferry stuff out of Landing. Dave, Kathy, Terry, you've all got gold fire lizards. You make the first run. When you get to the tower, send your fire lizards back here to me and Sorka. Bay, do you and Paul have to be anywhere else tomorrow?" Bay gave a derisory sniff. "The pair of us are useless until we get our systems going again at Fort Hold, and we have to wait for transport. We'd be delighted to help you any way we can." "We'll time the fire lizards, only we've got to have handsets to do it on the mark." "Let me scrounge those," Paul offered. Sean grinned with real humor. "I was hoping you'd volunteer. Lilienkamp wouldn't deny you, would he?" Paul shook his head emphatically, feeling much better than he had all afternoon, vainly searching for mislaid documentation during the nadir of his grieving. "Well then, Bay and I will leave you now," Paul said, rising and giving her a helpful hand to her feet. "To scrounge handsets. How many? 10? We'll meet you here at dawn then with handsets." He made a bow to the others, noting that only Bay understood his whimsy. "Yes, at dawn we'll begin our scientific observations." "Let's all get some sleep, riders," Sean said. He began to scoop sand over the dying flames. With a handset to his ear, Paul dropped his finger as Bay, Sean, and Sorka set the mark on their wrist timers. Keeping index fingers hovering over the stop pin, they all looked up toward the eastern sky, Bay squinting against the sun glare from the smooth sea. "Now!" 4 voices spoke, and 4 fingers moved as a fire dragonet erupted into the air over their heads, chirping ecstatically. 8 seconds again, Paul exclaimed happily. "Come, Kundi," Sorka said, holding up her arm as a landing spot. Dave Catterell's bronze cheeped, cocking his head as if considering her invitation, but he veered away as Duke, Sorka's bronze, warned him off.
Don't be ugly, Duke. 8 seconds, Sean said admiringly. That's all it takes them to travel 50-odd clicks. I wonder, Paul mused, tapping his stylus on the clipboard with its encouraging column of figures. The figure doesn't vary no matter who we send which direction. How long would it take them to go to, say, Seminole or the Fort Hold in the north? He looked with bright inquiry at the others. Sean began to shake his head dubiously, but Sorka was more enthusiastic. My brother Brian is working at the fort. Duke knows him as well as he knows me, and I've seen plenty of facts of the place. He go to Brian. As if understanding that he was being discussed, Duke circled in to land on Sorka's shoulder. She laughed. See? He's game. He may come when he's called, Sean said, but will he go where he's sent? Landing's one thing. They all know it well. We can only try and see, Paul remarked firmly. And this is a good hour to reach Brian at the Fort Hold. He punched the comm unit. What a boon that the tower's functional. Ah, yes, Paul Nietro speaking. I need an urgent word with Brian Hanrahan. I said urgent. This is Paul Nietro. Get him for me. Idiots, he murmured in an aside. Is this call important? Brian was found and was surprised to hear from his sister.
Look, what's this all about? You don't just scream priority around here. I can assure you that Mother's taken good care of Mick. She dotes on him.
His slightly aggrieved voice was clear to the others, and Sorka was taken aback by his uncooperative response. Sean took the handset from her.
Brian, Sean here. Marco Galliani and his dragon Duluth died yesterday in an unfortunate accident. We're trying to prevent a recurrence. We're only asking for a few minutes of your time, and this is a priority.
Marco and Duluth?
Brian's tone was chastened.
Chase, we hadn't heard anything. I'm sorry. What can I do?
Are you outside? Someplace where you can be easily spotted from the air?
Yes, I am. Why?
Then tell Sorka exactly where you are. I'm handing you over to her.
Hell and damnation, Sorka. I'm sorry I dumped on you. So, I'm outside. Have you seen the recent facts? Well, I'm approximately 20 meters from the new ramp at the vet caves. They finally carved us some more headroom, and there's a huge pile of rock about 1 meter from me and nearly as high. What do I do now?
Just stand there. I'm sending Duke to you. When I say mark, set your timer.
Come on now, sis,
he began in patent disbelief.
You're in Coleraine Cove, aren't you?
Brian, for once in your life, don't argue with me.
All right. I'm ready to mark the time.
He still sounded aggrieved. Sorka held her arm high, ready to pitch Duke into the air.
Go to Brian, Duke. He's at the new place. Here.
She screwed her eyes shut and concentrated on an image of Brian standing on the site he had described. Go, Duke. With a startled squawk, Duke launched himself into the air and vanished.
Mark!
Sorka cried.
Hey, I can hear you loud and clear, sister. You don't need to roar. I don't know what good this is going to do. You can't imagine for 1 minute that a fire dragonette could possibly chase.
Brian's voice in her ear faded into astonishment.
I don't bloody believe it. Oh, shit, I forgot to mark time.
That's all right, Sorka said, nodding her head with delight. We used your J's to mark. Paul was jumping up and down, holding his wrist chrono and shouting,
8 seconds! 8 seconds!
He grabbed Bay by the waist and danced around her. Sean lifted Sorka from her feet and kissed her soundly, while Mariah and Blazer led an augmented fair of fluting fire dragonettes in a dizzy aerial display.
8 seconds to the fort, only 8 seconds!
Paul gasped, reeling to a standstill, Bay clinging to him. That doesn't make much sense, does it? Bay said, panting, one hand on her heaving chest. The same time to go 50 clicks or nearly 3,000?
Hey, Sorka,
came Brian's plaintive voice. She put the handset to her ear again, mopping the sweat off her forehead against her sleeve.
I really gotta go. Only, what am I supposed to do with Duke now you've got him here?
Tell him to come back to me.
and give us the mark when he disappears.
Sure, right. On the mark now. Duke, find Sorka. Sorka, find... He's gone. Shit, Mark!
On the beach at Carrain Cove, 4 fingers pressed sweep hands, 4 pairs of eyes turned westward to the hot afternoon skies, and 4 voices counted the seconds. 6, 7, 8... He did it! Their elation had new confidence as Duke, cheeping happily, settled back to Sorka's shoulder and rubbed a cold muzzle against her cheek. Well, this has been most satisfying and productive, Bay said, beaming proudly.
Report it to Emily, will you, Bay?
Sean asked, tucking his hand under Sorka's elbows.
We'd better go do our share of the donk work today.
So the Galliani boy's death proved to be a catalyst,
Paul Bendon asked Emily as they conferred that evening by community. Paul and Bay are much encouraged, Emily replied, still unaccountably saddened by the tragedy. She was tired, she knew, and while she spoke to Paul, hoping for the consolation of any sort of good news from the northern continent, half her mind was still on things that had to be organized.
Telgar's group has made a tremendous effort, Em. The quarters are magnificent. You wouldn't know you were 20 or 30 feet in solid rock. Copper and Ozzy have penetrated several hundred feet down on 7 tunnels. There's even an eyrie for Angola's communications equipment, cut high up in the cliff face. This place is big enough to house the entire population of Landing.
Not everyone wants to live in a hole in the ground, Paul. Emily spoke for herself.
There are quite a few ground-level caverns, immediate access, he replied soothingly. You wait, you'll see. And when are you coming over? I've got to put in an appearance at the next fall or they'll fire me.
Don't you wish it?
Emily,
Paul's flippant tone turned serious.
Let Ezra take over from you. He and Jim can liaise on shipments. Others can handle transportation and sled and skimmer maintenance. Pierre should be here to supervise the catering arrangements. He's got the biggest kitchen unit on Pern.
That would be a welcome change from the largest single barbecue pit. It's the dragons that I worry about, Paul.
I think they have to sort it out themselves, Emily. From what you reported, I believe they will.
Thank you, Paul, she replied fervently, heartened by the absolute confidence in his voice. I'll reserve a seat on the evening sled tomorrow. After the excitement of sending Duke north, directing fire dragonets back and forth between Carrain and Landing was anticlimactic, but it helped to pass the tedium of the long journey. On the way back, Sean had the Dragonriders practice flying in both close and loose formations, and, more importantly, learning how to identify and benefit from the helpful airstreams. Their campfire that night was bigger, and Pole and Bay slipped into its light to discuss observations about the fire dragonets and how to apply them to the dragons. There had been no real need for Sean to promote caution as a byword. Marco and Duluth were still very much in everyone's mind. To counter any morbidity, Sean suggested that they get more formation practice the next day, practice that would stand them in good stead during threadfall.
If you know where you are in relation to other wing riders, you'll always know where to come back to, he said, stressing the last word. Your dragons are so young, Pole went on, seeing the favorable reaction, in terms of their species. The fire dragonets do not appear to suffer from degeneration. In other words, they don't age as we do, physiologically.
You mean they could go on living after we die? Tari asked, amazed. She glanced around toward Porth, a darker bulk against the shadowy vegetation.
From what we've discerned, yes, Tari, Pole replied.
Our major organs degenerate, Bay went on, although modern technology can effect either repair or replacement, permitting us long and useful lifespans.
So we're not likely to get sick or to ail?
Tari brightened at that prospect.
That's what we think, Pole answered, but he held up a warning finger. But then we haven't seen any elderly dragonets.
Sean gave a snort, which Sorka softened with a laugh.
We've really only our generation to judge by, she said. At that, we only get to treat our own, who trust us, and that's usually for scoring or scorching, or an occasional hide lesion.
I find it comforting to know that dragons should be as long-lived. So long as we don't make mistakes, Otto Hagelman said gloomily.
So we don't make mistakes.
Sean's tone was decisive.
And so that we don't make mistakes, tomorrow let's split up into 3 sections. 6, 6, and 5. We need 3 leaders.
Although Sean had left the choice open, he was nominated at once. Dave and Sorka were selected after a minimum of discussion. Later, when Sean and Sorka had made themselves comfortable on the sand between Faranth and Karanath, she gave him a long hug and kissed his cheek.
What's that for?
Giving us all hope. But Sean, I'm worried.
Oh?
Sean stroked her hair away from his mouth and inched his left shoulder into a new hollow. I think we oughtn't to wait too long before we try to teleport. My thoughts entirely, and I'm grateful to Paul and Bay for their comments on dragon longevity. Cheered me up, too. So, as long as we keep our wits, we'll keep our dragons. She snuggled against him. I wish you'd kept your hair long, Sorka, he muttered, pushing another curl out of his mouth. I didn't eat so much of it then. Short hair's easier under a riding helmet, she replied in a sleepy sort of mumble. Then they both slept. Although they could see the diminution of the parcels and plastic cocooned equipment at landing, cargo did not move out of Carrain Cove as quickly. That second evening, when Sean was helping his wing riders unload, he caught sight of one of the cargo supervisors seated at a makeshift desk, peering at the small screen of a portable unit. We'll finish off transferring from landing by tomorrow, Desi, Sean assured the man. That's great, Sean, great, Desi said curtly, with a dismissive wave. What the hell's the matter, Desi? Sean asked. The edge in his voice caused Desi to look up in surprise.
What's the matter? I've got a beach full of stuff to shift and no transport.
Desi's face was so contorted with anxiety that Sean's rancor dissolved. I thought the big sleds were coming back. Only when they're recharged and serviced.
I wish they'd mentioned that earlier.
Desi's voice rose in a quaver of frustration.
All my schedules gone. What am I to do, Sean? We'll be under threatfall again here soon, and all that stuff,
he flourished a sweat-grimed rag at the bulk of orange cartons,
is irreplaceable. If only...
He broke off, but Sean had a good idea what the man had almost said.
You've done great, Sean, great. I really appreciate it. How much did you say is still to be shipped forward? We'll have cleared it tomorrow.
Look, then, the day after... Desi rubbed at his face again, trying to hide his flush of embarrassment. Well, I heard from Paul. He wants you riders to start making your way to Seminole and cross to the north from there, and... Desi screwed up his face again.
You'd like us to take some of the orange out of danger?
Sean felt resentment welling up again.
Well, I suppose that's better than being good for nothing at all.
He strode off before his temper got the better of him. Faranth and Sorka come, Karanath said in a subdued tone. Sean altered his course to their point of arrival. He could not fool Sorka, but he could work off some of his fury during the unloading. All right, what happened? Sorka said, pulling him to the seaward side of her Golden Queen, where they were shielded from the other riders who were still sorting packages into the color-coded areas. Sean set his fist violently into the palm of his other hand several times before he could put words to the humiliation.
We're considered nothing but bloody pack animals, donks with wings, he said finally.
He did remember to keep his voice down, though he was seething. Faranth turned her head around her shoulder, regarding the two riders, hints of red beginning to gleam through the blue of her eyes. Karanath shoved his head over her back. Beyond them, Sean heard the other dragons muttering. The next thing he knew, he and Sorka were surrounded by dragons, and their riders were weaving into the central point. Now see what you've done, Sorka said with a sigh. What's the matter, Sean? Dave asked, squeezing past Polenth. Sean took a deep breath, burying anger and resentment. If he could not control himself, he could not control others. There were flares of the yellow of alarm in the dragons who looked down at him. He had to quiet them, himself, and the other riders. Sorka was right. He had done something he had better quickly undo.
"We seem to be the only available aerial transportation unit," he said, managing a sort of a smile. "Desi says all the big sleds are grounded until they've been serviced."
"Hey, Sean," Peter Semling protested, jerking his thumb over his shoulder at the masses of material on the beach. "We can't shift all that."
"No way."
Sean made a decisive cut with his hands. "That's not been laid on us. When we've cleared landing, Paul wants us to fly across to Seminole and make the final crossing north from there. That's okay." He gave a genuinely rueful smile.
"But Desi would like us to take some of the irreplaceable stuff with us."
"So long as everyone understands we're not in the freight business," Peter said, in an aggrieved tone that echoed Sean's sentiments.
"That's not at issue, Pete," Sean said firmly. "We're coming along as Dragonriders, coming along fine. But Desi's caught between a rock and a hard place, and he needs us."
"I just wish we were needed for what we're supposed to do," Tari remarked.
"Once we've fulfilled our commitment here," Sean said, "we concentrate on that and that alone. I mean to see us all teleporting by the time we reach Seminole."
"To places we've never seen?" asked the practical Otto.
"No, to the places we've just been. Look on our flight to Seminole as a chance to see the most important stakes in the South," Sean replied in a bracing tone.
He was surprised to find himself believing it.
"We'll need such reference points to teleport when we're fighting Thread."
Sorka's face was glowing with pride as he managed not only to turn around his own anger, but to restate the dignity of their future. Above their heads, the yellow was fading from dragon eyes.
"I can smell food. I'm hungry. Let's go eat. We've earned it."
"We're going to have to hunt the dragons before we go skating across the continent," Peter said, jerking his chin toward the animal enclosures. Sean shook his head, smiling, as he remembered Emily's oblique warning.
"Can't go to that well twice, Pete. Tomorrow we'll hunt the critters that got through the roundup in the landing area."
He began to push through the ring of dragons.
"Food tomorrow, Karanath,"
he said, affectionately clouding the bronze as he passed him.
"Fish?"
Karanath queried in a tone that carried dismay.
"Meat.
Red meat," Sean said. He laughed when some of the dragons bugled gratefully.
"But this time we won't kidnap it for you."
Then he put an arm around Sorka and started up the beach to the cooking fires. The next day, as the 3 wings of Dragonriders crossed the Jordan River, they spread out in 3 different directions, bypassing the ash-covered settlement and heading south and east at low levels.
"Tharanth says that she has found running meat,"
Karanath reported to his rider.
"Have we?"
Sean had his binoculars trained on a little valley. They were north of the path of the 2 threadfalls that had dropped on the area, so there was vegetation to attract grazers.
"Tell her we've hit pay dirt too."
"Not meat?" Karanath asked wistfully. Sean grinned and slapped his dragon's shoulder.
"Yes, meat, by another name, and all you can eat this time," he added, as the small mixed herd of sheep and cattle stampeded to escape the danger above them. He signaled to the rest of his wing in the exaggerated arm gestures that they had been rehearsing. Since the dragons could communicate with one another, the riders had chosen not to use handsets, but Sean had retained those Paul had scrounged. Although too valuable to risk dropping from a height, the handsets were too useful to be surrendered. "Land me on that ridge, Karanath. There's enough room there for the others." "Porth says they've enough for all of us,"
Karanath reported as he touched down gracefully and dipped his shoulder for Sean to dismount.
"Tell Porth we're grateful, but you'd better hurry to catch that lot," Sean advised.
The herd was making all possible speed down the valley. He had to shield his face from the gravel and omnipresent ash thrown up by Karanath's abrupt departure. Bright streaks followed the bronze.
"Welcome back,"
Sean said derisively as he distinguished blues and greens among the small, colorful fire lizard bodies following Blazer as she led the way. The rest of his wing soon joined him. Even Nora Sedgeby managed a creditable landing on Tenneth. She was improving all the time. He worried more about Catherine Radlin Doyle. She had not giggled with Singlath since the tragedy. Nyassa, Otto, and Jerry Mercer completed his wing.
Once their dragons followed the hunt, Sean turned his glasses on Karanath in time to see the bronze swoop and grab a steer neatly without slowing his forward motion. "Nice catch, Karanath." Sean passed the binoculars to Nyassa to check on Milaf. "Seemed to me there were quite a lot of cattle in that bunch," Jerry said, pulling off his helmet and ruffling his sweat-damp hair. "What'll happen to them?" Sean shrugged. "The best stock went north. These'll survive, or they won't." "Sean, look who's come to dinner." Nyassa pointed northward at the unmistakable outline of 5 wherries. "Go to it," she added, as she caught a glimpse of fire dragonets launching an attack on the intruders. "Wait your turn." "I brought some lunch," Catherine said, twisting out of her backpack. "We might as well take a meal break, too." Sean called a halt to the hunt when each dragon had consumed 2 animals. Karanath complained that he had eaten only 1 big one, so he needed 2 of the smaller kind. Sean replied that Karanath's belly would be so full that he would be unable to fly, and they still had work to do. The dragons grumbled, Karanath ingenuously remarking that Feranth wanted another meal too, but Sean was adamant, and the dragons obeyed. Sean reformed the wing once they were aloft. "All right, Karanath," he said, thinking ahead with relief to the last loads at landing. "Let's get back to the tower as fast as we can and get this over with." He raised his arm and dropped it. The next instant, he and Karanath were enveloped in a blackness that was so absolute that Sean was certain his heart had stopped. "I will not panic," he thought fiercely, pushing the memory of Marco and Duluth to the back of his mind. His heart raced, and he was aware of the stunning cold of the black nothingness. "I am here." "Where are we, Karanath?" But Sean already knew. They were between. He focused intense thoughts on their destination, remembering the curious ash-filtered light around landing, the shape of the meteorology tower, the flatness of the grid beyond it, and the bundles awaiting them there. "We are at the tower," Karanath said, somewhat surprised, and in that instant they were. Sean cried aloud with relief. Then he went wide-eyed with sudden terror. "Jace, what have I done?" he shrieked. "Where are the others, Karanath? Speak to them." "They're coming," Karanath replied with the utmost calm and confidence, hovering above the tower. Before Sean's unbelieving eyes, his wing suddenly materialized behind him, still in formation. "Land, Karanath, please, before I fall off you," Sean said in a whisper made weak by the unutterable relief he felt. As the others circled in to land, Sean remained seated on Karanath, reviewing everything, half in wonder, half in remembered terror at the unthinkable risk that had just been unaccountably survived. "Kee-oh!" Nyassa's yodel of triumph brought him up short. She was swinging her riding helmet above her head as Milaf landed beside Karanath. Catherine and Singlath came in on the other side, Jerry Mercer and Manuth beyond them, and Otto and Shoth beside Tenneth and Nora. "Hip, hip, hooray!" Jerry led the cheer while Sean stared at them, not knowing what to say. "It was easy, you know. You taught me where to go, and I went. You did tell me to go as fast as possible." Karanath's tone was mildly reproving. "If that is all there is to it, what took us so long?" Otto asked. "Anyone got a spare pair of pants?" Nora asked plaintively. "I was so scared I wet myself." "But we did it!" Catherine giggled. The sound brought Sean to his senses, and he allowed himself to smile. "We were ready to try," he said, shrugging nonchalantly as he unbuckled his riding straps. Then he realized that he, too, would need to find a clean pair of pants. "I said we'll maintain silence about Emily's condition," Paul said sternly, glaring at Angola, Ezra Caroon, and the scowling Joel Lillienkamp. He did not want Lillienkamp taking book on whether or not Emily Bowl would recover from her multiple fractures. He moderated his expression as his eyes rested on the bent head of Fulmar Stone, who kept pulling with agitated fingers at a wad of grease-stained rag. "As far as Fort Hold is concerned, she's resting comfortably. That is the truth, according to the doctor and all the support systems monitoring her condition. For outside inquiries, she's busy. Shunt the call to Ezra." Abruptly, Paul pushed himself to his feet and began to pace his new office, the first apartment on a level above the great hall. Its windows gave an unimpeded view of the ordered rows of cargo and supplies that filled that end of the valley. Eventually, all those goods would be stored in the vast subterranean caverns of Fort. So much had to be done, and he sorely missed Emily's supportive presence. He caught himself fingering the prosthetic fingers and jammed both hands into his pockets. His position had required him to contain his distress in order to avoid alarming people already under considerable tension. But before his close and trusted friends, he could give vent to the anxieties that they all shared. The disastrous failure of the big sled's gyros and its subsequent crash had been visible to the inhabitants of Fort Holt, but few had known that the governor had been a passenger that night. They could be honest about the severity of the pilot's injuries, for he would recover easily from 2 broken arms and numerous lacerations. None of the other passengers had been severely hurt, and those who rescued the injured had not recognized Emily, her face bloodied by the head wound. At least until she was convalescing, Paul would not allow the facts to be common knowledge. Following so closely after the exodus from landing, that crash, with the loss of some irreplaceable medical supplies as well as the sled itself, had to be minimized to sustain morale. Pierre agrees, Paul went on. He could feel the resistance from the others, the unspoken opinion that suppression would undermine his credibility. Even insists on it. It's what Emily would want. In his pacing, Paul inadvertently glanced out the deep-set window and averted his eyes from the view of the scar that the sled had gouged 2 days ago. Ezra, get someone to smooth that over, will you? I see it every time I look out the window. Ezra murmured a response and made a note. How long can we expect Emily's state to be kept a secret? Angola asked, his face craven with new worry lines. As long as we have to, damn it, Angola. We can at least spare people one more worry, especially when we haven't got a positive prognosis. Paul drew in a deep breath. The head wound wasn't serious, no skull fracture, but it was a while before she was removed from the sled. The trauma wasn't treated quickly enough, and we don't have the sophisticated equipment to relieve the shock of multiple fracture. She must be given time and rest. Fulmar, Paul swung to the engineer. There will be a transport sled ready to go south today, won't there? I can't keep stalling, Desi. All that orange-coated stuff is irreplaceable, Joel added, rearranging himself in the chair. Not that we've got half the stuff moved inside here yet, but it'd be a sight more protectable in our front yard than on some frigging beach half a world away. Otherwise, you're going to have to send Karoon back for it, and I'll figure out a new schedule of priorities. You couldn't make that 2 sleds to go, could you, Fulmar? Fulmar looked up at him with eyes so reddened by strain and grief that even the doughty storesman recoiled in dismay. He knew that Stone's crews had been working impossible hours to service the big transport sleds. Joel would admit only to himself that more of the blame of that crash could be attributed to stores than to maintenance. But what could he do with one emergency after another dumping on him? Whenever you can, Fulmar, Joel said in a gentler tone. Whenever they're ready. He walked out of the room without a backward glance. We're doing our best, Admiral, Fulmar said wearily, struggling to his feet. He looked at the rag in his hands, perplexed to see it in tatters, and then jammed it into his hip pocket. I know, man, I know. Placing his arm across Fulmar's hunched shoulders, Paul guided the man to the door, giving him a final, appreciative squeeze. In all that spare time you have, Fulmar, run up a list of servicing dates on the smaller craft. I've got to know how many I'll have for this fall. The accident was no one's fault, Paul said, returning to his desk and slumping down into his chair. There's Fulmar, blaming himself for not insisting on servicing earlier. For that matter, I shouldn't have urged Emily to come north. The cargo was inadequately secured in the cabin. However, gentlemen, it is folly to read more into such an accident than bad timing and a lousy concatenation of circumstances. We evacuated landing in reasonable order. A place has been prepared for us, and we've got to mobilize enough personnel and machines to fight Thread. He no longer hoped for support from either dragonettes or dragons. You did what? Sorka cried, her skin blanching, then flushing brightly in fury. Feranth, her eyes whirling orange in sympathy with her rider, lowered her head. Karanath bugled alarm. Sean grabbed Sorka by the arms, obscurely irritated by her reaction. He had managed to get the others to wait until Sorka's wing had landed before broadcasting their feat.
Look, it wasn't something I planned, Sorka. Chase, it was the last thing in my mind. I just told Karanath to get back to landing as fast as possible. He did.
It was really very simple, Karanath said modestly. I've told Feranth. She believes me. He swiveled his head to cast a reproachful look on Sorka. How did the others know? Fear returned to shadow her eyes. She ignored the general carry-on about her as Sean's wing cavorted with her riders, babbling the good news and going into specific detail at the top of their lungs.
He told them,
Feranth replied, an edge to her tone.
We've spent 2 hours figuring that out.
Sean smiled, hoping to coax a smile from Sorka. Putting his arm about her shoulders, he drew her back to the others. I think, he said, choosing his words carefully, we were all scared shitless by Marco and Duluth dying like that. Now we know firsthand why Marco panicked. Sorka, it's like nothing you've ever seen, and you can't feel anything, even your dragon between your legs. Otto called it total sensory deprivation. It is between, Karanath said in an almost didactic tone. He and Feranth followed their riders back to the mass of netted bundles which would be their final load. The dragons of Sean's wing were sitting on their haunches in a loose circle, occasionally shaking themselves to dislodge wind-blown ash. Feranth made a noise low in her throat, which made Sean grin. The Golden Queen was as skeptical as her rider.
Can Feranth tell me how far away Dave's wing is? He asked Sorka.
They are in sight now, Karanath said, just as Sorka replied.
Feranth says they're in sight now.
She pointed northeast.
Poland says that they hunted well. Neat!
Sorka gave a brief smile, and Sean decided that she was halfway to forgiving him. There was, of course, renewed astonishment and rueful congratulations when Dave and his wing riders heard the news.
Okay, then,
Sean said, mounting a carton to address them all.
This is what we do, riders. We teleport to Carrain Cove. We know its aerial aspect as well as we know landings, so it's the perfect test. Karanath insists that he told the other dragons where they were going, but I'd prefer that you riders tell your own dragons where to go. I think that has to be as much part of our pre-flight drill as strapping on and checking the immediate airspace.
He grinned at them.
What are we going to tell them?
Dave asked, jerking a thumb in a northerly direction.
Emily's gone to join the Admiral. Paul and Bay were supposed to get the first sled back.
Sean paused, looking around again, and then gave Sorka a long look. She nodded slowly in approval.
I think we keep this to ourselves for the time being. We'll spring the finished product on them, fighting-ready dragons. It's one thing to send a fire lizard north on the strength of facts, but I sure wouldn't want to risk Karanath going someplace I've never been.
Sean took another deep breath, having gauged the favorable reaction.
Desi said we're to make our way along the coast to Seminole. That'll give us time to practice teleporting between where we are and where we've been. That way we'll know exactly how to get back to any of the major stakes when we need to fight Fred over them.
Yeah, but the dragons don't flame yet, Peter Semling pointed out.
There's phosphine-bearing rock all along the coast. We've all watched the fire lizards chew rock. That's the easiest part of this whole thing, Sean replied dismissively.
It's one thing to go from one place to another, Jerry began slowly. We've done it now. We go from here, he stabbed his left index finger, to there, he held up his right finger, and the dragons do the work. But dodging thread or a sled, he broke off.
Duluth caught Marco off balance.
He panicked. Sean spoke quickly and confidently.
Frankly, Jerry, that place between scared me, and I'll lay book the rest of us were scared. But now we know, we adapt. We'll plan emergency evasive tactics.
Sean pulled the knife out of his boot cuff and hunkered down.
Most of us have flown sleds or skimmers in Threadfall, so we've seen how the jug drops, most of the time.
He drew a series of long diagonal stripes in the ash.
A rider sees he's on a collision course with Thread.
Here, he dug his point in,
and thinks a beat forward.
He jumped the point ahead.
We'll have to practice skipping like that. It's going to take quick reflexes. We see fire lizards using such tactics all the time. Wink in, wink out, when they're fighting thread with ground crews. If they can, dragons can. The dragons bugled in answer to the challenge, and Sean grinned broadly. Right? Sean's question dared the riders. Right! They all replied enthusiastically, and fists were brandished to show staunch determination. Well then, Sean stood up, wringing his hands together with an audible smack. Ash shifted off his shoulders. Let's load up and teleport ourselves back to Karain. What if someone sees us, Sean? Tari asked anxiously. What? The flying donks doing what they were designed to do? He asked sarcastically. Obviously, Paul told the worried pilots, we're not going to be able to protect as much land with such a depleted aerial coverage. Damn it, Admiral, Drake Bonneau said, twisting his face into a frown. We were supposed to have enough power packs to last 50 years. We did, Joe Lillienkamp jumped to his feet once again. Under normal usage, they have not had what anyone could possibly term normal usage, or even normal maintenance, and don't blame Fulmer Stone and his crew. I don't think they've had a full night's sleep in months. The best mechanics in the world can't make sleds operate on half-charged or badly charged packs. Glaring belligerently around him, he sat down hard, and the chair rocked on the stone floor. So, it really is a case of taking the greatest care of the sleds and skimmers we have left, or have no aerial vehicles at all in a year? Drake asked plaintively. No one answered him immediately. That's it, Drake, Paul finally replied. Burn a swath around your homes and what vegetable crops you've managed to save. Keep the homestake clear, and thank whatever agency you will that hydroponics are available. Where are those dragons? There were 18 of them, Kyla said. 17, Angola corrected her. Marco Galliani died at Karain with the Brown Duluth. Sorry, forgot that, Kyla murmured. But where are the others? I thought they were to take up when vehicles failed. They're en route from Karain, Paul replied. Well, Kyla prompted pointedly. The dragons are not yet a year old, Paul said. According to Wind Blossom, he noted the subtly disapproving reaction to her name, Pole and Bay, the dragons will not be mature enough to be fully operational for another 2 or 3 months. In 2 or 3 months, someone called out bitterly, there'll have been between 18 and 20 more uncontained falls. Fulmer rose, turning to the back of the chamber. We will have 3 completely reconditioned sleds back online in 3 weeks. I heard there were more creatures hatched, Drake said. Is that true, Admiral? Yes, that's true. Are they any good? 6 more dragons, Paul said, more heartily than he felt. Removing 6 more young people from our defensive strength. Giving us 6 more potential, self-maintaining, self-propagating fighters. Paul rose to his feet. Consider the project in the right perspective. We have got to have an aerial defense against threads. We have bioengineered an indigenous life form to supply that critical need. They will. He laced his voice with conviction. In a few generations, the cry elicited angry murmurs from an audience already unnerved by an unpalatable briefing. Dragon generations, Paul said, raising his voice over the reactions. The fertile females are mature enough to reproduce when they're 2.5 or 3 years. A dragon generation is 3 years. The queens will lay between 10 to 20 eggs. We've 10 goals from the first hatching, 3 from the second one. In 5-10 years, we'll have an invincible aerial defense system to combat the intruder. Yeah, Admiral, and in 100 years there won't be any space for humans left on the planet. The suggestion was met with a ripple of nervous laughter, and Paul smiled, grateful to the anonymous wit. It won't come to that, he said, but we will have a unique defense system, bioengineered to our needs, and useful in other ways. Desi tells me the Dragonriders have been delivering supplies to the States as they make their way here to Fort. Meanwhile, you have your orders. Paul Bendon rose and left quickly, Angola right behind him. Damn it, Angola, where the hell are they? Paul exclaimed when they were alone. They check in every morning. Their progress is good. We can't ask more of an immature species. I heard Bay tell you that she and Paul both worried that the dragons had been dangerously extended during the evacuation. Paul sighed. Not that there's
any other way for them to get here with the transport situation. He started down the winding iron stairs that went from the executive level to the underground laboratory complex. Windblossom's staff has to be reassigned. We don't have time, personnel, or resources for further experimentation, no matter what she says. She's going to want to appeal to Emily, Angola replied. Let's devoutly hope that she can. Any news from Jim this morning? Paul had reached the state of mind at which he was so saturated with bad news that he did not feel additional blows so keenly. The previous day's news that Jim Caroon's convoy sailing past Boca had been caught in a sudden tropical storm that capsized 9 craft had seemed almost inconsequential. He reports no loss of life, Angola said reassuringly, and all but 2 of the boats have been refloated and can be repaired. The Dolphins are recovering cargo. There is some heavy stuff, though, that divers will have to locate. Fortunately, they were in shallow water, and the storm didn't last long. Angola hesitated. Well, let me have it, Paul said, pausing on a landing. There were no manifests, so there's no way of checking that they recovered everything. Paul regarded Angola stolidly. Does he have any idea how long that's going to hold him up? Angola shook his head. All the more reason, then, to reassign Windblossom's personnel, Paul said then. When that's done, I'll have a word with Jim. It's incredible that he's got such an ill-assorted flotilla as far as he has, through fog, fall, and storm. Angola agreed fervently. While Karanath concentrated very carefully on chewing, Sean stood slightly to one side, trying not to be anxious. Fire dragonets flitted around the dragons, chirping what was obviously encouragement. Duke and some of the other bronzes had found pebbles that they masticated in demonstration. The dragons and their riders had located the necessary phosphine-bearing rock on an upland plateau halfway between the Malay River and Cedrid. Over the past few days, the confidence of the riders had improved as time and again they were able to teleport to and from given landmarks. Otto Hegelman had suggested that each rider keep a log, noting down reference points for later identifications. The notion had been enthusiastically adopted, although it was immediately necessary for them to request writing materials at the Malay River Stake. They had been surprised to find only children there, with Foss Radamonth's 16-year-old daughter in charge. Everyone's out fighting thread, you know, she said, cocking her head at them in what Tari later said was pure insolence. Desi gave us supplies for you, Sean replied, stifling his resentment of her implied criticism and the current menial status of Dragonriders. He gestured for Jerry and Otto to bring the cargo net into the house. Would you have any notebooks we could have? What for? We're doing a coastline survey, Otto said pompously. The girl looked surprised, then her face relaxed into a less antagonistic expression. I guess so. There's all that sort of stuff in the schoolroom over there. Who has time for lessons these days? You're most kind, Jerry said, giving her a quick bow and a broad grin as they withdrew. The incident had reinforced the riders' determination to accomplish their purpose during their westward journey. It isn't as if you can chew for him, Sean, Sorka said, holding out another piece to Faranth. How much do they need to eat? Who knows how much stoking it takes to start a dragon's fires, Tari sang out cheerfully. I'd say this, she hefted a stone in her hand, is comparable to the pebble size I used to feed my gold dragonet, isn't it, Porth? The queen obediently lowered her head and took the offering. The dragonets chew at least a handful before they can flame, Dave Catterell said, but he was watching Polanth dubiously as the bronze worked his jaws with the same solemn, contemplative look the others had. Look, Sorka, your fare's setting the example. Duke let go a fine, long plume of fire, while Blazer took to the air, scolding him. Just then, Porth let out a squawk, her mouth opened, and a green-stained rock fell to the ground, just missing Tari's foot. Porth snapped her mouth shut and moaned. What did she do? Dave asked. She says she bit her tongue, Tari replied. She patted Porth's shoulder sympathetically. She did, too. Look. The green ichor on the rock glistened in the sunlight. Should I look, Sorka? She might have done herself damage. What does Porth say? Sorka asked with professional detachment. She could not recall ever having had to deal with self-inflicted dragonet bites. It hurts, and she'll wait until it doesn't before she chews any more rock. Tari retrieved the offending piece and put it back in the pile they had gathered.
There was another draconic exclamation of pain, and Nora's Teneth followed Porth's bad example. Sean and Sorka exchanged worried glances and continued to offer the firestone to their dragons. Suddenly, Polent burped, and a tiny flame leapt beyond his nose. The startled bronze jumped backward. "Hey, he did it!" Dave cried proudly. "Whew!" he added, waving the air from his face. "Stand up wind, folks. That stinks." "Watch it!" Sean leapt sideways as Karanath belched, surprising everyone with a respectable tongue of flame that just missed searing his rider. Overhead, the fire lizards flew in congratulatory circles, alternately chirping or expelling flame, their eyes whirling bright blue with approval. "Upwind and to one side, riders," Sean amended. "Try it again, Karanath." Sean offered a larger chunk. "Jeez, that's awful," Tari said, as the wind blew the overpowering stench of the fire-making stone straight into her face. Choking, she ducked around Porth to escape it. "Where there's fire, there's smell," Jerry quipped. "No, Manuth, turn your head that way." Just as the brown dragon obeyed, a blast of flame erupted from his mouth and seared into charcoal one of the scrawny bushes that dotted the plateau. Jerry pounded his dragon's shoulder in exultation. "You did it! Manuth, Master Blaster!" The others returned to stoking their dragons with renewed enthusiasm. An hour later, all the males had produced flame, but none of the females had. Though the golds had chewed and chewed, one after the other they had regurgitated an awful, gray, paste-like substance. "As I recall the program," Sean said, as the gold riders stood disconsolately about, "the queens aren't mature until they're nearly 3. The males are, well," Sean cast about for a diplomatic phrase. "Functional now," Harry finished for him, none too pleased. "Even 7 recruits are going to be well received at Fort," Otto said, for once not trying to sound pompous. Sorka was frowning, though, an expression unusual enough to her that Tari inquired as to its cause. "I was just thinking, Kit Ping was such a traditionalist." Sorka regarded her husband for a long moment, until he ducked his head, unable to maintain the eye contact. "All right, Sean, you know every symbol in that program. Did Kit Ping introduce a gender discrimination?" "A what?" Tari asked. The other Queen Riders gathered close, while the young men took discreet backward steps. "A gender inhibition, meaning the queens lay eggs and the other colors fight." Sorka was disgusted. "It may just be that the queens aren't mature enough yet," Sean said, temporizing. "I haven't been able to figure out some of Kit Ping's equations. Maybe the flame production is a mature ability. I don't know why the queens all barfed. We'll have to ask Pole and Bade when we get to Fort. But I'll tell you what, there's no reason you girls can't use flamethrowers. With wands a bit longer, you wouldn't singe your dragon by mistake." His suggestion did much to mollify the Queen Riders for the time being, but Sean hoped fervently that Pole and Bade could give a more acceptable verdict. 17 dragons made a more impressive display than 7. And he was determined to impress when the Dragon Riders flew into Fort Hold. The only burdens dragons should ever carry again were their riders and firestone. "Actually, Paul," Telgar said, glancing at Ozzy and Cobber, "those photophobes of wind blossoms have proved to be extremely useful in subterranean explorations. Their instinct for hidden dangers, pitfalls, in fact, and blind tunnels is infallible." The geologist gave one of his humorless smiles. "I'd like to keep them now that Wind Blossom has abandoned them, so to speak." Telgar turned to Paul and Bay. "It's a relief to know they've some use," Paul said, sighing heavily. Both he and his wife had tried to reason with the indignant Wind Blossom when she had been requested to suspend the dragon program. Though she maintained that the emergency transfer from landing to Fort had damaged many of the eggs in the clutch she had manipulated, Pole and Bay had seen the autopsy reports and knew that claim to be spurious. They had been lucky to hatch 6 live creatures. "Once they get to trust you, they're quite harmless," Telgar went on. "Kara adores the latest hatchling, and it won't let her out of its sight unless she leaves the hold." Again he displayed his mirthless smile. "Keeps watch at her door by night." "We can't have uncontrolled breeding of those creatures," Paul said quickly. "We'll see to that, Admiral," Ozzy said solemnly. "But they're right useful little buggers." "Strong, too. Carry more than they weigh themselves out of their mines," Cobber added. All right. Just limit the breeding." "Eat anything," Ozzy added for good measure. "Anything, so they keep a place clean."
Paul continued to nod agreement. "I just want any further propagation cleared with Pole and Bay for the biology department." "We're delighted, I assure you," Bay said. "I didn't approve of them, but I also cannot approve summary termination of any living creature which can be useful." Telgar rose abruptly, and Bay, wondering if her words had reminded him of Salah's death, mentally chastised herself for not thinking before she spoke. Ozzy and Cobber sprang to their feet as well. "And now that you've finally finished mapping the Fort Holt complex," Paul said, deftly filling the awkward moment, "what are your plans, Telgar?" A flash of enthusiasm briefly lightened the geologist's face. The probe reports indicated ore deposits in the western range that should be assayed as an alternative to power-costly haulage from Karachi camp. Best to have resources close to hand. Telgar inclined his head in an abrupt farewell and then strode from the room, Ozzy and Cobber mumbling something suitable as they followed him. "How that man has changed," Bay said softly, her round face sad. Paul observed a respectful silence. "I think we all have, Bay. Now, is anything to be done about Windblossom's intransigence?" "Nothing until she has an interview with Emily herself," Paul said, his expression neutral. Of necessity, the two scientists had been informed of the governor's true condition, which, 12 days after the accident, remained virtually unchanged. "I don't know why she won't accept your decision, Paul," Bay said, showing some agitation. "Tom Patrick says Windblossom chooses to distrust the male half of his leadership," Paul grinned. Actually, he did find the situation ludicrous, but since Windblossom had immured herself in her quarters until she had a fair hearing, he had grasped the opportunity to transfer personnel to more productive employment. Most of them had been grateful. "You will, of course, continue to monitor the new dragon hatchlings." "Of course." "What's the latest word from Sean and the others?" Paul asked, a trifle anxious. He and Bay had discussed their continued absence, beginning to wonder if it was deliberate. They both knew that Sean resented the Dragonriders' messenger status, but what else could he expect? Everyone had to do what he could. Paul and Bay themselves were not exactly inspired by Juan Marceau's project to monitor the grubs from the grass plot at Calusa, but that was where they could perform a useful service. "They should be here soon." Paul's voice and expression were neutral. "When does Quan anticipate a northern trial on those worms of his?" "More grub than worm," Paul said didactically. "Sufficient have been propagated for a ground test." "That's good news indeed," Paul said heartily, rising to his feet. "Remember, tomorrow won't be a good day for any kind of test." Paul and Bay exchanged looks. "Is it true, Admiral," Paul asked, "that you're not going to fly the full fall across the mountains?" "That's right, Paul. We have neither the personnel, the power, nor the sleds to do more than protect the immediate area. So if those grubs are of any assistance, we will all be grateful to you." When they had left, Paul sank back down in his chair, swiveling to look out the window at the starlit night. The northern climate was colder than that of the south, but the crisp air made the now familiar star patterns crystal clear. Sometimes he could almost imagine that he was back in space again. He sighed heavily and picked up the terminal. He had to find some vestige of hope in that depressing inventory Joel had submitted. If they were extremely careful to use sleds and skimmers on only the most critical errands, they might just last out Pern's current pass through the Oort cloud natter. But when it came around again, what would they do? Paul winced as he remembered the arrogance of Ted Tuberman in preempting the dispatch of the homing device. Had the man known how to activate it properly? Ironic, that. Would it be received, acted upon? With the help of a technological society they had forsworn, his descendants could survive. Did he want them to? Had they any other choice? With adequate technology, the problem of threat could possibly be solved. So far, ingenuity and natural resources had failed miserably. Fire-breathing dragons, indeed. A ridiculous concept straight out of folk tales. And yet... Resolutely, Paul began to scroll out the stark facts and figures of the colony's dwindling supplies. "Tari!" Peter Chernoff came rushing to greet his sister from a cavernous barn set on the east edge of the Seminole Stake headquarters. A tall young man, he was able to look down at the riders who were surrounding him. "Say, you guys, where have you all been?" "We've been reporting into Fort every day," Sean said, surprised. I made yesterday's report and even spoke to Brother Jake, Tari added, her expression anxious. What's the matter, Petey? Reluctant to explain, Peter stamped his feet as he hedged and hawed. Things are getting tougher. We're not to fly anything anywhere that isn't a priority #1 top emergency. So that's why we saw so much thread damage, Otto said, shocked. Peter nodded solemnly. And there's fall at Fort Hold today, and they'll have to sit it out. Without any attempt? Dave Catterell was appalled. Transporting landing to the north put too big a strain on sled and power packs. Peter peered down at them, judging their reaction. And the governor was injured, you know. No one's seen her in weeks. Oh, no, Sorka said, leaning into Sean for comfort. Nora Sedgeby began to weep softly. Peter gave another of his solemn nods. It's pretty bad. Pretty bad. Suddenly, everyone was demanding news of his or her own kin, and Peter did his best to answer when he could. Look, guys, I don't sit on the comm unit all the time. The word is out to sit tight and keep the home stake as clear as possible with ground crews. There's plenty of HNO3, and it's easy to maintain tanks and wands. But not the land, Sean said, raising his voice authoritatively. The babble died abruptly, and his riders looked to him. There's threat at Fort today, you said? When? Right now, Peter replied. Well, it starts out over the bay. And you have throwers here. 10 of them that we could use? Sean asked eagerly. Use? Well, you'd have to ask Koss, and he's not here right now. And what do you need 10 throwers for? Grinning, Sean turned with a flourish of his hand to indicate the Gold Riders. The girls need them to fight Thread, and we've got to work fast to be ready. What do you mean? Peter was dumbfounded. The fall started. You wouldn't even make it out across the sea before it's over. And you're supposed to get in touch with Fort the moment you get here. Peter, be a good lad, don't argue. Show the girls where the throwers are kept, and let me see the latest facts of Fort Hold. Or better, the Fort Harbor I heard they built. Dragons are a lot faster than that fleet Jib Caroon's shepherding. They haven't passed the Delta West Head yet. Sean gave Peter no time to think or protest. He sent Otto to run off copies of the installation at the mouth of the Fort Hold River. Tari chivied her brother into showing them where the flamethrowers were kept and helping the girls check out the tanks. In a flurry of golden wings, the queens landed at that storehouse and permitted Sean, Dave, and she to secure additional tanks to their backs. Sean shouted directions to Jerry and Peter Semling to check the cargo nets of Firestone on the browns and bronzes. Peter Chernoff went from one rider to another, pleading with them to stop. What was he to do? How was he to explain all this? When would they bring all this equipment back? They could not leave Seminole defenseless. Then all the frenzied preparations were completed, and the Browns and Brown Dragons had chewed as much Firestone as they could swallow. "Check straps!" Sean roared. He was developing quite a powerful bellow. Of course, he did not need to shout, as all the dragons were listening to Karanath, but it served to release adrenaline into his system, and it helped to encourage those who would soon follow him into danger. "Checked!" was the prompt response. "Do we know where we're going?" Setting the example himself, he spread out the fluttering facts for one last long look at the seafront installation, with its wharf and the metal unloading crane that looked like an awkward alien species hunched high over the metal beams that had once been part of a spaceship. "We know! Check your airspace!" He turned his head to the left and the right of Karanath, who was vibrating in his eagerness to jump off. "Checked! Remember to skip? Let's go!" Rising up from Karanath's neck as far as the riding straps would permit, Sean raised his arm high, rotated his hand, and then dropped it, the signal to spring. 17 dragons launched themselves skyward, arrowing upward in the bright tropical sky in 2 V formations. Then, as a bewildered and incredulous Peter Chernoff watched, the V's disappeared. Mouth open, Peter stared for one more long moment. Then he turned on his heels, raced to the office, and launched himself at the comm unit. "Fort, this is Seminole. Fort, do you copy? Only you won't."
Peter, is that you?
His brother Jake asked.
Tari was here, but she left with a flamethrower.
Get a hold of yourself, Pete. You're not making any sense.
They all came. They took our flamethrowers and half the tanks and left. All of them. All at once.
Peter, calm down and make sense.
How can I make sense when I don't believe what I saw anyhow?
Who was there? Tari and who else?
Them. The ones who ride dragons. They've gone to Fort to fight Thread.
Paul picked up the comm unit.
Any occupation was preferable to sitting like a barnacle on a hull in a shuttered room while a voracious organism rained down outside.
Admiral?
Excitement tingled through Angola's single word.
We've had word that the Dragonriders are on their way here.
Sean and his group? Paul wondered why that would excite Angola. When did they start?
Whenever they started, sir. They're already here.
Paul wondered if disappointment had got the better of his imperturbable second-in-command, for he could swear the man was laughing.
The seaport asks, should they join the aerial defense of the harbor? And, Admiral, sir, I've got it on visuals. Our dragons are fighting threat. I'll patch it in to your screen.
Paul watched as the picture cleared and the focus lengthened to show him the unbelievable vision of tiny flying creatures undeniably spouting flame from their mouths at the silver rain that fell in a dreadful curtain over the harbor. He had that one view before the picture was interrupted by a sheet of thread. He waited no longer. Afterward, Paul wondered that he had not broken his neck going down stone steps 3 at a time. He ran full pelt across the great hall and down the metal stairway leading to the garage where the sleds and skimmers were stored. Fulmer and one mechanic were bent over a gyro and stared in surprise at him. "You there! Get the doors open! Fulmer, you'd better come with me. They may need help." He all but fell into the nearest sled, fumbling with the comm unit. "Angola, tell Emily and Paul and Bay that their protégés have made it. Record this by all that's holy. Get as much of this on film as you can." Paul had the sled motor turning over before Fulmer had shut the canopy. He slipped the sled under the door before it was fully open, a maneuver he would have reamed anyone else for attempting, and then, turning on the power, he made an arrow ascent straight up out of the valley. Emerging from the shelter of the cliffs of Fort, he could see the ominous line of thread. "Admiral, have you gone mad?" Fulmer asked. "Use the screen, high magnification." "Hell, you don't need it, Fulmer. You can see it with your bare eyeballs." Paul pointed wildly. "See? Flame! See the bursts? I count 14, 15 emissions. The dragons are fighting thread!" It was frightening, Sean thought. It was wonderful. It was the finest moment in his life, and he was scared stiff. They had all emerged right on target, just above the harbor, dragon lengths ahead of the fall. Karanath started flaming instantly, and then skipped as they were about to plow through a second tangle of the stuff. "Are the others all right?" Sean anxiously asked Karanath as they slipped back into real space. "Flaming well and skipping properly," Karanath assured him with calm dignity, veering slightly to flame again, turning his head from side to side, searing his way through thread. Sean glanced around and saw the rest of his wing following in the step formation they had adopted from Kenjo's sled tactics. That gave them the widest possible range of destruction. Even as Sean looked, he saw Jerry and Manuth wink out and back in again, neatly escaping. Then he and Karanath skipped. 1,000 feet below them, he caught a glimpse of Sorka's wing of 5, and, following that formation, Tari leading the remaining queens. "More!" Karanath said imperiously, arrowing upward in a trough between thread. He turned his head backward, mouth wide open. Sean fumbled for a lump of firestone. This will have to be practiced, he thought. Karanath skipped them out. "Shot has a wing score," Karanath announced. "He will continue to fly." "He'll learn to fly the better for it," Sean retorted. Then the straps strained at the belt as Karanath seemed to stand on his tail to avoid a stream of thread, which he then followed with flame. "Back in formation," Sean ordered. The last thing they needed was to sear one another. He saw that the others had held their positions as Karanath resumed his. After that first exhilarating cross of the threadfall, they all got down to business until flame and evasion became instinctive. Karanath went between several times to lose thread that had wrapped about his wings. Sean locked his jaw against his dragon's pain each time Karanath was scored. By then, all the bronzes and browns had received minor injuries. Still, they had fought on. The queens constantly encouraged them. Then Faranth reported the arrival of a sled, reported again that ground crews were out in the harbor area, destroying the shells that had made it to the surface. The Queen Riders had used up the tanks they had taken from Seminole. Sorka was going to get more from the harbor hold. "Faranth asks, how long will we fight?" Karanath asked. "As long as we have Firestone to fight with," Sean replied grimly. He had just taken a faceful of char, and his cheeks stung. In the back of his mind, he noted that full face masks would be useful.
Manute says they have no more firestone, Karanath announced suddenly after a nearly mindless length of fighting time. Shall they see if there's more at Fort Hold? Sean had not realized how far inland their battle had taken them. They were indeed over the imposing ramparts of Fort Hold. He stared in a moment of bewilderment, suddenly very much aware of how he ached from cold and strain. His body felt bruised from the riding straps, his face smarted, and his fingers, toes, and knees were numb. "Tell them to land at Fort," he said. "Thread has moved up into the mountains. We can do no more today." "Good," Karanath replied, with such enthusiasm that Sean forgot his sore cheeks and grinned. He slapped affectionately at his dragon's shoulder as the formation executed a right turn, spiraling down to land. "Emily!" Pierre burst into his wife's room. "Emily, you'll never believe it." "Believe what?" she said in a tired voice that seemed all she could muster since the accident. She turned her head on the cushioned back of the support chair and smiled wanly at him. "They've come! I heard, but I had to see it to believe it myself. The dragons and the riders, they've all reached Fort. They've reached it in triumph. They've actually fought Thread, just as you dreamed they would, as Kit Ping designed them to do." He caught the hand she lifted, the one part of her that had not been broken in the crash. "All 17 brave, fine young people, and they cut a real swath in the fall, Paul says." He found himself smiling broadly, tears in his eyes as he saw color flushing across her cheeks, the lift of her chest, and the flash of interest in her eyes. She raised her head, and he rattled on. "Paul watched them flame Thread from the skies. They didn't stay for the entire fall, of course. Part of it was over the sea anyhow, and the rest will fall in the mountains where it can't do much harm. Paul said it was the most magnificent thing he's ever seen, better than the relief at Cygnus. They have a record of it, too, so you can see it later." Pierre bent to kiss her hand. He had tears in his eyes for Emily, and for the valiant young people who had ridden against so terrible a menace in the skies of their wondrous and frightening new world. "Paul's gone down to greet them. A triumphant arrival." "My word, but it put out in all of us. Everyone is yelling and cheering, and Paul and Babe were weeping, which is something quite unscientific for that pair. I suppose they feel that the Dragonriders are their creations. I suppose they're right. Don't you agree?" Emily struggled in the support chair, her fingers clutching at him. "Help me to the window, Pierre. I must see them. I must see them for myself." Most of the inhabitants of Fort Hold turned out to greet them, waving impromptu banners of bright cloth and shouting tumultuously as the dragons back-winged to land on the open field, where here and there ground crews had gotten rid of what thread had escaped the dragon's fire. The crowd surged forward, mobbing the individual riders, everyone eager to touch a dragon, ignoring at first the riders' strident appeals for something to ease thread-pierced wings and scored hide. Gratefully, Sean saw a skimmer hovering and heard the loud-spoken orders to give the dragons room and let the medics in. The hubbub subsided a decibel or two. The crowds parted, allowing the medical teams access, giving the Dragonriders space to dismount, and whispering sympathetically when the cheering had died down enough so that the dragons could be heard, whimpering in pain. Some of those gathered around Karanath eagerly helped Sean doctor him. "Is everyone here to see us?" Karanath asked shyly. The bronze turned his left wing so that Sean could reach a particularly wide score, and sighed in audible relief as anesthetic cream was slathered on. "I don't know how we got so lucky," Sean muttered to himself when he was certain that old Karanath's injuries had been attended to. He looked around him, checking to see that all the other dragons had been treated. Sorka gave him a thumbs-up signal and grinned at him, her face smeared with blood and soot. He returned her sign with both fists. "Sheer fluke we got out of that with just sears and scores. We didn't even know what we were doing. Blind luck." His mind roiled with ways to avoid any sort of scoring and ideas for drills to improve how much thread a single breath could char. Their fight had been, after all, only the first brief skirmish in a long, long war. "Hey, Sean, you need some too," one of the medics said, pulling off his helmet to anoint his cheeks. "Gotta get you looking spruce. The Admiral's waiting." As if her words were a cue, a murmurous silence fell over the plain.
The riders converged together and moved forward to the foot of the ramp where Paul Bendon, in the full uniform of a fleet admiral, with Angola and Ezra Caroon similarly attired flanking him, awaited the 17 young heroes. In step, the Dragonriders walked forward, past people grinning foolishly in their pride. Sean recognized many faces. Pole and Bay looking about to burst with pride. Telgar, tears streaming down his cheeks, Ozzy and Cobber on either side of him. Cherry Duff upheld by 2 sons, her black eyes gleaming with joy. He caught sight of the Hanrahans, Myri holding up his small son to see the pageantry. There was no sign of Governor Emily Bowl, and Sean felt his heart contract. What Peter Chernoff had said was true then. This moment would not be the same without her. They reached the ramp, and somehow the Queen Riders had dropped a step behind the others, and Sean stood in the center. When they halted, he took a step forward and saluted. It seemed the correct thing to do. Admiral Bendon, tears in his eyes, proudly returned the salute.
"Admiral Bendon, sir,"
said Sean, rider of Bronze Caranath.
"may I present the Dragonriders of Pern?"